This is Audible.
Dante, Hell's Ankhor, Book 6. Written by Aiden Bates and Ali Lida. Narrated by David Allen Vargo. Chapter 1. Dante. I folded the sweet-smelling dough over itself once, twice, again, and then shaped it into an oval, set it aside with a dozen others that looked exactly the same. I still had a few loaves to shape, and then after that, I had to get started rolling out tomorrow's bagels. I paused and rubbed the back of my hand across my forehead. It was always hot in the bakery, even this early in the morning, when the air outside was still cool from the summer night. It was just before 6 in the morning, and Stella's would open in about 30 minutes. I was the only one in the building, at least until Mary arrived any minute now to brew the coffee and prepare the displays for our morning regulars. But as the sole baker on the premises, I always arrived at 4, sometimes even earlier, to prepare all the bread and pastries for the day. The immense timer on the center of the oven beeped, and I slid the freshly baked sourdoughs from the oven and deposited them on the cooling rack. Sweat beaded on my forehead from simply standing so close to the beast of an oven. Couldn't help but love her, though, even if she was fickle with temperature, and I had a hell of a lot of scars from reaching inside, enough that they've ruined a few of my tattoos. I'd owned Stella's for 6 years now, but I'd been baking professionally in this building for 14 years, ever since I finished my baking apprenticeship at 20 years old. And Stella's was my baby. I was proud of my bread and pastry, which I'd lovingly cribbed from my grandmother's recipes that she'd baked for me growing up. She'd raised me just as much as Dad had, especially since my mom took off after I was born. My grandmother had worked in the bakery for nearly 2 decades before her death, and when I bought the business from my former boss when he retired, I had decided to rename the bakery after her. Stella's was a cornerstone of the Junee community, too. It had grown from a tiny operation to a bustling business, and if I had to guess, I'd say about half of Junee came in at least once a week for a treat and some coffee. Dad had helped me out financially when I wanted to buy the business, but by my 4th year in business, I'd paid him back double. Running the business gave me a sense of accomplishment and responsibility. Not that being vice president of the Liberty Crew didn't. I'd been born into the club. Liberty Crew was my family, and Stella's helped keep our coffers flush. Once the bread was out and cooling, I finished shaping the next batch of loaves, moved them to the proofing cabinet, and then checked on my muffins, which were finishing up in the smaller pastry oven. At this point in my career, I had my baking schedule down to a science. The muffins were perfectly done, which rounded out the pastry for the day. But these muffins weren't going on display with the croissants, cookies, and scones.
"Morning,"
Mary chirped as she hurried into the bakery.
"Sorry I'm late."
I glanced at the clock. Mary was barely 2 minutes later than her scheduled shift. It was nice to finally have some reliable help around here, even if it was only a couple hours a week, and a family member as well. My younger cousin. Grandma would be proud. Mary started the coffee brewing up front, her voice carrying easily from the small rustic front counter into the bright open kitchen.
"Did you get the issue with the register fixed?"
"No," I said sourly. "I'm going to have to go into the books for the past week or so and try to dig up the discrepancy. It should be fine for today, though."
"Okay,"
Mary said in a tone that suggested she very much did not believe that it would be fine.
"You won't get mad at me if the count's all off at close tonight, right?"
"No, Mary, I won't get mad," I said. She stuck her head into the kitchen just enough to grin at me, and I couldn't help but smile back. I loved working at the bakery, loved having something all my own to shape that I could use to support my family, and I loved being a good boss. But God, the actual business side, the numbers and the financials and the paperwork and the bureaucracy, I was getting really sick of it. Last night, the money in the register hadn't matched up with the sales we'd done, and I'd gotten so fed up running through transactions trying to find the error that eventually I'd just given up. I was starting to resent the business part of the business and caught myself reminiscing about the days when all I did here was bake, because that's half the reason I bought the bakery in the first place. So I could bake what I wanted, when I wanted, and brighten people's days with it. With the coffee well on its way to being done, Mary darted into the back to pull on a plain white apron to match mine and tied her long box braids into a bun at the top of her head. She paused and whistled at the sight of 4 dozen muffins cooling on the rack beneath the pastry oven.
"Hey, Dante, what are all these muffins for? Special order?"
"I've got a meeting with the Hell's Anchor president later today," I said. "Figured I'd try to smooth some feathers. There's no meeting that some blueberry muffins won't make better." Baxter, Ryder, and Tripp had caused a hell of a lot of trouble for Hell's Anchor. The club had helped fix up ballast and paid for the damages, but Liberty hadn't paid our dues fully yet. Even if it was in a roundabout way, our guys had almost gotten 2 of theirs killed. It was gonna take more than money to set things right between us. As vice president, I'd do my best to get us back on good terms. Even though Liberty Crew was established before Hell's Anchor, we were a smaller club, and our turf was technically on their territory.
"True," Mary said. "Was the cake a hit?"
The cake. I'd spent a hell of a lot of time on that cake, carefully sculpting it into the shape of a cowboy hat and covering it with fondant, which I hated working with, and carefully decorated it with the kid's new tag, which happened to be the kid. Very appropriate. The kid had caught my eye the moment I saw him outside the Liberty Clubhouse with the rest of the Hell's Anchor inner circle, and I hadn't been able to keep my eyes off him. He could have been plucked directly from my fantasies. Everything about him pieced together just for me. His platinum blonde hair had been a little mussed from the ride over, fallen into his big brown eyes, and he'd stood with his narrow shoulders curled forward like he could make himself even smaller. He seemed shy that day, a little cagey, standing halfway behind Priest like the Hell's Anchor vice president was a shield. I'd immediately wanted to pull him into my arms. He looked like he'd fit perfectly. But he'd made it very clear at his patchin'-in party that he wanted nothing to do with me. If not with words, certainly with his actions. I'd been excited to bring the cake over and maybe talk to him a little, introduce myself properly. No expectations, just friendliness, as I helped smooth over the tensions between the clubs. And if I was lucky, maybe we'd hit it off. But when I'd approached him, he'd literally cringed away from me, stumbling backward like I was a rabid dog approaching. So Heath was not an option. The last thing I wanted to do was make him uncomfortable. Anyway, he was just a hot guy. I could find those anywhere. I had no trouble getting laid, and I didn't have time to waste chasing after some guy from another club who obviously had no interest in me. I'd simply have to push the kid from my mind and focus on work. I shouldn't get mixed up with a younger guy anyway, and the fact that I apparently hadn't quite learned my lesson made me a little uneasy. I really thought I had something special last time, and the blow had been devastating when it ended. I wasn't about to get roped into something like that again.
"Earth to Dante,"
Mary said, waving her hand in front of my face. I blinked, pulling myself back to Stella's kitchen. "Not sure. Mal and I left before they checked it out."
"Oh, that's a shame," Mary said. "I'm sure it was a big hit, though. You make the best cakes, and the best muffins, too."
She eyed them with interest. "Don't even think about it," I said.
"You didn't drop any on the floor? No stragglers I can rescue from the snack bin?"
"Hey, you wish. Don't you have a display to finish setting up?" Mary glanced at the clock, and then her eyes widened at the time. She quickly returned to plating the rest of the pastries, scurrying around in her rush to make sure the front of the house was ready for customers. I shook my head fondly and started boxing up the muffins to take to Elkin Lake later that day. It'd be better for my sanity if the kid wasn't there, but a stubborn, traitorous part of me couldn't help but hope that I'd get to see him again. Even if he wanted nothing to do with me, he sure was easy on the eyes. And surely it couldn't hurt just to look. Chapter 2. Heath. I woke up and took a slow, deep breath, stretching as fully as I could on the sheets. Finally, after 2 weeks, I wasn't in immediate pain upon waking. My ribs were still a little tender, aching if I moved too quickly in certain ways, but it was manageable. It had only been 2 weeks since I'd watched Crave hold a gun to Jazz's head, since I'd tackled Crave off Jazz and gotten my ass beaten for doing so. I had no regrets, none at all, but it sure felt like more than 2 weeks passed, though. Since then, I'd been patched in as a full member of the club and moved from my shitty, tiny apartment near campus into a room in the clubhouse. It felt real now that I was living in the clubhouse. Plus, I had my own ensuite bathroom, and that was a very welcome change from my previous apartment. I crawled out of bed and shuffled into said bathroom to examine my injuries. The dark navy fabric of my boxers made my already pale skin look even paler, and the nasty bruise on my ribs had faded to a broad green smudge, like I'd rolled shirtless in a freshly mown lawn. In a few more days it'd be gone. I sighed and prodded it carefully and was happy to find it hardly hurt at all. And even though I hadn't been able to work out since the attack, there was still a hint of firm muscle over my ribs instead of just skin and bones, like it used to be. Training with Jazz had paid off. Not only had I learned more than a few moves, actual usable moves, not the stuff I'd learned when I was younger that didn't work for people my size, I'd also toned up a little. I wasn't big by any means, and I was still the smallest guy in the club, easily. I had an inch on Jonah, but he was toned like a dancer, whereas I was just narrow all over. So I couldn't help doubting myself sometimes, even though I'd spent 2 years prospecting and gotten patched in earlier than I ever expected. Despite all the work I'd put in at custom onks and in club duties, part of me was always waiting for the other shoe to drop, halfway expecting Blade or Gunner to reveal this was all a big joke, and I was never going to be strong enough or tough enough to be a real member of Hell's Anchor. But I was. I'd proven myself, and I'd gotten my patch. Even if it felt like a dream, even if I knew my brothers would still find some way to laugh if they knew, I allowed myself to be proud of it. I got dressed quickly and shrugged on my club leather before heading downstairs. It hung a little loose on me. It had felt like a costume when I first got it, but now I liked the way it hung off my shoulders casually. It looked cool. Downstairs, some of the guys were already up and making breakfast. Tex and Jazz were lingering near the stoves, and Rave, Gunner, and Blade were on the back porch, with the door propped open to let in the cool summer morning breeze. "Yo, Heath,"
Jazz said, as I descended the stairs.
"Glad to see you're finally up. How you feeling?"
Jazz was like a brother to me now, and he'd taken it upon himself to monitor my healing with a laser focus. Every morning he checked in, and this morning he was scrambling what looked like a full dozen eggs. I grinned at him as I poured myself a mug of coffee. "Pretty good. No pain."
"That's our kid,"
Tex said over his own mug of coffee.
"Tough as nails." "Kid's up,"
Blade called from the porch.
"Morning, kid."
"Morning," I called back. Affection made my chest clench. It had seemed counterintuitive at first for me to want to join Hell's Anchor. For one, it was filled with the kinds of guys that usually made me nervous. Big, broad, boisterous, aggressive men who could easily snap me in half if they wanted to. I'd almost turned down the job at Custom Onks when I'd gotten it, about 3 years ago now, because Maverick's sheer size had spooked me. But he'd been so kind, and I'd been determined to get over some of my stupid hang-ups. I didn't want my past to have that much power over me anymore. And the only way to do that was to face what I was afraid of. So I'd accepted the job, and what was supposed to be just a part-time job to hold me over while I was in school became so much more. I'd always needed structure to thrive, and for a lot of my life, I hadn't had much. But I performed my best when I knew exactly what was expected of me, and when I had others around me to lean on for support and instruction. School provided some of that, and the club filled in the gaps. Suddenly, I went from floating aimlessly into a business degree, unsure of what I was going to do with it, to having a trajectory, a plan, a focus, to having a family again.
Oh, by the way, I'm supposed to tell you to hang around for a few minutes after breakfast instead of heading straight to Custom Onks. Blade wants to have a quick meeting with you.
Jazz glanced at the oven.
Oh, shit, Tex. Will you get the toast out?
Tex swore and hurried to pull the sheet pan of toast out of the oven. But all of it was basically blackened already, and the kitchen filled with the acrid smell of charred bread. "A meeting?" I asked, tuning out the chaos. I wasn't nervous per se, but I didn't love going into meetings blind. I preferred to have at least an idea of what was on the agenda. "What about?"
Dunno. I'm just supposed to keep you from being your workaholic self and leaving for work early.
Jazz grimaced at Tex.
Any of it salvageable?
"I'll eat it," I said, laughing. "Nothing's wrong with a little smoky flavor."
"Love your positive attitude,"
Jazz deadpanned.
"It's all yours."
As Tex fixed plates for the three of us, I couldn't help but wonder what my dad and my brother would think of me now. They'd always been so confident that I'd never be a real man, too sensitive and small and bookish. And yet, here I was, a fully patched-in member of a motorcycle club, against all odds. But even if they did know, they'd still think it was a fluke, something I lucked my way into. They'd still consider me worthless, something less than a man. I was the black sheep of the family. Well, more like the tiny sheep. They'd all been tall and broad and well over 6 feet tall. I was short and skinny, like Mom was, and ever since she walked out on us, Dad and my brothers had hated me, like they could get back at Mom through me, since I took after her. Well, I might be blood related to them, but I didn't consider them family, not anymore. Not since I joined Hell's Anchor and learned what a real family was all about.
"Hey, stick your head outside and grab the guys,"
Jazz said, taking the frying pan off the stove.
"At least the eggs look good."
I nodded and stood up. As I walked toward the open door, Jazz called,
"And don't say anything about the toast."
I looked over my shoulder to tease him, stepping over the threshold onto the back porch, and walked directly into a broad, rock-hard chest with muscles straining against a white button-up shirt. Dante raised his eyebrows as he looked down his nose at me. His pale blue eyes stood out sharply against his light brown skin, and the stubble along his jaw made his gorgeous bone structure look even more defined. Oh, my stomach somersaulted. He was so fucking attractive, it was overwhelming. I simultaneously wanted to get closer and push him away. I'd never been attracted to a guy like him before. Huge and stoic and masculine, and honestly, it kind of scared me. I had no fucking idea what to do with this type of attraction. The intensity of the attraction, especially when at the same time my stupid brain was yelling, "Run, run, run." Something about Dante's sharp gaze made my brain fucking short-circuit. My task completely forgotten, I stumbled a step backward into the clubhouse, putting space between us. Immediately, my behavior at Ballast a couple weeks ago leaped to mind. I'd acted like such an embarrassment then. Like a scared kid when all he'd been trying to do was give me a fucking cake he'd baked for me. And I was doing the same thing again. Fuck. Shame flooded me, and I felt my cheeks heat with it. Even if I wanted to apologize or just say something normal to Dante, I couldn't face him with my embarrassment so visible. So I went with my M.O., and I panicked instead. "Sorry, I've got to..." I stammered. Dante's eyes narrowed and then flickered down my body head to foot. It made me feel so exposed and judged that I couldn't even get a full sentence out. I just turned on my heel and darted back upstairs, ignoring Jazz's voice behind me. I took refuge in my bedroom. I closed the door behind me and slumped back against it. The look Dante had given me before I'd bolted was burned into my eyelids. It had looked a lot like disbelief, like he couldn't believe an established club like Hell's Anchor would let a scrawny, cowardly kid like me in its ranks. Like he could tell how weak and pathetic I was just by looking at me, and he was disgusted by it. I tried to shake the feeling of shame off. I knew, logically, that I wasn't weak. I patched in, for God's sake. I'd fucking tackled Crave off Jazz. I'd earned my patching in. But I'd been called weak and pitiful and less than for so long. It was hard to unhear it, even when no one was saying it. Even if I knew in my mind that I wasn't all those things, my heart didn't quite believe it. And seeing Dante look at me like that had woken up that old insecurity. Fuck. I was usually able to keep a better grip on myself. I didn't have much trouble with the stranger that popped into ballast from time to time, and if I did, I was usually able to manage the reaction without having to bolt. But something about Dante's discerning eyes made me feel so flustered, like he could see straight into my insecure heart. And for some weird reason, I wanted him to like what he saw there. I took a deep, ragged breath, wanting nothing more than to jump on my bike and lose myself on the winding roads around Elkin Lake for a while. But I was stuck here for now. Blade wanted to meet with me, and there was no way I was going to flake on that. The only thing I could do was get my anxiety under control and try to come up with a reasonable excuse for the way I'd literally sprinted from the room if I ever saw Dante again. I scrubbed my hand over my forehead with a sigh. I had a feeling this day would only go downhill from here.
Chapter 3. Dante. I stood in the doorway, half on the back porch and half in the clubhouse, as the kid bolted so fast you'd think he'd been electrocuted. The change in him had been instantaneous. 1 second he was grinning over his shoulder at something in the kitchen, and as soon as he saw me, or ran into me more like it, the pretty smile fell off his face and was replaced with something a lot closer to wide-eyed fear. It was confusing, and also kind of sucked. What the hell had I done to make him so opposed to talking to me? It's not like he wasn't used to the big tattooed biker types, or that he didn't know looks could be deceiving. But whatever. If he wanted to steer clear, he'd be making my life a lot simpler. Still, I let myself watch him as he scurried away. His jeans were tight on narrow hips. But despite his small frame, he still had a bit of curve to his ass. It was small, but perfectly sized to fit in my hands. I chewed on my lower lip thoughtfully. In the kitchen, Tex cleared his throat. You going to come inside, or you just going to stand there and stare? Yes, go inside, please, Raven said from behind me, holding the 2 boxes of muffins in his arms. I can't exactly squeeze by you, and I want to open these, like now. I huffed a laugh and stepped into the kitchen. Jazz was already pouring me a mug of coffee. As I walked over to accept it, he gave me a serious, narrow look. I know what that face means. I met his gaze steadily. I wasn't intimidated by Jazz, and I'd speak in this conversation the way I always did, respectfully, but honestly. Is there a problem? Watch yourself, Jazz said seriously. Heath's one of our own. Make sure you respect his boundaries. I suppressed another laugh and took my mug of coffee from Jazz's outstretched hands. Yeah, he's made it exceedingly clear what he thinks of me, I said. I can take a hint. Don't fuck with him, Jazz pressed. I rolled my eyes. I have no interest in the kid. And I didn't. Despite the fact that he acted like I carried some plague, he was way too young for me. And I got the sense he might not have a ton of experience. As much as that pushed my buttons, I wasn't going to get burned in that way again. I'd learned my lesson last time. Raven snorted as he set the box of muffins on the kitchen island.
Right, none at all. That's why you were frozen in the doorway, drooling.
Before I could argue, though, Raven opened one of the boxes and nearly squealed with delight.
"Oh, did you make these this morning? Oh, my God, they look amazing."
"Of course I made 'em this morning," I said, half joking and half genuinely offended. "I wouldn't bring you day-olds like some kind of grocery store baker." Jazz warmed up a little at the sight of the muffins. Raven grabbed the first one, and then there was a mad rush as Gunner, Jazz, and Tex all tried to get the biggest, best-looking muffins in the box. I smiled. Seeing people get excited about my pastries never got old. I grabbed the second box, keeping it safe from the hungry horde, and then glanced at Blade. "You ready?" He nodded. "Priest should be in my office already. Come on, Gunner." Gunner mumbled his acknowledgement around a mouthful of pastry. He slapped Raven on the ass affectionately. Raven jumped and swatted at his shoulder with a wide grin, and then followed Blade toward his office. I carried the second box of muffins into the office and set it on Blade's desk. Priest stood up when we entered and greeted me with a firm handshake and a warm smile.
"Dante, good to see you."
"Sir," I said.
"How's Mal?"
"Good as ever," I said. "He sends his best."
"Send him my regards as well," Priest said.
Out of all the Hell's Anchor members, I was most familiar with Priest. He, Ankh, and Dad had been friends for years, ever since Hell's Anchor took control of their territory. I hadn't seen much of Priest since Ankh's death, which was expected, considering all the trouble they'd had with the Vipers, let alone the grief Priest was dealing with. But growing up, Priest and Ankh had been a familiar presence in the Liberty Clubhouse, and I still carried a deep respect and warmth for them. Blade took his seat behind his desk, and I sat in one of the two chairs across from him, with Priest in the other seat. Gunner leaned against the wall with his arms crossed over his chest. Priest took one of the muffins from the box.
"Thanks for these. You brought my favorite."
"Yes, sir," I said. "It's the least I could do." Blade nodded and took a sip of his coffee. "What are the updates with your members who caused all this trouble?" Straight to business, then. I liked that about Blade. No bullshit with him. He always cut to the chase. It made it easy to respect him because you knew he wasn't manipulating you or fucking around. He was a natural leader. If anyone could fill the big shoes Ankh left behind, it was Blade. "Well, first of all, they're no longer Liberty Crew members. They were excommunicated from the club and banished from our territory as well as Hell's Anchor's territory." Blade nodded approvingly. "We haven't heard from them since then," I said. "No trouble so far, but we're not letting our guard down." "Good," Blade said. "And I assume you know the monetary compensation isn't going to cut it for reparations." I nodded. "Of course. Liberty's ready to work with Hell's Anchor in whatever way necessary to keep our good relationship between us." Priest nodded at me, visibly pleased with the conversation, like a proud dad watching his kids. "I've got 2 tasks in mind," Blade said. "Oh, let's hear it," I said. I'd have a chance to speak my case, argue against the reparations if I felt it really was necessary, but that'd be my last resort. I trusted that Blade would be fair, because with what the Liberty members had done, he had every right to kick us out of Hell's Anchor's territory altogether, and I couldn't let that happen. "I was impressed with how easily you handled bringing those 2 under control at once at the Liberty Clubhouse," Blade said. "Gunner and Jazz have been putting together a new training regimen for the enforcers. We want to expand the program and have every patched-in member participate so everyone has at least basic self-defense skills in light of everything that's happened. I'd like you to help out a few times a week with the training as well as the sparring." "I've got some grappling skills," Gunner said, "and Jazz has what he picked up in the joint, but we want to offer a variety of techniques."
Tanner's still with the club, correct? Priest asked.
I nodded. Tanner, my best friend, a.k.a. True, was well-versed in Muay Thai, and I picked up quite a bit from him, as well as some grappling from my dad. We'd trained together since we were kids, and where True had stuck with Muay Thai, I'd expanded onto different styles. Boxing, jiu-jitsu, even a little judo. Yep, he's got his hands full as Sergeant-at-Arms right now, but, I'd be happy to help. Good, Blade said. We think it'd be a good way to tighten relationships between the two clubs as well.
With everything that's happened over the past few months, Priest cut in, we want to bring our two clubs a little closer. We want to be able to count on Liberty Crew for surveillance on our borders when we need it, and for your crew to feel comfortable calling on Hell's Anchor for backup when necessary. It's something we should have done a lot sooner.
I nodded. The ease of this reparative task surprised me. I would have been happy to help Hell's Anchor train their members without having to repay a debt. And I couldn't deny that I'd feel a little more secure knowing I could call on Blade if we had any real trouble with Baxter and Ryder and Tripp. With their excommunication, our ranks were a mere dozen patched-in members. If shit really hit the fan, we might need to call in backup. I'm happy to agree to those terms, I said. Can't say I disagree with your reasoning either. Hell's Anchor's always been a friend of the crew, and I think we're past due on tightening that bond. Blade nodded and wrote something on his notepad. Priest raised his eyebrows expectantly. No one said a word. And the second task? I prompted, a little awkwardly. Blade sighed heavily and scrubbed his hand over his forehead. Baking lessons. I blinked. Surely I misheard. Excuse me? Gunner snorted a laugh behind me. Yeah, baking lessons. Blade leaned back in his chair with a resigned sigh. Everyone won't shut up about the cake you made when the kid got patched in. And you saw how they descended on the muffins. As if to punctuate, Blade took one from the box and began to peel the liner off. No one here can bake. Barely anyone here can cook. Logan can cook, Gunner noted. And Jonah. And that's about it, Blade said. But none of them can really bake. Half of them can't even make a cake from a box. I saw Raven bake the saddest carrot cake the world's ever seen, Gunner said morosely. It melted into a pudding as soon as it came out of the oven. A lot of our members are interested, Blade said. Can't say I understand it, but it came up in church, and that's what we decided on, so training and bacon. Those are the terms of the reparations. I stifled my incredulous laugh. Never in my entire tenure as vice president of the Liberty Crew had I encountered reparations like this. Just another quirk of Hell's Anchor, I supposed. I extended my hand to shake. Considered an agreement. Blade shook my hand with a broad grin on his face. Excellent. Glad to have you on board. As for the details, Gunner said. Right, Blade nodded. When you're on the clubhouse premises, we'll require you to have a chaperone with you. A chaperone? I asked, eyebrows raised. What exactly did they think I was going to do? Priest had known me since I was a kid, for God's sake. Sure, a few of our guys had shown poor judgment recently, but there was no reason for Blade to distrust me. It's a formality, Blade said placatingly. It's in our charter, and I don't want to set a precedent of ignoring the charter when it's convenient for us. Well, all right. That made sense. I eased a little bit, even though I was pretty sure that wasn't the full reason. And in the next breath, Blade proved me right. And I want to give the kid some responsibility now that he's patched in officially, Blade said. He's more than pulled his weight as a prospect, and it's time for him to take on something a little more seriously. I want this to help bring him out of his shell, without the stakes being too high. And I know I can trust you not to pull anything shady. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Is that a problem? Gunner asked suspiciously. It really was. Not only did I have to deal with the mild degradation of having a babysitter, it had to be the kid, of all people. But I didn't exactly have much of a choice. "Not at all," I said. "I'm not going to go easy on him, though."
"Oh, I don't expect you to," Blade said with a grin.
Almost as if it had been planned, there was a knock on the door. At Blade's nod of assent, Gunnar opened the door and ushered Heath in. Even now, surrounded by his president and his sergeant-at-arms, the kid looked terrified of me. His shoulders were curled in slightly, and his wide, doe-like brown eyes wouldn't even glance in my direction. I stared him down, like I could force him to look at me with just my own unrelenting gaze. What was his problem with me? I hadn't done anything. We'd barely even spoken. I was used to getting treated like this at the bakery. Often when I came to the front to work with customers from out of town, they were shocked to find out a guy who looked like me, big and muscled and tattooed, owned Stella's and made the cookie they were enjoying so much. But I didn't expect it from club guys. It fucking annoyed me, enough to overwhelm the little surge of attraction I felt when he chewed nervously on his lower lip. Well, almost enough. Part of me still wanted to drag my thumb over his plush lip and order him to stop. But if he was going to freeze me out, well, I'd do the same thing to him. Suddenly I was a lot less excited about the next few weeks. Chapter 4. Heath.
As soon as I stepped into the office, Dante pinned me with an ice-cold look that cut to the very core of me, chilling the blood in my veins. Apparently, I'd had a good reason to be anxious about this meeting. The last thing I wanted was to be stuck in a small room with Dante, especially in front of my president. The look on his face, almost a glare, like he was annoyed just by the sight of me, shriveled something inside me. Honestly, there was no reason for me to react so viscerally to his disapproval. If anything, I should be used to it. I'd been on the receiving end of a look like that pretty much as long as I could remember, until I'd left home at 18. And maybe that was part of it. I'd worked so hard to be accepted and liked by the men in my life, my brothers in Hell's Anchor. And there was still a part of me that felt that if I did something wrong or failed them in some way, they'd realize their mistake in letting me in the club at all. I didn't want Dante stepping in and messing any of this up for me. I'd worked too hard, and my life here was too important to fuck up over some guy who didn't even know me, who thought he could judge me because of the way I looked.
"Something wrong, kid?" Blade asked.
It wasn't unkind, but it was definitely a reminder. Blade knew about my past, and he knew I could slip into negative headspaces, like the one I was in now. The firm look he gave me was a silent order to remember who I was, the kid, a patched member of Hell's Anchor, and to stop behaving like a spooked prey animal. "No, sir." I straightened to my spine and avoided Dante's gaze to meet Blade's instead. "Jazz said you were ready for me?" Blade nodded.
"Dante'll be working with Hell's Anchor as part of the Liberty Cruise reparations, self-defense training, and some other tasks."
Priest's mouth twitched into a small smile.
"So," Blade continued, "as per our charter, he needs to have a patched-in member with him whenever he's on clubhouse premises."
Oh, fuck. My heart sank all the way to my feet. There was no way I was supposed to play this role. I knew the charter. The chaperone was intended to keep the clubhouse safe when there was a non-member on the grounds. What the fuck was I supposed to do if Dante decided he wanted to cause trouble? There was nothing I could do against a guy of his size, except call for backup. Blade must have seen the disbelief on my face.
"Any questions?"
I swallowed hard. Yeah, I had a lot of questions, such as, why? And didn't he see how this was doomed to go horribly wrong? But I knew those wouldn't go over well, not with Gunnar and Priest and Dante waiting for my confirmation. "Are you sure?" I asked, skeptically.
"You're doubting my judgment?" Blade asked, with his eyebrows raised.
"No," I said quickly. Don't you think there's someone better suited for that job? with more experience? And more muscle. I didn't say, but I knew everyone was thinking it.
I asked you to do it, Blade said. You're a patched member, same as everyone else in the club, and you're perfectly capable of doing this job. Right, Gunner?
Gunner nodded.
We wouldn't assign you to it if you weren't.
I flushed. There was no way I could turn them down now. Blade and Gunner were protective of me, but not in a way that felt condescending or patronizing. It was more like Blade knew how to push me outside of my comfort zone without asking too much of me. He also knew I struggled with refusing orders, and he wouldn't ask me to do it if it wasn't a good fit. So I guess I had to trust his judgment, even if it seemed like a lack of judgment right now. Right, I said. I understand. Dante looked unimpressed with the proceedings. Blade cut his eyes from me to Dante and then back to me.
Is there going to be a problem with this arrangement?
Not at all, Dante said, with a lackluster shrug. No, sir, I said. Blade glanced between us again, and then at Priest. Priest shrugged, too. Blade sighed.
All right, I'm holding you both to that. Now, as for the details, we're looking at 3 months of self-defense training twice a week, and then the baking lessons once a week.
Baking lessons? I asked. I was so surprised I forgot to be pissed about the situation. Self-defense and baking?
It wasn't my idea,
Blade groused, holding his hands out in front of him.
It was Logan's,
Priest said, shooting a grin at me. You know he can't say no to Logan. Right, I said, but I was distracted, already stuck on another detail. 3 months? 3 fucking months I was stuck with Dante. I'd done a lot of grunt work as a prospect, working in the shop, cleaning members' bikes, fixing up the gym, yard work, grocery runs, all kinds of things. I'd pick another 3 months of incessant prospecting tasks over this any day. How was I supposed to cope for that long, being in such close proximity to him? One minute I was anxious, the next I was hungry to get closer to him. It was like whiplash every time we were together.
Remind me what your class schedule is, Blade said, so we can start scheduling these sessions.
They're all morning and afternoon classes this semester, I said. As long as we're scheduling things after 4, I won't have any conflicts.
Great, that makes it easy.
Blade flipped open a calendar on his desk and furrowed his brow.
All right, Gunner and I will start scheduling. Kid, show Dante around the clubhouse.
Now? I asked, as nerves gripped me. I'd thought I'd at least get some time to adjust to the idea of being Dante's chaperone. The title still sounded laughable in my head, but apparently Blade wanted me to jump right in.
Yeah.
Blade didn't look up from his calendar.
Now, no reason to wait.
Finally, Dante turned away from Blade, looking over his shoulder to pin me with that pale blue gaze again. This time it looked like a challenge. Kid, Priest said. I forcibly tore my gaze from Dante's and found Priest to be warm and concerned. He looked at me with a deep furrow in his brow and a slight twist to his lips. He didn't have to say anything for me to see the out he was giving me. If I refused to give Dante the club tour right now, Priest would accept that, and he'd probably give me an out on the task altogether. It was almost tempting, except I joined this club not only for the structure and the family, but to start to get over the issues I knew were holding me back. I'd come a long way, but I obviously still had even farther to go. And if Blade thought this was the way for me to do it, I wasn't going to let him down. I'd deal with all the shit Dante seemed to bring up in me on my own. It'd be fine. It had to be. Sure. I squared my shoulders. Come on, Dante, I'll show you around.
Chapter 5. Dante. After shaking hands with Priest, Blade, and Gunner, I followed Heath out of Blade's office and into the hallway. The kid was waiting for me, hip cocked, arms crossed over his chest. As soon as I closed the door to the office, he took off, walking down the hallway and into the kitchen. I was trying not to stare, but it was hard to look away from the elegant lines of his small body. Narrow waist, slim hips, curved ass, lean thighs and calves. He was light on his feet, not quite like a dancer, but like someone who was aware of his body, who knew how to step without making a sound. I'd always gone crazy for guys like Heath. Small, slight, feminine guys. Guys who were a little submissive, who went pretty and pliant under my hands. I knew looks could be deceiving, especially when it came to roles in the bedroom. But everything I'd seen so far, from the way he carried himself around his club members, to the way he responded to Blade's authority, to the way he refused to meet my eyes, screamed submissive. And I could be wrong, but I couldn't help but think he needed someone to take care of him. He reminded me of my ex in that way. Eddie had been the same way when we first met. He'd had a natural inclination to submissiveness, and I'd been the one to nurture that inclination and open his eyes to an entirely new way of experiencing sex. It had been fun and hot as hell, and I thought it was rooted in the deep connections we had together. But it turned out he didn't like me for me. He liked me as a dom, but not as his dom, one he could use for sex and fun until he got bored, until he wanted a new, sexier, upgraded dom. The fallout had not been pretty, and those were months of my life I'd never get back. Months that I wasn't the business owner and VP and friend I wanted to be. Well, it's not like I had to worry about anything actually happening with the kid. Heath had made it extremely clear he was not exactly happy about this arrangement. From the way he was walking, he hardly even wanted to show me around the clubhouse. "Rooms are up there," he said, gesturing up the stairs. "You've seen the back deck. Kitchen doubles as our meeting spot when we hold church." He was barely even pointing, moving like a surly teenager. Tex, Jazz, Raven, and Logan were sitting around the kitchen island with coffee and the remains of the muffins I'd brought, and looked at us questioningly. "Dante's going to be helping out with the self-defense training," the kid said shortly. "And baking lessons, I guess." "Oh, hell yeah," Logan said triumphantly. "It's actually happening." "Looking forward to it, guys," I said diplomatically. "All right, come on. Jim's downstairs," Heath said with a tone that sounded a lot like annoyance. It made the guys at the table peer curiously at us, and then share a confused look, but no one said anything. Still, it answered my question. It was just me Heath acted like this toward. Great. Heath hurried down the stairs and flicked the lights on. The basement gym was decently sized and looked like it had been recently fixed up. It had unfinished concrete floors, a squat rack, bench press, treadmill, and even a beat-up old heavy bag in the corner. "So, that's it." He turned, ready to head right back up the stairs, though I was sure we hadn't been in the gym longer than 30 seconds. I'd barely had a chance to take in the layout of the space, and I was going to need to be at least decently familiar with the room and its equipment if I was going to plan decent classes. Finally, my irritation got the better of me. "What is your problem?" I asked, a little harshly. Heath paused with one foot on the stairs. He didn't turn to face me, and he didn't answer. "Seriously," I pressed. I was annoyed and frustrated. If he already disliked me so much, I'd rather get it out in the open and deal with it like adults. "What is with your attitude?" "There's no problem," Heath said. He didn't turn around. This was so fucking annoying. I rolled my eyes even though he wasn't looking. "Don't bullshit me." He flinched a little and then turned around to face me but didn't meet my eyes. I'm just... Heath cringed at the shaky sound of his own voice. "I'm just not good with new people." "That's all?" Some of the frustration bled out of me. I didn't want to actually upset him. Maybe I'd been wrong about the kid. Maybe he really was just shy. But I couldn't get a good read on him while he was busy staring at his shoes. "Can you at least look at me?" Heath glanced up, his brown eyes flashing, but quickly looked back to his shoes, like it was too challenging to hold my gaze. But he'd done what I asked. Thinking back to his exchange with Blade in the office upstairs, I couldn't help but wonder, what if it wasn't a question? "Heath," I said in a low, firm voice, "look at me." Just as I'd hoped, his gaze snapped up to meet mine. His brown eyes were a little wide, unsure, like he wasn't entirely sure what he was doing, like he was waiting for more direction. Arousal curled sudden and hot in my gut. So my instincts had been right. He wasn't just a pretty face and a cute ass. He responded beautifully to the slightest order, like my voice was drawing something out of him he hadn't realized was there. As much as I wanted to follow this development, now wasn't the time, nor the place. I wasn't here for my own desires. I was here as the vice president of the Liberty Crew, and I was here to repair the relationship between our two clubs. Messing around with their newest members when he clearly didn't realize what I was doing, or likely what he was doing, was not going to help. "Look, I think we got off on the wrong foot. Can we start over?" I extended my hand for a shake. "I'm Dante, vice president of Liberty Crew. I own the bakery in Junee, Stella's." To my surprise, Heath accepted the handshake without much hesitation. "Heath," he said, "or the kid." His hand was so small it nearly disappeared into mine. That sparked a powerful protective urge in me, interwoven with a thread of desire. He peered up at me, brown eyes peeking through his long lashes. God, I wanted to take him apart and find all the other ways his body fit with mine. As our gazes met, his lips parted the barest amount. Then, as if he realized what he was doing, he snapped his jaw closed and pulled his hand from mine. "Nice to meet you." "The tag suits you," I said. Heath gave me a look, like he was waiting for me to crack a joke about his age or his appearance. I wasn't being facetious, though. I had no interest in teasing him. The handle did suit him, with his youthful appearance and sharp edge of attitude, even though the spark I felt for him couldn't go anywhere, not while I was working with Hell's Ankhor, and not while Heath was so tense around me. I still wanted him to open up to me and be comfortable around me, and I knew that poking fun at him was not the way to go about that. "Thanks," Heath said after a moment, and rubbed the back of his neck like he was a little embarrassed. "Did you want to, he gestured around the gym, "look around or anything?" "If you don't mind," I said. "I'll be spending a fair bit of time down here, I figure." "We usually train here or in the backyard if the weather's good," Heath said. You've got mats?" I asked. "Yeah," Heath said. "They're in the closet next to the locker room. Do you want to—" He hurried over to the closet. No, I said, even though the sight of him eagerly pursuing a task for my benefit doubled the spark of heat in my gut. "Just wanted to make sure you had 'em, and, there's enough space down here?" "It's tight, but it works," Heath said. He glanced at me like he was waiting for something. Acknowledgement, approval. I nodded as I paced the length of the space, getting a feel for how big it was. Yeah, this would work, as long as we kept the trainings on the small side. I was glad to see the heavy bag, too. I was already sketching out lessons in my mind, maybe bringing True in to demonstrate defensive kicks and blocks for the smaller members that couldn't rely on brute force strength alone. "This'll work well." "Okay," he said. Some of the tension eased in his shoulders, but he wasn't anywhere close to comfortable. Was there anything else you wanted to see?" "Well, I'm supposed to be giving some of your brother's baking lessons," I said. "Mind letting me check out the kitchen a little closer?" "Oh, sure." Heath led the way up the stairs, back into the kitchen. The guys had finished their breakfast and cleared out. The muffins had been decimated. The big open main floor of the clubhouse felt suddenly quiet, without the rest of the Hell's Ankhor members talking and laughing. Heath gestured toward the kitchen, giving me the go-ahead, and then leaned against the island. Lucky for me and for the bacon lessons, it was a big kitchen with modern functional appliances. The gas range had 6 burners, and 2 ovens were built in, stacked on top of each other, both with convection settings that I was certain were never used. There was a vast amount of counter space, even excluding the island. This was a kitchen that saw a lot of action. Even if they weren't making anything complicated, they were clearly used to making big meals. From what I could tell, the only thing I'd need to bring from my own stash were my knives, and that was simply because I was picky. Heath cleared his throat. I looked up, and he was watching me intently, lips pressed together.
Everything look okay?
Looks great, I said. Just getting my bearings here.
Okay, Heath said. I'm, sorry about all this.
About what? I said, glancing over my shoulder at him as I poked through their pantry.
Having to make amends for something you didn't do, Heath said. I'm sure it's a pain.
I turned around and leaned against the counter, taking a good look at Heath. Even with the kitchen island between us, Heath seemed affected by my gaze, going a little fidgety under it. It's not a pain, I said seriously, even though there were dozens of other things I could be doing with my time. The behavior of my members, ex-members, is my responsibility, and after what they did, I half expected Blade to boot the whole crew out of Hell's Anchor territory. Heath looked like he was about to argue on Blade's behalf. I held up a hand because I wasn't done speaking, and Heath closed his mouth. Interesting. He was so responsive, even to the gestures I did unconsciously. I needed to keep a tight rein on my own behavior and not let this get out of hand without either of us realizing. As far as reparations go, it could be a lot worse, I said. I get to train and bake, 2 things I love to do, and things I'd be doing anyway. And now, there's the added benefit of tightening the relationship between our 2 clubs. I don't really see a downside, honestly. A slow, careful smile spread on Heath's face. A really lovely smile. His cheeks dimpled. His brown eyes shrank to crescents. He was gorgeous when he wasn't so closed off. I was already hungry to see what other expressions I could coax from him. And fuck. Watching Heath smile. Knowing I couldn't make that smile mine. Well, I was beginning to see the downside. Chapter 6. Heath. The next morning, I had the day off work at the shop, and only 1 class ahead of me in the mid-afternoon. I was grateful for the quiet of the clubhouse. Most of the members were busy with the day's tasks already, working, enforcement, or errands. Only Raven was in the clubhouse now, stretched out on the couch with his laptop open, typing away. He pulled one headphone out of his ear and peered over the back of the couch. Whatever you're doing over there, it smells good. Scones, I said, as I moved them from the rack they were cooling on to a paper bag. Want one? I'd spent the morning feeling frustrated with myself, anxious and annoyed, and doing something with my hands always helped mitigate those feelings. I'd been such a dick to Dante the whole day yesterday, and not in a cool way. I'd been cagey and scared and distracted. Because the more I'd talked to him and watched him move carefully and attentively around the kitchen, the more I'd noticed him. I'd noticed his broad shoulders, muscled forearms, confident posture, and the happy, warm look in his eyes when he saw the double oven setup in the kitchen. And when he'd spoken to me in that low, focused voice when we cleared the air, it was so easy to just do as he asked. And he'd looked so pleased when I did it, too. What did that say about me? Why did I want his approval so badly? I'd been assigned to be his chaperone, not his errand boy. Blade trusted me to act as a responsible, fully patched member. I had to stop getting so overwhelmed when Dante looked my way, or asked me to do something, or told me to do something. Of course I want one, Raven said. He levered his long limbs off the couch and abandoned his laptop in order to snatch a scone off the cooling rack. Oh,
he said, around a mouthful of pastry. "This is really good." "Well, they better be," I said. "They're the only thing I can bake." "Well, that's about to change, though," Raven said. "I feel like we're all going to get roped into Logan's baking lessons." You're probably right about that," I grumbled. But that didn't have to be a bad thing. I couldn't change the way I'd behaved yesterday, but Dante had made a point to start over between us, so I'd decided I'd take a peace offering to show him I was finally on board, too. It wasn't his fault that I had some shit to figure out, and that he happened to make me feel way too much, way too intensely. If he could get his act together, so could I. "What'd you make 'em for?" Raven asked. My cheeks heated slightly. I didn't want to tell Raven I'd made them for Dante. How ridiculous was it to take pastries to a literal baker? But I hadn't had any better olive branch ideas. I still felt a little fragile, though, and if Raven were to tease me about it, I was sure I'd back out, so instead of telling him the truth, I shrugged. Just had some extra time, I guess. I'm taking him to class." "Instead of leaving him for the club?" Raven demanded incredulously, with faux offense. "You all got muffins yesterday," I said. "Don't get greedy." Raven sighed and flopped back onto the couch. "Fine. Next batch is for us, though." "Who says there'll be a next batch?" I grinned at Raven as I finished picking up the scones. "I do," Raven said primly. "Have fun in class. Better you than me." He put his headphones back in and disappeared back into his laptop. I had just over an hour before class began. I packed my things into the saddlebag of my bike. It was a smaller, sleeker bike than most of the members, meant for around town more than long-haul rides. I'd started riding when I got the job at Custom Monks. I figured if I was going to talk to customers about bikes, I'd better know how to handle them myself. And I'd fallen in love with it. The freedom was exhilarating, as was the confidence that came from handling a bike on the highway. Junee was a short ride from Elkin Lake. When I got to the main stretch of the little town, I saw that Stella's wasn't empty, but it was quiet. At mid-afternoon, it was just a few hours until it closed for the day. I parked my bike out front and pulled the scones from the saddlebag before bracing myself to walk to the door. Inside, a chipper young woman with box braids piled into a bun on top her head greeted me with a broad smile. "Hi, what can I do for you?" I glanced over her shoulder into the big, pristinely clean kitchen. Dante stood at the wooden bench in the center of the kitchen, his attention focused intently on the dough he was shaping. Flour dusted his skin up to the elbows, and he was wearing a frayed white apron over his t-shirt and jeans. "I'm with Hell's Anchor. Is Dante available?" The girl's eyes lit up. "Oh, you must be Heath." She leaned into the kitchen. "Earth to Dante." Dante started slightly and then glanced up, like he'd forgotten the front of the house existed. When he saw me, though, his expression softened slightly, and his eyes lit with curiosity. A total 180 of how he'd looked at me yesterday morning when I'd run into him. He wiped his hands on his apron and stepped out from behind the counter.
"Hey, Heath,"
he said warmly but quietly. There were a few customers sitting at a single, long communal table in Stella's dining room, so Dante and I just leaned against the wall near the counter, out of everyone's way.
"What brings you to these parts?"
I swallowed hard. It was still a little difficult for me to fight through my nerves with Dante's pale blue eyes fixated on me. But I'd come all the way here, hadn't I? So I cleared my throat. I want to apologize."
"Apologize?"
Dante furrowed his brow. "Well, for the way I was acting at the clubhouse yesterday," I clarified. "It wasn't anything you did, and I was just out of line. There was no real way to explain it without admitting things I wasn't ready to admit to Dante. It was embarrassing enough, standing here watching Dante's expression grow more and more concerned. It was inappropriate, and I wanted to clear the air." The moment hung between us, and I pressed my lips together. I felt stupid suddenly, like maybe this was a mistake. Maybe this was crossing a line, or I'd read everything wrong.
"Well, thanks for coming by," Dante said. "It means a lot, really."
His approval sent an unexpected rush of warmth through me. Relief. I'd made the right decision. "I'm glad," I said. "I just wanted to make sure you're still all right with our working relationship."
"No complaints here,"
Dante said easily. He smiled then, like he was waiting for me to say something, and he was willing to wait as long as it took. My fingers tightened on the bag I was holding. Dante glanced at it.
"What's in the bag?"
"Well, it's. Suddenly I doubted myself fiercely, standing in this bakery Dante owned, while his muscular arms were dusted in pale flour from all the baking he'd been doing. And here I was, with my sad little bag of homemade scones. What was I thinking?
"Bag lunch? Change of clothes?" He widened his eyes. "Severed limb?"
He was teasing me. His eyes sparkled with silent laughter, and it didn't feel mean either. I bit back a smile. "Here, it's for you." I held the bag out before I could think better of it. Dante took it gratefully and then peered inside.
What are these? They smell amazing."
Seeing his shocked but delightfully curious expression brought some of my confidence back. "Scones," I said. "My mom used to make 'em when I was growing up. They're, made with Sprite. So, like lemon scone, I guess, just as an apology. I'm sure they're not as good as—"
"Sprite, huh?" Dante interjected. "I've never heard of that. I can't wait to try it."
There it was again, that strange warm flush that flooded me when he was happy with something I'd done. I forcefully pushed it aside. Then, to my horror, Dante pulled one from the bag. I hadn't expected him to eat them right away in front of me. He was a professional. Raven had said they were good, sure, and I liked them, but I didn't know if I could stand here and watch him try one. He didn't give me a choice, though, because before I could protest, he was breaking one in half and popping a section into his mouth.
"Oh, these are good," he said,
chewing thoughtfully.
"The carbonation changes the texture. I might need to bring you on as my apprentice to get this recipe."
The rush of anxiety became a rush of relief just as quickly. "Nah, I'm almost finished with school. Can't say I'm chomping at the bit to start another program just yet."
You'll change your mind after you attend one of my Hell's Anchor bacon classes," Dante said easily. "You know, I remember Blade mentioning your classes at the college. What are you studying?"
"Business," I said. "I'm in my last semester."
"Business?"
Dante asked skeptically as he finished the scone.
"God, I don't know how you stand it. The paperwork for running this place is about to drive me insane."
"Well, what do you mean?" I asked.
"Oh, I don't know. The books are always wrong. My accountant quit. I've got inspections overdue, and I have a feeling I'm going to get audited by the IRS any day now."
He sighed and scrubbed a hand over his head.
"I love the bacon part, not the money part. The money part is an unfortunate but necessary evil."
"Well," I carted my hand through my hair, still feeling a little out of my depth, but surprised by how easy it was to get comfortable around Dante, now that I made the decision to try. "I'm new to it all, admittedly, but if you ever wanted someone else to look at your books, I'd be happy to help."
"You're going to regret offering that when you see my office," Dante said with a grin, "because I'm definitely going to take you up on it."
"Wouldn't offer if I didn't mean it." I couldn't help but reciprocate his smile.
"You said you got this recipe from your mom?" Dante asked.
"Yeah." I leaned against the wall. "She was a good baker."
"My grandmother was too," Dante said. "She developed a lot of the recipes I still use."
"Did she teach you?" I asked.
"When I was a kid, yeah," Dante said. "Then I got an apprenticeship with a bread baker here. My grandmother and I both worked here, actually. I bought the place from the original owners a few years ago after my grandmother passed and decided to name it after her." He looked so open to talking about this, warm but a little sad. "I'm sorry," I said. "Oh, it was years ago," Dante said. "I'm glad the bakery's finally got her name on it, though."
I glanced around. Even in the afternoon hour, there were still customers lingering, drinking coffee and chatting. The display case was noticeably sparse. Most of the goods from the day had been purchased. The bakery was clearly well-loved and busy. "Well, from what I can tell," I said, "it seems like she'd be pretty proud." As soon as the sentence had left my lips, I cringed. I had a serious case of foot-and-mouth disease sometimes. I'd never so much as met Dante's grandmother. What did I know about what she would have wanted? My shoulders curled inward of their own accord as I waited for Dante's response.
"You're right,"
Dante said softly but firmly.
"At least I'd like to think she'd be."
He was watching me curiously, and that slight furrow of concern was back in his brow. I liked the way he was looking at me before better. I drew my lower lip in between my teeth and straightened back up, rolling my shoulders down and back. "Sorry," I muttered.
"For what?"
That curious expression was still on his face. It doesn't matter." What was I supposed to say? Sorry for being weird and antsy around you all the time? Sorry for always saying the wrong thing and making things uncomfortable?
"For doing your slouching thing?"
Dante asked. I started.
"What?"
He gave a little half-shrug.
"I've noticed it. When you look nervous, you kind of curl in, make yourself smaller."
"I'm working on it," I said, and felt my cheeks burn. I must look fucking pitiful if he'd already noticed one of my many weird tics. I'd thought I'd had it more under control. Dante hummed thoughtfully.
"Yeah, I'm glad. You look better when you're standing up straight."
Excuse me? He had opinions on how I looked? He thought I looked better certain ways? He noticed me like that? I swallowed hard at the thought. Dante seemed to realize what he'd said as well, because he closed his mouth suddenly and glanced away like he was embarrassed. "Dante!" Mary shouted over her shoulder where she was busy making a latte for a customer. "Timer's going off!" "Oh!" Dante said with a jolt, and only then did we both notice the incessant beeping from the huge oven in the open kitchen.
"Right. Gotta finish up a special order for tomorrow."
I'd almost forgotten we were still in public, at Dante's bakery with Mary watching our conversation with not-so-subtle interest, and customers still in the building. It was terrifyingly easy to lose myself in Dante's attention and forget what I was supposed to be doing, which was delivering these scones and then leaving. How the hell had we gone from hostility to whatever this was in a blink? Even though there was absolutely no reason we should, we just clicked. I felt like I could stay here and chat with him for hours. "I've got class," I said, glancing at the clock, "and I'm going to be late."
"Sorry for keeping you,"
Dante said, but his smile didn't look very apologetic at all.
"And thanks for the scones."
I nodded. We were both hovered for a moment, like we were both waiting for the other to leave first. "Dante," Mary said again, "those sandwich loaves are going to burn." Dante huffed a laugh.
"Oh, Lord, she's right." "Bye, kid."
I couldn't help but stare at the broad, muscular plane in that tight, white T-shirt as he walked back toward the oven. Mary noticed. She winked at me. I felt my cheeks burning. "I'm really going to be late," I muttered, as I turned tail and nearly ran out the front door. Before I hopped on my bike, I pulled my phone out of my pocket to shoot a quick email to my professor about my tardiness. At the top of my inbox was an unread message which was unexpected. I pretty much always keep my school inbox at 0 and hadn't been expecting anything. When I opened it, it was from an obvious burner email, just a random string of letters and numbers. There was nothing in the subject line, and the body of the email simply read, "Watch your back." I winced and marked it as spam. That was weird and kind of ominous, but it was probably nothing. And it kind of looked like the other weird emails that ended up in my spam folder, asking about scam bank transfers and mail order dates. I figured it was one of the dangers of having my email listed publicly on the business department's website. Had to be a bot just trolling for emails and seeing if they were active, looking for easy targets who would freak out at the drop of a hat. Right? I shoved the little edge of fear away and straddled my bike. It was just an email. I had more important things to worry about, like getting my grade knocked down a few points for excessive tardiness, or a certain tattooed motorcycle-riding baker.
Chapter 7. Heath.
As much as I enjoy doing this,
Jazz grumbled,
I'm getting really sick of moving these goddamn mats.
I laughed as I helped Jazz drag the last mat from the closet and onto the unfinished concrete floor of the gym. Tex and another patched-in member who I didn't know quite as well, Joker, were finishing up moving the weight training equipment aside to create as much space as possible. We had the setup down to a science at this point, but it was still a time suck. "We should just keep it set up this way," I said.
Yeah, if you could convince Jazz to stop lifting every other day,
Tex complained.
We wouldn't have to do this.
"If you started weightlifting," Jazz said warmly, "maybe your arms wouldn't be so scrawny."
I'm choking you out in front of everyone because you said that,
Tex said easily. Jazz laughed as we adjusted the mat. The setup wasn't that bad, but Tex and Jazz would take any opportunity to rib each other. And I thought the training was a great idea. Training with Jazz had been intimidating at first, but after a couple months of sessions I felt stronger and definitely more confident in my ability to defend myself. I hadn't realized how much that feeling would boost my confidence. And after all the recent trouble we'd had with the Vipers and then the ex-Liberty guys, I understood why Blade wanted us all to have a basic understanding of self-defense. And I even understood why Blade wanted Dante to help out. He had a different knowledge base of self-defense tactics, and the more variety we could get in these lessons, the better equipped our members would be. I couldn't help but be a little nervous about it, though. My visit to the bakery 2 days ago had eased the tension between us, but I was still nervous around him. Only I was nervous not because of his size or his strength or his powerful presence in a room, but because instead of wanting to get away from him, now I'd started wanting to get closer. I liked it when he smiled at me approvingly, when his pale blue eyes lingered on me almost appraisingly. I'd never felt this way about anyone, and especially not a big guy like Dante. It made me feel off kilter, a little fumbling, like I couldn't figure out how to behave normally around him. Because every time he looked at me, it was like my brain short-circuited. For some reason, I wanted him to see me as desirable, even if I had no plans or even ideas of acting on that. But I wanted him to see me as an adult, a man, and that wasn't going to happen if I kept acting like a confused teenager every time he was around. But as his chaperone, whenever he was in the clubhouse, I'd have to be with him. It'd be relentless. And even if a crazy part of me wanted him to desire me, there wasn't any reality in which he actually would. And if he found out I wanted him, I'd die from embarrassment. Basically, I was a bundle of nerves and confusion. And the whole game would be starting in 10 minutes when I was due to meet him out front.
"Kid,"
Jazz asked, with his eyebrows raised,
"you spaced out there? What's up?"
I blinked back into reality. Tex and Joker were finishing the setup for the class, and I was clearly not helping, lost instead in my own thoughts. "Oh, nothing, just didn't sleep well last night." From the snort of acknowledgement, Jazz clearly didn't believe me, but he didn't press either, for which I was grateful. Since he'd gotten out of prison, Jazz had, to my surprise, become one of my closest brothers in arms, and now that Jazz and Tex had gotten their act together, I was growing closer to Tex too. They were both a little protective of me, but not in a way that felt condescending. I liked knowing that my brothers had my back, the way brothers are supposed to, the opposite of the ones I'd grown up with.
"If he gives you any trouble, just let the enforcers know," Tex said.
I didn't have to ask to know he was talking about Dante. He was good at seeing through my bullshit.
"Just because you're the chaperone doesn't mean you're the only one responsible."
I nodded. No way I could tell them I wasn't worried about Dante trying something that was a threat to the club. I was way more worried about myself. How was I going to keep things professional between Dante and me when it seemed like all it took from him was a certain glance to get me falling all over myself to make him smile? Thanks, I said. I'm pretty sure I can handle him, though. Joker whistled low.
I know I'd like to handle him, that's for sure.
Jazz snorted. I tried not to roll my eyes. Joker was a patched-in member, same as me, so I had to treat him with some modicum of respect. He'd gotten patched into the club just as I began prospecting. Though he wasn't part of the inner circle, and he'd rubbed me the wrong way since the moment I met him. His tag came from his incessant, irreverent commentary on nearly everything. Sometimes he was funny, sure, but I found a lot of his quips to be more passive-aggressive and cutting than anything else. But no one else seemed to be bothered by it, and he'd never been super close to the inner circle, so I kept my mouth shut. I didn't like Joker making cracks about Dante like that, though. It seemed disrespectful. Dante was helping us out with training and working to build the bonds between our two clubs, and all Joker had to say in response was some half-assed joke about wanting to screw him? It grated on me, even as I knew I was disproportionately annoyed. This was just Joker being Joker. Tex glanced at his phone.
Dante should be here by now,
he said.
You better go up and meet him.
Right. As much as I was grateful to have a reason to put some distance between me and Joker, going straight to Dante was not exactly the way I wanted to do it. But it was my job, and I was out of time, so I hurried upstairs and onto the front porch to invite him inside. Dante was waiting in the gravel parking lot, leaning against his bike. His long legs were crossed at the ankle, and the muscles of his thighs and calves stretched the denim of his riding jeans so visibly it looked like it might tear. He was scrolling through his phone, and since he was distracted, I took a moment to let myself look. Sometimes guys of Dante's size often carried themselves like they reveled in how big they were. Like the ex-Liberty guy who'd come into Ankhor Works to cause trouble. Like they knew they could get what they wanted with a certain flex of their biceps or threatening set of their shoulders. Casually scrolling through his phone, though, Dante didn't look like that at all. He looked functionally strong, like his size was something that just happened because of the life he'd chosen to live, not because he wanted to be big and intimidating. I watched the muscles in his forearms shift as he fiddled with his phone, remembering the way they'd stood out and flexed as he kneaded dough in the open kitchen of Stella's. How the flour had dusted his tattooed skin. When he stood close to me, leaning against the wall of the bakery, he smelled a little like the tang of yeast and the crust of bread, a warm and comforting smell from the day's work. And now, watching him, I wondered what it would be like to have him fold those arms around me. What would it feel like to lean against that broad chest as he held me close? What would he smell like after a ride like the one he'd just taken? Sweat, oil, leather, a warm edge of fresh baked bread. The club was my safe place, despite the inherent dangers of being a motorcycle club. The members were my family, and they protected me in a way that my real family had never done. But when I watched Logan and Blade and Jonah and Maverick, I couldn't help but feel the little twinge of jealousy. Not only did Logan and Jonah have the club, but they had partners too. Protectors. Someone to lean on unconditionally. I wanted that, even though I usually didn't let myself think about it. I was so tired of facing the world alone. But Dante didn't seem interested in any of that. He had his club responsibilities, his bakery, and now the reparations with Hell's Anchor. His hands were full enough. And even if he was looking for someone, he could have anyone he wanted. Why would he waste his time with a kid like me? He'd basically have to hold my hand every step of the way. I'd never even done more than kiss anyone else. I'd be a pain in the ass. He'd be better off with a quick, easy lay or someone as confident and experienced as he was. Oh, God, I was wasting too much time thinking all these maudlin thoughts when I had a job to do. I steeled myself. Hey, Dante. Dante glanced up from his phone, and that warm smile I'd already grown to anticipate spread across his face.
Hey, kid. Ready to get this show on the road?
I am, if you are, I said a little teasingly, the way he seemed to like, just to see his eyes sparkle in reaction. It surprised even me, but it also worked. He laughed as he tucked his phone into his pocket and stood up straight.
Lead the way.
He tucked his hands in his pockets and waited for me to do just that. The silence between us wasn't quite awkward, but it wasn't quite comfortable either, even after our conversations at Stella's. I didn't want him to feel unwelcome, though. Even though these classes were a reparative task, it was still intended to boost relations between our club. I didn't want our rocky start to stand in the way of that. And selfishly, I wanted him to talk to me more. I wanted him to want to talk to me. We're starting out in the basement today, since it's so hot out.
Sounds good,
he said, still smiling. He wasn't making a move to walk toward the front door, clearly waiting for me to go first, but I wanted just another minute alone. So, what kind of fighting style do you know?
Style?
Dante asked. Like, wrestling, grappling, or is your background more in, boxing? I hadn't thought about it, but as soon as I asked, anxiety flared up suddenly in my chest. God, I hoped it wasn't boxing. That'd make this whole thing a lot harder. Why had I even brought that up?
Muay Thai, actually,
Dante said. I blinked in surprise. Like kickboxing? Dante raised one knee demonstratively, so he was balancing on one foot with loose fists raised by his face in a defensive stance, and that big smile was still on his face. It should have scared me, seeing him suddenly strike a fighting stance like that, considering how often I'd been on the wrong side of it with my brothers. But it was so loose and playful, it only made me laugh.
What? He asked. I don't look the part?
I don't know. I thought kickboxers were usually,
Smaller?
Dante finished for me. I shrugged, biting back a smile. Yeah, I guess so.
My best friend True is the one who taught me,
Dante explained. He swung his gym bag over his shoulder.
He's really good, insanely fast, strong too. He started learning Muay Thai as a kid. That's actually how we met.
I nodded toward the front door, and we walked toward the clubhouse side by side. You met via kickboxing?
Well, I was getting my ass kicked behind a diner, Dante said with a fond, nostalgic smile. I was always big, so sometimes I got a little overconfident and ran my mouth to the bullies too much. True heard the commotion and kicked one of the guys off me so hard it scared the other two away. Then he proceeded to make fun of me endlessly for being so much bigger than them but unable to defend myself.
And that's how you became friends? I asked, as we stepped into the clubhouse. The common area was empty. Everyone who was attending was already gathered in the basement. An ass-kicking?
He took pity on me, Dante said with a laugh. He dragged me straight to his dojo. We've been training together ever since.
Oh, you must know a lot, I said.
I know a little bit about a lot of things, Dante said, which is good for self-defense. I've tried out a lot of styles, but True's really loyal to Muay Thai.
Well, you must be good.
Pretty good at sparring, Dante clarified. He's iffy on most other things.
Jazz has been teaching me, I said. Not Muay Thai, more like, well, it's not really a style. Just things he picked up in jail.
Oh, honestly, that's probably the most effective style there is, Dante said. Everyone downstairs?
I nodded.
All right, that's good. Everyone ready to go?
Dante rubbed the back of his neck and then glanced at his watch.
And we're still on schedule. Good. Gotta make a good first impression.
It was hard for me to imagine a way in which Dante wouldn't make a good first impression. With how tall and muscular and friendly he was. Even if I hadn't gotten that impression the first couple times I'd met him. Obviously, I was in the minority. Something about seeing the little edge of nervousness in him made me like him even more. Because he wanted this to go well, too. It made him a little less intimidating, a little more real. Right, was all I said, because I didn't think I was in any position to reassure him, and led him downstairs. Jazz, Siren, Tex, and Joker were idling around on the mats. Siren leaned back on her hands and laughed at something Jazz said, while Tex rolled his eyes. Joker was only paying attention halfway, His eyes focused more on Dante as he descended the stairs.
"Hey, guys," Dante said. "Thanks for waiting. Let me change real quick and we'll get started."
He nodded at his gym bag pointedly and slipped into the locker room. Everyone nodded back, and I dropped onto the mats a little ways away from the other members, a little closer to the locker room door. I chewed on the edge of my thumbnail as I waited. I was definitely not straining my ears to hear the barely there rustle of clothes hitting the floor over the chatter of conversation. That would be creepy and pathetic and weird. Talking to Dante was distracting enough. What if he came out in some tight t-shirt and sweatpants that hugged his ass? I might not be able to focus on the content of the class at all. I was going to struggle enough already. "Oh, shit," Joker said, overly casual. "Forgot me hand wraps." He stood up from the group and then shot me a wink as he followed Dante into the locker room. My heart dropped hard to my feet. The conversation stopped. Siren, Tex, and Jazz glanced at the locker room, and then at me. Oh, hell no. This wasn't part of my chaperoning duties. And yet, the thought of Joker proposing something to Dante, or worse, teasing him with that cold demeanor he sometimes took on, made me want to follow him in there. Maybe this was part of my job as chaperone. If Joker made Dante uncomfortable, well, that wasn't good for the club relations, was it? But what if he didn't make Dante uncomfortable? What if Dante was interested? Well, that made my stomach turn even more. And for what? Joker wasn't my favorite person, sure, but he and Dante were both grown adults. They could do whatever they wanted. It was none of my business. Unless it was. Unless I made it my business. Jazz raised his eyebrows and nodded pointedly at the door to the locker room. Well, I didn't have to go in there guns blazing. I could just interrupt. Make sure Joker wasn't being an asshole. And if he was really getting his hand wraps, I'd leave. This was fine. It was normal. It was part of my duties as chaperone. I repeated that to myself as I took a few steadying breaths, trying to settle my heartbeat into something close to normalcy. The thought of Dante and Joker alone in the locker room just made the nausea worse. The urge to stop it, whatever it was enough to overwhelm my anxiety. It didn't make sense, and it was probably unfair for me to butt in. But I had to do something.
Chapter 8. Dante. I stripped off my riding jeans quickly and stepped into my gym sweatpants. I wasn't worried about my ability to teach this class well. I'd instructed a lot of Liberty members in my years with the club, and even a few community classes in Junee. I could probably teach this class in my sleep. I was worried about staying focused, though, because when Heath had walked up to me outside with a shy, friendly smile playing on his plush lips, I almost forgot how to speak at all. He was just so pretty, with his blonde hair unstyled and fallen into his brown eyes. And he was a little more comfortable with me this time, asking questions, teasing even. And I liked that on him. I wanted him to feel comfortable around me. More than comfortable, I wanted him to let go of all that self-consciousness. I pulled off my t-shirt. Thoughts like that had circled through my mind for 2 days now. How much I liked it when we were alone together. Some of the tension seemed to slip away from him. How I wanted to be that safe space for him. Wanted to compliment him, praise him, make him even more comfortable, build his confidence. And I couldn't stop thinking about how good he'd look under me. How my hands could almost encircle his narrow waist. How he'd flush and look away until I asked him to meet my eyes. No, until I told him to. God. I pushed the image out of my head forcefully. Getting an inappropriate hard-on while instructing a Hell's Anchor member was not a good way to build interclub bonds. And regardless of that, I knew I couldn't trust my own inclinations. His inexperience was magnetic, especially since he was so responsive to even the smallest of orders. I longed to push him a little further and show him how good it felt to submit. How special.
I wanted to be his first. And I'd learned that was a really fucking good way to get my heart broken. The door to the locker room opened and then shut with intention. I glanced over my bare shoulder from where I was pulling my athletic shirt out of my bag. I don't know who I expected to see, but it wasn't this stranger. Tall, slim, and muscular, with green eyes and a square jaw, objectively handsome. And he knew it, too, from the way he carried himself, and tilted his head just right so the light in the locker room cast a shadow on his long, lean neck. "Sorry," the guy said in a tone that suggested he wasn't sorry at all. "Just wanted to grab me hand-wraps." His green eyes skated over my bare back with a clear appreciation. "I'm Joker." "Dante," I said, as I turned to face him. I had my shirt in my hands, but I lingered bare-chested for a moment. Joker was clearly interested. Maybe that'd be good for me, help me blow off a little steam with no pressure, distract me from things I shouldn't be wanting. "Oh, you won't need hand wraps today."
"Oh, yeah?" Joker asked. He stepped closer. "What am I going to be doing with me hands today?"
I raised my eyebrows. Joker didn't back down an inch, though. He winked at me, half playful, half predatory, and I let my gaze wander over Joker's body curiously. I tried to imagine what it'd be like to fuck him. He had a nice mouth, nice jaw. But every time I tried to think about kissing him, touching him, pushing my cock into his mouth, I couldn't focus on the man in front of me. Another face kept springing to mind. Blonde hair, brown eyes. Maybe I should go for it anyway. Maybe it'd help get that face out of my mind. Before I could make a decision, the door to the locker room swung open again. Heath paused in the doorway and glanced between us. His eyes widened and a pink flush rose high in his cheeks. Sorry, he stammered. I realized suddenly how it must look. Joker was dangerously close to me, and he didn't back off, even with Heath here. I was still shirtless, and Joker didn't bother to stop staring at me. "Just, Heath said, making sure everything is okay in here." "Oh, good," Joker said easily, his tone low and almost sultry. "Right, Dante?" Heath cut his gaze to the floor quickly. He looked a little nervous, like he was waiting for one of us to kick him out of the locker room. Awkwardness hung between us. From the way Heath's gaze suddenly snapped up to me, then Joker, then back to the floor, I almost would have thought he was jealous. But I had to be projecting my own desires onto him. There was no reason for him to be jealous. He was probably just nervous about his chaperone role. This was kind of a weird situation for a chaperone, I figured. Joker hitting on me wasn't inappropriate, per se, but it wasn't exactly appropriate for the situation either, especially when I was here in a teaching capacity. I tugged my shirt on quickly. It was a tight, long-sleeve shirt that clung to my torso and arms. It was convenient for sparring lessons, reduced skin-on-skin contact, which not everyone was comfortable with, and didn't get in my way when I was demonstrating movements. Heath's gaze snapped to my chest and the flush on his cheeks deepened. "Cool. Okay, good. We're all ready, whenever you are." Then he turned and scurried back out the door. Joker grumbled something, but I didn't hear him. I was too busy watching Heath run out of the changing room like a spooked cat. I left my boots and clothes askance in the locker room as I hurried to follow Heath out. Siren, Tex, and Jazz all stood as I exited the locker room. Joker trailed behind me, and he didn't look disappointed exactly, but he looked a little irritated. Heath was standing near the wall, the flush still present on his cheeks, his gaze fixed firmly on the mats. I immediately wanted to crowd into his space and ease away that tense expression, which was absolutely inappropriate, especially right now when I needed to be teaching. Not to mention how unwelcome it would probably be. I shoved that urge away and tried to focus on the task at hand. "All right," I said as I stepped barefoot onto the mats.
So as y'all know, I'm Dante, the VP of Liberty Crew, and Blades asked me to help out with some additional self-defense skills.
Heath looked curious, but still a little antsy. The best way to get him to ease up was to emanate ease myself. That much I'd learned from my classes at the dojo and the beginning of my time with Eddie. I continued my spiel, speaking casually but with a foundation of confidence. Now, the purpose of these classes is not only to develop self-defense skills, but to get everyone a little more comfortable with applying them. No point in knowing how to break a hold if you freeze when you need to do it. So, for that reason, we're going to be sparring a lot. The point is not to repeat the motions until you can do them right, but until you physically can't do them wrong. I bounced a little from foot to foot, loosening up.
Jazz, want to help me demonstrate?
Jazz looked a little surprised, but nodded and stepped onto the mat across from me.
Light and easy, I said, at least until everyone gets a mouthguard.
Jazz nodded in agreement.
Anything off the table?
I chuckled.
Use your judgment. Oh, you might regret that, Tex said from the sidelines.
I grinned, but otherwise ignored that insult and then nodded at Jazz as a signal to start. Jazz dropped into a comfortable fighting stance, a boxing stance it looked like, with his hands in loose fists by the face. His keen amber eyes tracked my hands and shoulders as he threw a few quick, easy jabs to test my reactions. We circled like that for a few moments, throwing and slipping jabs, learning each other's speed and style, at least until Joker called from the back.
Okay, now do something.
Jazz shook his head a little in annoyance, but threw 2 quick jabs at my face, drawing my hands up. When I threw a right hand in retaliation, he slipped low and hard to the left, ducking the punch and landing his own right hand beneath my ribs. It wasn't a hard punch, but it was fast. If he'd put power behind it, I'd certainly be feeling it. He remained close after throwing the punch, trying to manage the distance between us and keep me on the defensive, which allowed me to catch my foot around his and sweep his legs out from under him. What I wasn't expecting, though, was for Jazz's arm to wrench around mine as he went down, dragging me down as well. He was good. Reactive, sure, but good. And a defensive, reactive style made sense for him. He'd just gotten out of jail not long ago, and in the joint he probably was looking to end fights as quickly as possible, not start 'em. I wrestled out of his grip and popped back to my feet. Jazz did the same and shot me a victorious grin. Sparring Jazz was fun. It had been ages since I'd sparred with a new partner. I knew all the styles of the Liberty guys so well I could practically predict their movements without thinking. Being surprised by a sparring match was a thrill I hadn't felt in a while. We traded shots for a few more minutes like that, dodging punches and low kicks, trying and failing to bring each other to the floor again.
All right, Siren said. That's all well and good. But what about those of us who aren't the same size as the guys attacking us?
She gestured pointedly at herself and Heath. Fair question, I said. There was still a faint blush in Heath's cheeks. He stood a little behind Siren, tapping the knuckles of his thumb against his lips like he was trying not to chew on his nail. He looked enraptured. I heard how Heath had taken down one of Crave's guys, earning a mean scar across the palm of his hand for his trouble. It was reflective of the unexpected steel thread of strength that ran through Heath. I wanted to give him a chance to show the other members what he'd learned with Jazz, help him feel a little more confident and comfortable, and, selfishly, another chance to get a little closer to him.
Lots of ways to incapacitate an attacker bigger than you. Heath, help me out.
Heath balked.
What? You know a couple of takedowns, right?
I motioned for him to step up.
Come on, let's show one.
Heath glanced around at the other Hell's Anchor members like someone might step in and save him. No one did, though, and so Heath straightened his shoulders a little and stepped onto the mats.
You know how to break chokeholds, right? I asked.
He looked a little wide-eyed, but nodded.
All right,
I said, and motioned him over.
So let's say I've got you in a standard chokehold like this.
I took Heath by the wrist and tugged him closer, and then wrapped my arm loosely around his neck so his chin rested on the muscle of my forearm. I kept my other hand gently on Heath's wrist, keeping his arm behind his back, and Heath's hand flew instinctively to my forearm at his neck. God, it was nice having him this close to me. His body was slim, shivering against mine, and this close I could smell the hint of warm sweat on his skin and the sharp tea tree oil of his shampoo.
He stammered as his fingers dug into my arm. The other members watched with some interest. I knew Heath knew how to break this hold. I nudged his foot with mine to encourage it. "Come on," I said, trying to calm him. "You won't hurt me." Joker barked a laugh.
"Ha! Like that's even possible."
I felt Heath swallow where my arm was pressed against his neck. He shifted his foot back to catch around mine. It was the correct move. He intended to knock me off balance to break the hold, but he didn't put any power behind it, instead just knocking his toes against the back of my calf so he leaned against my arm around his neck. "Close," I said encouragingly. Heath didn't seem encouraged. I released him, taking my arm off his neck. Unfortunately, I did it at the exact same time he went to try to break the hold again, and he lost his balance, his foot catching on my ankle as his body weight shifted forward. He stumbled forward and landed hard on his hands and knees with a thunk. Joker cackled a laugh again.
"Nice one, kid." "Oh, can it, Joker?"
Siren said irritably. She stepped onto the mat and offered a hand to help Heath up before I could.
"You good, kid?"
"Fine," he ground out. "Want to go again?" I asked tentatively. I knew he could do this. I wanted him to show the rest of them, especially Joker, that a guy of Heath's size could, with the right move, easily take down a guy as big as me, that Heath could do it. But Heath just shot me a dark look as he exhaled hard. He shook his head roughly and stormed up the stairs to the clubhouse living room. Joker was still chuckling to himself. "Nice job, Dante," Tech said with an exasperated sigh. "I'll go talk to him," Jazz offered. No, I said, waving Jazz off. "I'll go apologize. It's my fault. I shouldn't have sprung that on him like that. Can you take over for a few minutes, Jazz?" The grimaces I received in response made it clear the members, other than Joker, obviously agreed that I'd fucked up. I'd wanted to give Heath an opportunity to show everyone what he was capable of, and I'd ended up humiliating him instead. Fuck! I hurried up the stairs. I could only hope he'd give me a chance to explain, and that this wouldn't set us back to square one. Embarrassing a patched member in front of his brothers and sister was not exactly a great way to start improving the relationship between Hell's Ankhor and the Liberty crew. But for some reason, I wasn't as worried about club relations as I should have been. I was only worried about the sharp look of betrayal and hurt in Heath's eyes when he'd landed flat on his back. Chapter 9. Heath. I shouldered the door to my bedroom open and stormed inside, shutting it firmly behind me. In the privacy of my bedroom, I pressed the heels of my hands into my eyes. I was embarrassed and angry, and I felt like such an idiot. I thought Dante was a good guy, that he liked me even. Not like I'd been starting to think I maybe liked him, but like we could have been friends. And I was beginning to feel a little better about this chaperone role. Thought maybe it might not be so hard. Priest trusted Dante, so I had too. But apparently he was only nice when it was just the two of us. Once we were in front of the rest of the members, he was more than happy to humiliate me in order to make himself look better. Had Jazz been too good of a sparring partner? Did Dante want someone he could easily demonstrate his skills on? Or was it Joker? Oh, he must have wanted to impress Joker. I'd clearly interrupted something when I'd busted into the locker room. The way they'd been looking at each other, it was obvious they were both interested. Maybe calling on me to volunteer was Dante's way of getting back at me for ruining whatever he and Joker had been about to do. Why wouldn't Dante choose Joker? Joker was muscular and tall and had those sharp, keen green eyes. He was handsome. He was bold and confident and forward. Just because I was Dante's chaperone didn't mean I belonged to him. Or, not that way. That was backwards, even if that was what jumped to mind immediately.
I stepped into my bathroom and splashed cold water on my face to clear my thoughts. I met my own eyes in the mirror. When I'd gotten stabbed by a viper riding with Tex last year, I'd started to realize that Hell's Anchor had my back just the way I was. I didn't have to try to be someone else for them to care about me, or accept me. That's when I'd stopped dyeing my naturally blonde hair darker and stopped trying to act more standoffish or tougher than I was. I stopped trying to play the part of the machismo guy that had been drilled into me when I was younger and tried just being myself. To my surprise, once I started doing that, I only grew closer with the other members. And sure, maybe I was liked, but was I respected? I'd thought Dante was starting to respect me, that I was earning his respect. But I guess he was just another bully looking for an easy target, just like my brothers. I wasn't exactly sure why that disappointed me so much. I was nearly 21, but my reflection didn't look much different than my 16-year-old self. That was part of the reason I'd started dyeing my hair in the first place. I hated seeing that hurt, desperate kid every time I looked in the mirror. I'd thought I'd come so far over the past year or so that I'd moved past all that shit. But with embarrassment and humiliation roiling inside me, and the sharp high sound of Joker's laugh, the memories came rushing back. My twin brothers, Joshua and Mark, forcing me into the ring at the boxing gym they trained at with my dad, in shoes that were too big and gloves that were too heavy just for a chance to knock me around. They were both excellent boxers, just like Dad. And when they said they were training me, he believed them. And after Mom ran out on us, there was no one to question my brothers, who'd always been hard on me for being a little too soft. But it hadn't been training at all. It was just a public pummeling. I wondered sometimes if they blamed me for Mom leaving us, or if I just reminded them too much of her because I had her hair, her eyes, and her slight build. Joshua and Mark were tall and muscled and dark-haired, like Dad. I remembered Joshua dragging me, broken-nosed, into the gym's locker room and stuffing tissue painfully into my nostrils. "If you'd stop acting like a fucking pussy," he hissed, "and act like a man, I wouldn't have to hit you so hard." But nothing I did made them stop hitting me. Dad never stopped them from training me, never asked me about the bruises or the blood, or even if I wanted to train at all. Dad's career was the only thing he cared about. Especially after Mom left. He acted like looking at me hurt him, and I had a feeling he approved of what my brothers were doing. He probably wanted me to be tougher, stronger, to banish the memories of the woman he'd pushed away. So, Dad ignored me, ignored us all, and threw himself into his own training. He practically lived at the gym. He had fight after fight, clawing his way up the ranks in hopes of going professional despite his age. He kept fighting better guys, younger guys, faster guys, until one of those guys hit him with a right cross in the temple in just the right way. He dropped in the ring and died of a brain bleed on the way to the hospital. After that, Joshua and Mark stopped pretending to train me and just took their anger out on me instead. I turned away from my reflection, forcibly shoving the memories away. I was so sick of being pushed around. Every time I started to gain a little bit of confidence, it seemed like some asshole bully would bust in and knock me around just a little, as if the universe wanted to prove to me that I shouldn't get too comfortable, that I wasn't worth respecting, and that I shouldn't expect that. And I was fucking sick of it. I'd been short with Dante at first, sure, but I'd apologized and he'd accepted. Even if he hadn't, there was no reason for him to humiliate me in front of everyone else the way he'd done. A knock on the door pulled me out of my thoughts. I paused in the bathroom doorway.
"Heath?"
Dante asked through the closed door.
"You in there?"
The anger in my chest flared even hotter. I thought I'd made it clear that I didn't want anything else to do with his class, that I needed some space. What right did he have to show up at my door like I was a little kid who needed to be scolded for skipping school? I flung the door open. "What do you want?" Dante's blue eyes widened slightly at my sharp tone. He'd never heard me raise my voice before. His surprise pissed me off even further. Well, I was capable of anger, I wasn't just some meek little kid. And if he'd expected me to be quiet and shy when he was the one who had humiliated me, he had another thing coming. That was a real dick move, I snapped. You're supposed to be here to teach us self-defense, not to embarrass me in front of the rest of the club because you can. Dante said nothing, opening and closing his mouth briefly, like a fish, like he hadn't come to apologize for that. His lack of response pissed me off even more. Or was that exactly what you meant to do? I asked sharply. Jazz was too good at sparring, so you needed an easier target to prove you're good enough to be teaching us? Dante tilted his head to the side slightly. Now he didn't look like he was surprised, but rather curious about what else I had to say. I'm not a prop for you, I continued. I've got things to learn too, like everyone else, but I'm not going to be your little toy to demonstrate moves on so you look good. Something in Dante's eyes sparked when I said that.
Are you done?
His gaze flickered down my body head to toe and then back up. Now that I'd started talking and he was listening, my anger bubbled in me like boiling water threatening to spill over. I just didn't want to stop. And asking me if I was done, how patronizing could he be? I folded my arms over my chest. Maybe I was, but if you're going to stand there and condescend to me, maybe I'm not.
Lay it on me,
Dante said.
You're cute when you're mad.
Cute? Cute? The anger that had been simmering like an ember suddenly burst into a flame, surprising even me with its vitriol. I wasn't cute. I was a patched-in member of Hell's Anchor. I was his fucking chaperone. So first he humiliated me in front of everyone else, and then he came to my room and condescended to me instead of apologizing? He thought I couldn't defend myself? Couldn't stand up for myself? That I was an easy target? I didn't even consciously make the decision. It just happened. I closed the distance between us, grabbed his forearm, and then kicked my leg out and behind his. With my foot, I jerked his feet toward me roughly, and it worked. He yelped in surprise as he lost his balance, and I caught his other arm in hand. He fell backward through the doorway, halfway in my bedroom and halfway in the hall. I toppled over with him, my body halfway on top of his, caught up in the momentum. I'd done this move with Jazz plenty of times, but it had never gone quite like this. Dante's blue eyes were even wider now, staring at me. His forearms were so strong under my hands, and my foot felt tiny against the curve of his calf. I released his forearm suddenly, like the contact burned, but then I had to stabilize myself with my hands on his chest. That was even worse. The firm muscle of his pecs under my hands was so steady and warm and moving up and down the barest amount with each breath. He watched me carefully, unmoving, on the floor, his shocked expression melting back into something curious, like he was waiting to see what I'd do next. Desire surged through me as overwhelmingly as the anger had. Without quite understanding why, I wanted him to grab me, flip me over, press my back into the floor instead, maybe pin me there with one broad hand that had spread over most of my chest, maybe calm me down with that stern, steady voice of his. What the fuck? The force of that fantasy almost scared me. I'd never had a hookup, let alone a boyfriend or whatever I was imagining here. I scrambled to my feet, untangling our legs and putting some distance between us. My cheeks flushed hot, and I stared at the floor. If Dante was angry at me, if he wanted to retaliate, I didn't think I'd be able to defend myself like that again. Not without the element of surprise. Dante raised himself up onto his forearms and crossed his legs at the ankle, looking perfectly comfortable from the floor.
Shit, Heath. Why didn't you do that in the gym?
What? That wasn't the question I was expecting. Dante grinned and stood up slowly.
That's a good move. That's what I was expecting downstairs. You made that look easy.
I swallowed hard. Dante took a step over the threshold into my bedroom. Behind him, the door was still open. For a moment I was nervous he'd be judgmental about the state of my room. The rumpled covers on the bed, the club leather tossed carelessly over the desk chair, the half-drank coffee on the nightstand. But he didn't even seem to notice. His eyes were focused only on me. It was a little anxiety-inducing, but also I kind of liked being the center of his attention. and yet I couldn't quite find any words to say. It was like having his gaze on me shut down part of my brain function, but not in an entirely bad way. While his gaze was on me like this, the rest of the world seemed to melt away, like I could finally stop ruminating on my past and worrying about the future, because his attention demanded I be fully present, right now, in this moment. But I still couldn't speak, too caught up in whatever was happening. So I just shrugged a little, unsure how to explain it. I could do a move like that when I needed to, but not under the watchful eyes of my fellow club members because it wasn't a game to me. These skills weren't for play, like the sparring Jazz and Dante had done. This could be life or death for me. It already had been once, when Crave's guy had a knife to my throat.
"What changed?" Dante asked. "What made it different now?"
It mattered now, I said carefully. Downstairs I thought, well, it felt like you wanted a punching bag, someone to demonstrate on, so you could show everyone what you knew, like you wanted me to fail. Dante's face fell. He looked pained, like I'd physically struck him. To my surprise, that made me feel awful. I didn't like that expression on him. I realized I'd been so upset not only because I'd felt humiliated, but because I'd felt like I'd failed him. Because it wasn't crazy for him to suggest that I demonstrate the move with him. I did know how to do it. It was only my own nerves that had kept me from pulling it off. And if I was less anxious, less myself, I would have been able to do it. I wanted him to see me as capable, strong, but when he put me on the spot like that, I'd frozen like a kid. That was the really humiliating part. If I had pulled it off, maybe I would have impressed him. Maybe he would have been proud. I wanted that. I wanted him to be impressed, which I knew was weird. I hardly knew him. And yet, there the feeling was, rattling in my chest.
No, that's not what I wanted at all, Dante said, surprisingly earnest. I knew Jazz had been teaching you, and I'd heard about how you handled those Viper guys at the college campus. You've already got some skills, more than some of the other Hell's Anchor members do for sure, and I just wanted a demonstration.
His big, handsome smile tentatively appeared on his face again.
Like the one you just gave me.
Oh. He didn't want to make an example of me. He wanted me to make an example of him, to show the others how a guy with my build could take down a guy like him. I didn't realize... Dante waved away my explanation.
I shouldn't have sprung it on you like that,
he said.
I should have talked to you about it first.
My breath caught in my throat. Dante took a small step forward. He towered over me, but it wasn't scary now. It was intoxicating, even a little overwhelming. I had to tilt my chin up to meet his eyes. His gaze darted over my face, and his smile faded as it was replaced by something a little darker, a little more wanting. His lips parted, and his tongue darted out to wet his lower lip. No fucking way. If I'd thought I'd seen interest in his eyes when he was looking at Joker, it was nothing compared to how he was looking at me now. He wanted me. How is this possible? I'd wanted him to desire me, but in an abstract way, the way you imagine being a millionaire someday. It wasn't ever going to actually happen. And yet, here he was, looking at me like that. I was so fucking out of my depth. A guy like Dante had to be, experienced. He clearly knew what he was doing, just from the way he held himself, and from the way he looked at me. What if I screwed it up? He'd just think I was a naive kid, and he wouldn't necessarily be wrong. But also, I didn't want to let this moment pass by. If I wanted experience, if I wanted love, I had to go for it myself. Leaving home and joining the club had taught me that. No one was going to hand me anything. I had to push my fears aside and jump. So I raised up onto my tiptoes. and kissed him.
Chapter 10. Dante. I couldn't stop looking at Heath. His expression was so open, so curious, so different from the narrow-eyed anger he'd turned on me when I'd first come to his room. His brown eyes gleamed, and a pink flush was high on the apple of his cheeks. The sweat from the training session made his blonde hair look a little rough and tousled, and I wanted to card my fingers through it and mess it up even more. I'd been flummoxed when he knocked me on my ass, so efficiently and with so much power. It was so different from the Heath I'd seen downstairs. He'd been pissed off, fiery with it, and I'd been so surprised by the difference that I'd pissed him off further. But he'd stood up for himself, so fearlessly. That turned me on like crazy, made me want him even more. I loved a man with a submissive streak, but it was even better when he had a backbone. When I knew he was giving up control to me because he wanted to, not because he was compelled to. And after that takedown, I knew that's how Heath was, even if he didn't seem to know it. Maybe he craved a little support or instruction, but he wasn't looking for anything someone deigned to throw at him. He'd push back when he was uncomfortable, and that made the giving in all the sweeter. I was staring at his plush mouth, trying to decide if I should say something to break the tension, or apologize, or just wait until the reparative tasks were over to ask him out. Because I couldn't kiss him, not now. Not when I was here in Hell's Anchor Clubhouse as a guest and made a mess of things already. And when I really needed to make a good impression on Blade and the rest of the inner circle. Making a move on their newest member was not the best way to do that. And after Eddie, I knew how my heart worked. It wouldn't be just a kiss. I got attached way too easily. The best thing to do was to keep my distance. And then, Heath did something else that flummoxed me. He pressed up on his tiptoes and kissed me. Oh, this was a bad idea. And I should have pulled away as soon as I started. But every moment of Heath's mouth against mine made me want more. His lips were so soft against mine, almost hesitant. Less of a kiss and more of a gentle, sweet contact. Like he was waiting for something. Like he was waiting for me. Without thinking, I wrapped my arm around his waist and hauled him flush against me. Heath gasped with pleased shock into my mouth and looped his arms around my neck. I deepened the kiss, taking control of it easily with my free hand sliding to his nape. When I opened my mouth against his, drawing his lower lip between mine, he responded beautifully with a sigh as his mouth dropped open. I dragged my tongue slowly over the curve of his lower lip, then brushed my tongue over his, and a shudder ran through Heath's narrow body. I kicked the door closed and then spun on my heel, with Heath still held tight against me. I pushed him against the closed door and boxed him against it, kissing him again. Heath laughed a little breathlessly at the manhandling. God, he was pretty. His cheeks flushed even darker pink, and his lip was swollen from the rough kiss. Despite how I'd tried to deny it, all the thoughts I'd had about Heath, all those glances we'd shared and the shy little smiles Heath had given me, had built into a powerful desire inside me. And now that I was kissing him, I felt drunk on it, like I couldn't stop. I wanted to hear every little whimper and moan I could draw out of his small body. Wanted to see if he flushed on his chest the same way he flushed on his pretty round cheeks. Heath's hands twitched at his sides. I broke the kiss and gripped him hard by the hips, pressing him to the door with greater pressure, and then mouthed along the curve of his jaw. "You can touch," I said. Heath shivered. "Touch me," I said, a little more firmly. As soon as I said it, I knew I shouldn't have. I shouldn't be pushing his boundaries with orders like that. Not yet. I hardly knew him, and we certainly hadn't discussed it. Sure, it was mostly harmless, but I wasn't an irresponsible dom, and once I got a taste, I knew I'd want more. Yet, as soon as I said it, Heath's small hands moved across my abs. His palm slid easily over the slick fabric of my athletic shirt, and he inhaled sharply at the contact, like he was shocked that he was allowed. "Good,"
I couldn't stop myself from saying it. The words just slipped past my tongue. Heath shivered again and touched me with a little more intention, his hand sliding up my sides to my pecs and then back down. I kissed him again, open-mouthed and filthy as I pinned him to the door. Then I slid my hands from his hips to his body, under the hem of his shirt and up, rucking the fabric up as I went until it was beneath his arms. Under my hands, his skin was deliciously smooth, his body firm with toned muscle, but still so small and narrow. I broke the kiss to admire the view. God, his body was perfect, slim and pale and smooth all over. I skated my hand from his hip across his abs to his chest and flattened my palm over his perfectly small rosy pink nipples, which hardened rapidly under my hand. He inhaled sharply.
"Gorgeous," I murmured.
Heath swallowed hard. He stilled suddenly, and he dropped his hands off my body to hang limp at his sides. He ducked his chin down as I touched him. It was like a switch had flipped. Suddenly he wasn't pressing back up into my touch or touching me or even looking like he wanted me at all. Concern doused my arousal like freezing cold water. I pulled my hand away and rested one hand on his hip, on his pants, not his skin.
"What is it?"
Heath drew his lower lip in between his teeth.
"Sorry, it's fine. It's nothing."
"It's clearly not nothing," I said. "The last thing I wanted was for him to be uncomfortable again, because of me, again. Not after things had finally started to ease between us. I wasn't about to let Heath withdraw into his shell again." "Come on." I placed my forefinger under his chin and tilted his face up. I met his eyes. "Tell me the truth."
Heath swallowed again. His lips parted. The effect my commands had on him was intoxicating. It was like I could see the worries slipping from his mind as he recentered on this moment and onto me. God, I wanted to push that further. But now wasn't the time. We needed to communicate about this, especially if it was going to go in the direction I wanted it to.
I don't really know what I'm doing," he managed to say.
The blush was so deep now.
"I've never done this."
"Done what?" I asked, biting my tongue on a pet name. "Not yet." I assumed he meant he wasn't experienced with taking orders, and I didn't want anything I said to make him more uncomfortable. It affected him so obviously. But if he didn't know that about himself, I understood how it could be jarring. If he wanted to talk about it now, we'd talk about it now.
"Anything,"
Heath admitted.
"I mean, this is the furthest I've gone with anyone."
He cringed at his own words, turning his head like he wanted to move away from me. I dropped my hand off his hip. "You're a virgin?" Fuck. I just fucking attacked him, basically, so lost in my own desires that I hadn't even considered that he might not be ready for that. Or for anything besides a kiss. We hadn't even talked about this, whatever it was. I just went for it like an inexperienced dom who was only thinking about how good it would feel. God, I really was an asshole. I took a step back to give him some breathing room. Heath tugged his shirt down, then wrapped his arms around himself. He looked so small and vulnerable, and I was gripped by the sudden desire to cover his body with my own again, to protect him somehow. But it was my fault he felt the way he did. The last thing he needed was for me to decide what he needed. I grimaced. How could I have been so impulsive and irresponsible? I wanted him to feel safe with me, and I'd pushed him too far. What a rookie move. "I shouldn't have done that," I said, when Heath remained silent, the unhappiness clear in my voice. I'll give you some space, and it won't happen again." Heath's face crumpled. My heart sank. I did that to him. I'd violated him.
And now I was pulling away from him like I'd hurt him. Because I had. Fuck. He deserved space and privacy right now, not my dumb old face in his business. I cursed under my breath and left his bedroom, pulling his door closed behind me. In the hallway, I ran the palm of my hand over my forehead and tried to swallow the regret rising in my chest. The next morning, I was exhausted and distracted as I shaped petard after petard, pressing the dough hard into the bench with the heel of my hand. I'd hardly slept the previous night, tossing and turning restlessly as I recalled the kiss over and over in my mind. Communication was the most important aspect of any relationship, I knew that. And it was even more so when you started introducing any sort of power play into it. So why had I let communication lapse so badly when Heath had kissed me? Just because Heath had taken the initiative to kiss me didn't mean I'd had any right to pin him like that, touch him like that. I'd scared him, ignored his boundaries. I'd acted in exactly all the ways I shouldn't have, if I wanted him to trust me. I'd let myself get swept away. Something about Heath made me feel like a teenager again, caught up in desire that was so overwhelming it made my head spin. And I couldn't let that happen if I wanted to take care of Heath. I needed to be fully present, but attentive, so I could put his needs first. Oh God, I was doing it again. It was just a kiss, but I was already spinning out fantasies when what I really needed to be doing was getting a grip. Just because he'd kissed me and reacted the way he did didn't mean he was a sub. And even if he was, after Eddie, I didn't know if I should even get involved with another sub at all. Not with everything going on in the club. "Careful, son, you're going to knock all the air out of that dough," Dad said warmly as he stepped into the open kitchen. I glanced down at the loaf I was shaping and cringed. He was right. I'd overworked it, and now it likely wasn't going to rise in the oven. Dad leaned his hip against the bench and crossed his arms over his chest. "What's going on?" he asked. His brown eyes narrowed in concern. I sighed and took my hands off the ruined loaf. Dad hardly looked older than me, in a worn old T-shirt and his faded club leather. He was shorter than me, but just as broad. People who didn't know us often mistook us for brothers instead of father and son. But the worry on his face now was nothing but paternal. "From the look on your face, I'd guess it's boy trouble," Dad said. I sighed again, heavier this time. I could never hide anything from him. He'd been open about his own bisexuality ever since I was a kid, so I'd never had to worry about explaining my own preferences. Dad was always accepting, and he'd helped me through my last rough breakup with good humor and grace. "That's one of the guys in Hell's Anchor," I admitted. "Oh?" Dad raised his eyebrows. "I've got a chaperone when on the premises," I said. "Their most recently patched-in member." "The kid," Dad said with a nod. "I remember seeing him at the clubhouse that day. Definitely your type." I cringed. Embarrassing that Dad knew my type, but I'd been going for Heath's type for as long as I could remember. "I know. We had kind of a rocky start, but I thought things were improving. We were getting along a little better. I was even beginning to think he might have been interested in me, the same way." "Okay," Dad said. "And?" "And I fucked it up," I admitted. For as close as Dad and I were, I wasn't about to tell him exactly how I'd fucked it up. The kid's a little anxious, and he was scared of me at first, I think, or at least intimidated by me. So I spent all our time together trying to warm him up to me and show him that there wasn't anything to be afraid of. "Right," Dad said tentatively. "But yesterday," I rapped my knuckles on the bench and shook my head, frustrated with myself even at the memory. "I undid all that work, made it worse. He probably trusts me less than he did at first." "You hurt him?" Dad asked bluntly. "God, no." I'd scared him, that much was clear, but I hadn't hurt him. I'd never do that. I didn't communicate the way I should have." Dad nodded.
like that was the answer he expected.
"You're worried about him?"
"Yeah." I rubbed the back of my neck. I was worried that I'd fucked up too badly, that I'd scared him off for good.
"You must really like this kid," Dad said gently.
He was right. I hadn't felt like this for anyone in a long time. Not since my breakup with Eddie, but I wasn't quite ready to admit that, at least not out loud. We just click, you know. When he opens up to me, there's definitely something between us, and I think there's potential for a relationship, but on the other hand, he's, inexperienced.
"How inexperienced?"
Dad asked, eyebrows raised again. "Very," I said.
"But you still see potential?"
I didn't tell Dad everything, but he knew my previous relationships had been unconventional. He knew I wanted to be with someone who wanted to give up a little of control to me, and he knew that was part of the reason my last relationship had ended. "Yeah," I said. "And even if I can make things right with him, what if it happens again? What if I'm just his practice round? And once he figures out what he wants, he drops me for someone else?" And that was the other part of my hesitation, even though it was a new part. Heath was a virgin. He'd never been in any sexual relationship before, let alone a relationship like the one I wanted. But he was so responsive to me and so sweet and compliant when I gave him orders that I couldn't shake my intuition that he'd love being mine. But maybe he'd love it so much that he'd start craving more. Something beyond what I could give him. Something rougher, harder, more intense, with fewer strings attached. And he'd realize how easy it'd be to get that from other people in certain cities, in certain clubs, the way Eddie had.
"Don't you think you're getting a little ahead of yourself?" Dad asked. "I can practically see your mind running in circles from here."
I shook myself a little. Dad was right. What was the point in worrying about that when I wasn't even sure if Heath would even want to see me again?
"What did he say?" Dad asked. "When you scared him?"
I grimaced at the memory. He'd looked so small and sad with his arms wrapped around himself. "Nothing, he just shut down."
"And so you left?"
"Yeah," I nodded. "I figured he'd want to be alone."
You figured."
Dad narrowed his eyes. I bit my lower lip. Dad was getting that look on his face like he was about to chew me out a little bit.
"Did he tell you he was scared?" Dad asked.
No.
"You could just tell?"
I thought so. But fuck, Dad was right, wasn't he? As always. I hadn't really checked in with Heath at all. I just decided what his reaction was. I hadn't actually asked him. I decided again what he needed, even after I'd tried to do the exact opposite.
"Well, if there's the potential you say there is," Dad said slowly, a little teasingly, "don't you think it might not have been unwise to just walk out when he was clearly going through something intense?"
My heart sank. I hadn't thought about it like that, but Dad was right. I just assumed he wanted me gone. I hadn't actually asked him. What if I hadn't scared him? What if he was just overwhelmed? After all, he'd bravely told me about his lack of experience, and I just left him alone to figure it out himself. What if he thought I was turned off by his virginity, or something insane like that? I closed my eyes. So I was an asshole, and a shitty dom.
"It sounds like it's just a misunderstanding," Dad said. "Pull your head out of your ass and talk to him."
Like it's that easy, I grumbled. But I knew he was right.
"It is," Dad said with a shrug. "You're the one making it challenging."
"How would you know?" I argued good-naturedly. "You haven't dated anyone in years."
"Doesn't mean I forgot how," Dad shot back with a grin. "I'm too old now anyway."
I scoffed. "Oh, can it? You don't look any older than me."
"Key word there being look," Dad said. "I feel old." My damn knees hurt standing on this hard floor without my kitchen shoes on. Now come on, what do you need help with to finish the work for the day?"
Dad stood next to me and helped me get back to shaping the rest of the petards so they could proof slowly overnight and be ready to bake late tomorrow morning. "How's everyone holding up at the clubhouse?" I asked. I felt guilty being so absent from the club lately, especially when we were still reeling from the betrayal of 3 different members. Since Baxter, Ryder, and Tripp had been excommunicated from the club, our numbers were brought down to merely 12, barely enough to call ourselves a club. But I knew that I was doing what I had to do to keep our club well-funded, and to keep relations good with Hell's Anchor, or at least I was trying.
"Surprisingly well," Dad said. "Those guys have been a drain for a while. I think everyone's grateful to have them out of the picture, even if it's a big loss in numbers. We'd love to see you around a little more when you can."
"Makes sense," I said, ignoring the last part. I knew that Dad wasn't trying to make me feel guilty. He genuinely meant it, and knew I'd be around when I could. Now, there was definitely some tension between those 3 and the rest of the club. It had been simmering for a while, but whenever anyone brought it up, those 3 always shrugged it off or accused us of being paranoid. It was almost a relief to have my intuition about them proven right, even if it led to having to repair our relationship with Hell's Anchor. "Any word of them around the territory?"
"Not that I've heard," Dad said. "They're technically banned from not just our territory, but Hell's Anchor as well, so if they show up, there'll be some retribution. But we don't exactly have the manpower to run patrols through the entirety of Hell's Anchor's territory right now, so we're relying on our connections to other clubs to pass along the word if they hear anything."
"Nothing yet, though."
"Nope. And it'll stay that way if they know what's good for 'em."
"Damn right," I agreed, thwacking a shaped loaf of dough on the bench for good measure.
"I'll keep my ears to the ground for any whispers of those 3, Dad said. "You just keep doing what you're doing."
"What?" I asked. "Screwing up my friendship with my Hell's Anchor chaperone?"
"Oh, don't beat yourself up. You'll figure it out," Dad said warmly.
He patted me firmly on the shoulder, leaving behind a white, flowery handprint.
"Just keep up the good work with the club, all right? This is going to end up being a good thing for Hell's Anchor and the crew. I got a good feeling about it."
"Well, that makes one of us." I finished shaping the last loaf. The work had gone a lot faster with Dad helping.
"You were always dramatic," Dad said warmly. "You got anything else you need help with?"
"No, that's it for the day," I said. "Thanks, Dad, really." I always felt better after I talked to him. He was grounded and wise and always made me feel like I could climb out of whatever hole I'd fallen in this time, and reminded me that I wouldn't be climbing out of it alone.
"Of course," he said with a smile. "Proud of you, son. I'll see you back at the clubhouse, all right?"
I nodded. Dad was right. Hiding out of the bakery wouldn't fix anything. If I wanted to take care of Heath, the first thing I had to do was talk to him. If only it were that easy. Chapter 11. Heath. I finished scanning a paragraph in my business textbook and realized that for the 3rd time I'd absorbed exactly 0 of the words on the page. With a sigh, I dragged my eyes back to the top of the chapter and started again. It was a slow day at Custom Onks. There was plenty of work for Maverick and Jonah to do. The orders simply kept coming in, but not a whole lot of foot traffic for me to field. On days like this, I often ended up studying behind the front desk if there wasn't anything else for me to do in the shop. And today, the place was spotless. Maverick had all the help he needed with techs on duty, and Jonah was busy working on sketches in his office with Grace and her playpen just outside it. I didn't mind days like this, though. The open concept of the shop gave it a friendly atmosphere. And behind me, I could hear Maverick and Tex bantering as they worked on an engine together, and Jonah chiming in occasionally from his office. It was comfortable, homey, and something I'd never get tired of.
"Pretty nice to finally have a few quiet days in a row, huh, Heath?" Maverick asked.
I spun around in the office chair, grateful for the excuse to abandon my reading for class. I propped my elbows on my knees and my chin in my palm. Maybe for you, you've got stuff to do.
It was nice, though, to have things start to go back to normal. With Crave finally out of the picture and the Vipers officially taken care of, we had a lot less to worry about. Things had finally started to settle back into a semblance of normalcy.
"Don't you have studying to do?"
Tex asked, pointing a tool I didn't know the name of at my textbook. "I am," I said, even though I wasn't.
"Well, looks more like you're brooding,"
Maverick said as he picked through the toolbox for the right-size wrench.
"You're quieter than usual today."
I shrugged. I guess I had been a little quiet all day. I was ostensibly attempting to study, but it was clear I hadn't gotten anything done. I was distracted and tired. I hadn't slept well the night before, and I'd been stewing over what had happened between Dante and me after the disastrous self-defense class. I'd known I was taking a risk when I told Dante I was inexperienced. I knew that a lot of guys found it a turnoff. I didn't want him to be disappointed if things kept going, and I didn't exactly know what to do. Or worse, to think I didn't want him if I got a little lost or overwhelmed. I just hadn't expected his reaction to be so bad. He jerked away from me like I'd burned him. But God, before that, his hands on my skin, his mouth devouring mine, it had felt so good and so all-encompassing, and it scared me how much I wanted it, how much I wanted him. That was clearly never going to happen again, though. It was obvious that he didn't want to mess around with someone as inexperienced as me. He seemed somewhere between disgusted and pitying when he looked at me after I told him, and my self-esteem had plummeted so fast I felt like I'd been pushed off a cliff. I'd wanted to fucking curl up and die under that expression. And now, after a sleepless night of ruminating on it, the hurt had coalesced into embarrassment, too. What had I been thinking? Dante was tall, muscled, handsome, friendly, successful. He could probably get any guy he wanted. Why would he want to waste his time with an inexperienced, scrawny guy like me? Someone he'd have to teach and be patient with. He probably figured I was a lot more trouble than it was worth. And how could I blame him? So far I'd caused him nothing but headaches. And yet I'd thrown myself at him anyway. I sighed as Jonah stepped out of his office and scooped Grace out of her playpen. Grace yawned and clung to Jonah's neck. "You do seem a little off," Jonah said gently as he crossed the room to lean against the desk at my side.
"Is it about yesterday?"
Tex asked. "What happened yesterday?" Maverick asked with a concerned furrow in his brow. Tex cringed, glancing at me apologetically. I sighed again and carted my fingers through my hair. "It's not a big deal." Maverick glanced between Tex and me, still not following, but curious. I groaned, knowing that Maverick wouldn't let it go, and that the others wouldn't let him. We had our self-defense class yesterday. You know how it is." Tex pressed his lips together.
"I don't,"
Maverick said, not unkindly. "Oh, it's fine." I really wasn't ready to talk about it. Not when I could barely get my own feelings about Dante straight in my own head, about everything that happened. It's just, I'm still getting used to working as Dante's chaperone, and there was a misunderstanding during class yesterday.
"He mess with you?"
Maverick asked a little dangerously.
"Need me to teach him a lesson?"
No, I said, waving off Maverick's half-serious offer. "Well, it's not like that, just, I don't know." "Need to clear the air?" Jonah asked. Grace babbled in agreement and tugged at Jonah's hair. "Yeah, I guess so," I said.
"Must be kind of hard to have those conversations since you're on chaperone duty whenever he's here," Tex said. "You should go see him on his turf."
Maverick nodded.
"I agree, if you feel safe doing so."
I warmed a little at Maverick's concern that he didn't think I was being silly or weak for being intimidated, even if he didn't know the half of it. "You think so?"
"Oh, it's a show of good faith," Maverick said. "Shows you're invested in a good relationship outside of the chaperone duties. I'd be impressed if I were in his shoes." "Me too. Not a bad idea," Tex agreed.
Jonah shifted Grace in his arms and came around behind my chair. I can cover the desk. Not a damn thing going on in here today anyway. Wait, now? I asked, my eyes widening. I should go now?
Why not? Maverick said. I know your schedule's pretty full with school and club duties. We can cover the rest of the afternoon if you want.
Maverick, Tex, and Jonah all looked at me expectantly, and I really didn't have a good reason not to go, other than my own burning embarrassment at what had happened. But it'd be better to suffer through that in private, have a chance to deal with the aftermath of Dante's rejection at Stella's, rather than at the next scheduled training. And, admittedly, I kind of wanted to see him again, at the bakery, when he was in his element, dusted in flour and smiling. Oh God, I was so fucked. But I nodded in agreement and packed up my things while steadfastly ignoring the knowing grins and elbow nudges of my brothers-in-arms. And the ride to Junee really worked wonders for my racing, circling mind. Riding always did, made me feel a little freer and a little more in control at the same time. By the time I parked my bike outside Stella's, I felt a little more settled, and like I could actually do this. I was still nervous, but I knew talking to Dante was my only option, because despite what had happened, we still had to work together, and from what I'd gathered, he was like me, willing to put personal issues aside for the betterment of our clubs, or at least I hoped so. I hesitated outside the door. The bakery was scheduled to close in just a few minutes. I only hoped Dante would have a minute or two to spare. Or maybe it'd be better if I came back later, when I'd planned it, give him a heads up. Maybe it wasn't the best idea to just show up like this. I was staring at the door, debating, when suddenly it swung open so fast it almost smacked me in the face. I took a stumbling step back.
Oh, sorry about that, Mal said. I don't always look where I'm going.
Mal was shorter than Dante, but not by much, with the same square jaw, but rich brown eyes where Dante's were ice blue. He offered his hand to shake, and I accepted it tentatively. He tracked over my face, and then to the patch on my leather jacket. A slow smile spread on his face.
Right, the kid. Heard a lot about you.
And God, that made me nervous. But Mal's easy smile made me feel a little better. I plastered on what I hoped was a bashful smile. Don't believe a word of it, sir. Mal barked a surprised laugh and clapped me on the shoulder so firmly it made me stumble a little.
Dante's just finishing cleaning up in there. He'll be happy to see you.
Before I could ask what Mal meant by that, or maybe protest that that couldn't possibly be the case, he was walking away with a jaunty wave. Not able to back out now, I steeled myself and stepped into the bakery. As the door swung closed behind me, a bell tied to the handle announced my arrival with a jingle.
Oh, sorry,
Dante called from the kitchen. He was the only person inside. The front counter was clear of goods and all the display lights were shut off.
We're closed for the day, but we'll be back open tomorrow morning.
I said from the front room. Hey,
Oh!
Dante shuffled out of the kitchen, wiping his hands on his apron.
I didn't realize it was you. Flick the lock and come on back.
I pressed my lips together a little nervously. But this is what I'd come here to do, wasn't it? And hesitating would only make it worse. So I locked the door to the bakery and stepped behind the counter into the big, open kitchen. It was spotlessly clean. The big wooden bench table in the center carefully scraped. The stainless steel prep tables scrubbed to sparkling. The only flour in the place appeared to be on Dante, dusting his forearms, and a stray streak on his neck as well. He pulled his apron over his head and hung it on a hook on the wall, and I couldn't help but stare at the strip of skin on his waistband that appeared when he raised his arms.
Listen, Heath,
Dante, I wanted to... Our eyes met briefly, sending a nervous thrill down my spine. And then Dante looked away and rubbed the back of his neck. I didn't know what he had to say, but I was the one who'd shown up at Stella's, so I figured I should at least say what I came to say first. I'm sorry. Dante's sharp eyes jumped back to meet mine, this time with a small furrow of confusion in his brow. I shouldn't have done that, I said. I felt my cheeks grow hot, and I looked down at my feet instead of meeting Dante's eyes, confident enough to say the words, but not enough to see Dante react to them. Kiss you, I mean. We're supposed to be working together, and that's not how I should be behaving as a chaperone, especially when we'd gotten off to such a rocky start as it is. It was unprofessional of me, and I'm sorry for putting you in that position. After a few seconds of silence, I dared a glance up at Dante's face. Dante blinked at me, still looking confused. I just want to be able to work together, I said. That's all.
No, I'm the one who should be apologizing to you,
Dante said.
I moved way too fast.
What? I asked. That wasn't what I was expecting to hear at all.
I just lost my head a little bit after you kissed me, Dante said, cringing in embarrassment. But I shouldn't have been so forward. I pressured you into taking it further and didn't even talk to you about it first.
You didn't pressure me, I said. Dante looked so unusually unsure of himself, and I found myself wanting to soothe him. I took a step forward, close enough to touch, but I couldn't make myself close the distance entirely. I wanted that. Dante's eyes leaped to mine, suddenly burning with renewed interest. Encouraged by his reaction, I forced myself to continue. I thought you didn't want to continue because I'm so inexperienced.
Oh,
Dante said in a small voice. He frowned, and then drew his lower lip in between his teeth thoughtfully, looking at me with a different kind of regret.
Oh, Heath.
Shame and embarrassment rushed through me, turning my blood to ice in my veins. I hated the distressed look in his eyes. The last thing I wanted was for Dante to pity me. Had it sounded like I was whining? Fuck, I hadn't meant it that way. I just wanted to be straightforward and mature. But I probably sounded like a child. I wasn't the kid. I was just some kid. Some pathetic nobody who couldn't even manage to get laid well into his 20s. I grimaced. I couldn't bear to just stand here under that sympathetic gaze. Better to just head back to Elkin Lake before I made even more of a fool of myself and suck up the awkwardness the few times a week I had to act as his chaperone. I turned to leave, but before I could so much as take a step toward the door, Dante's flower-covered hand folded over my shoulder.
Wait.
I swallowed hard, but didn't turn back around to face him. I should go.
That's not what I thought,
Dante said, with an edge of frantic desperation in his voice.
That's not why I stopped yesterday.
What? Before I could talk myself out of it, I asked, Then what was it? Dante kept his hand on my shoulder, but his touch was light as he stepped a little closer. He was telegraphing his movements, I realized, giving me plenty of time to move or pull away if I wanted to. But I found I didn't want to, so I held my ground. His other hand fell to my hip, his touch so light it barely counted as a touch. But there was still space between us, a space so small I thought I could feel the heat radiating from Dante's body.
I got a little overexcited, he said in a low voice close to my ear. It's not that I wanted to stop. It's that I wanted to keep going too badly.
My breath caught in my throat. That couldn't be right. And yet, here Dante was, curling his fingers into the curve of my hip, like maybe he still wanted. I took a careful step back, closing the distance between us. My back pressed to his stomach and chest. Dante exhaled hard, and dropped his other hand to my hip as well, gripping a little harder, pulling me close. He was so much taller than me that his hips pressed into my lower back, and I could feel the shape of his half-hard cock there. Heat coursed down my spine, hot and sudden, and I gritted my teeth to resist the urge to grind back against him.
If you've waited this long, your first time should be meaningful, Dante murmured. Not some rushed make-out session that went too far.
Ugh. So he thought I was still a virgin because I was waiting on the right person. And honestly, that was better than the truth. The truth was that I would have jumped into bed with Dante right that second, because it wasn't any sort of moral boundary that kept me inexperienced. It was my shyness. And, okay, a little bit of my insistence that I at least know a guy's name before we had sex. But how could I say that now? I could barely even think straight with Dante's hands on my hips and the pressure of his cock against my body like a promise.
"I should have stayed and talked to you," Dante said. "I'm sorry for just running off like that. I wasn't in my right mind, I guess."
He huffed a laugh close to my ear, a puff of hot breath that sent a thrill through me. "Are you ready now?" I asked quietly.
"Not sure," Dante admitted.
I slid my hand over his, pushing it harder down on my hip.
"But,"
Dante said. "But?" Oh, there was always a but. I dropped my hand.
"Now's probably not the best time,"
he continued hesitantly. I sighed and pulled out of his grip, putting some space between us as I leaned against the bench. Dante's eyes tracked the motion, lingering openly at my hips where I knew my own erection was visible in my tight jeans. He was right, of course. Right now we could hardly manage our business relationship. Anything that could happen between us would just be a complication to what his real reason for dealing with me was, repairing the relationship between Hell's Anchor and the Liberty crew. But for all that, I'd been expecting it. The rejection didn't hurt any less. I felt it like a punch in the sternum, radiating all through my body as I leaned a little heavier against the bench. Sure, Dante wanted me, but not enough to put the reparations at risk, which, obviously, he wouldn't take that risk for me. He hardly even knew me, but it didn't help my embarrassment about throwing myself at him twice, and being turned away twice.
"We'll still be all right to work together, right?"
Dante asked too gently. His hands twitched like he wanted to reach for me, but he kept a careful distance. I carted a hand through my hair and tried to regain my composure. "Of course. Yeah, no problem at all."
"And I mean,"
Dante continued,
"not just as co-workers."
Hope flared in my chest.
"I want us to be friends, too."
And it burned out just as quickly. Just friends, of course. I'd been stupid to expect anything different. "Sure," I said, as I shoved down the rejection. But Dante's gaze was calling my bluff. So I straightened up and fixed a friendly smile on my face, and then offered my hand to shake. "Seriously, friends. I'm glad we could clear the air. Again. Fuck, I'm sorry, I'm doing such a lousy job as a chaperone." Dante's expression eased a little, and he took my hand in both of his, so large that mine nearly disappeared in his grasp.
"You're doing just fine, kid," he said. "But I'm glad we can clear the air, too."
So that was that. Friends. That was what I'd wanted when I came here. The best I could have hoped for, wasn't it? I held Dante's gaze for a moment, until that familiar twist of heat in my gut returned, and I pulled away. Friends. It was better than nothing, I guessed. Even though my dick, a little too obviously, disagreed. It was going to be a long few months.
Chapter 12. Dante. Luckily for my sanity, I had a few days to regain my equilibrium before I had to work with Heath again. I had been shocked when he showed up at Stella's a second time, sure that I'd have to be the one to approach him, awkward and regretful. But despite his obvious nerves, he'd faced the discomfort head-on, showing a bravery he clearly didn't think he possessed. Bravery that I'd love to test and explore. No, I could not go there. We were finally on solid ground again, and thinking with my dick instead of the wisdom I'd earned as VP would get me nowhere but in trouble. Not to mention what it could do to Heath. Even if there was a complicated zing of attraction between us, we seemed to be on the same page. Club business came first. But it didn't make the temptation any easier when I was faced with Heath again at the Hell's Anchor clubhouse. "Hey," Heath said, a little shyly as he waved me in through the front door. He wouldn't meet my eyes.
Thanks for coming.
No thanks necessary, I said. Heath swallowed. The last thing I wanted was for things to be awkward between us. With 2 fingers, I tilted his chin up, urging him to meet my eyes. Then I nodded toward the grocery bag of supplies I'd brought with me. Help me out before class starts? I don't know if it was my touch or the request, but some of his nerves seemed to ease away, and he nodded. He even gave me a small smile. In the kitchen, he helped me unload all the groceries and get out the bowls and tools we'd need. I chopped a huge bowl of crisp green apples in preparation, while Heath wiped down the kitchen island. The Ankhor clubhouse had a gorgeously functional kitchen, with its immense island, counter space, and double oven setup. It made me want to remodel the Liberty Crew clubhouse, even though I had more than enough space to work my magic at Stella's. Heath rose up onto his tiptoes to reach the far edge of the kitchen island. His T-shirt rode up as he stretched, revealing a strip of smooth skin at his lower back, just above his waistband where the elastic edge of his underwear was barely visible. God, I wanted to slide my hands under the hem of his shirt and up the plane of his back, rucking the fabric up as I went, and drop kisses over the divot of his spine. The late evening sun slanted in through the kitchen windows, a rich golden tone. I wanted to spread Heath out on the island to see that pretty color fall across his skin. Fuck. Crazy thoughts. I nearly chopped my forefinger off thinking about it. Of course I couldn't. If I started touching Heath, I was fairly sure I wouldn't be able to stop, but I wasn't sure if he would stop me, not when he seemed so desperate for me to see him as willing. Heath turned and peered at me, eyes wide and waiting. What's next? Well, make sure it's completely dry, I said. That'll be our prep space. Heath nodded and sprang into action, grabbing a clean towel to wipe down the sanitized kitchen island. I was beginning to get a better idea of who Heath was. He wasn't cagey, not on purpose. He was just a little shy. Definitely had some self-esteem issues. That was the only reason he would have thought my reaction in his bedroom was one of disgust instead of desire. And that definitely lit something up in me. I wanted him to see himself the way I saw him. Pretty, sweet, magnetic, good. Wanted to whisper those compliments into his ear as I fucked him. Had to put the knife down. This was getting dangerous. Heath finished drying the island, then drew his fingers across the surface, checking it. He nodded, satisfied, and then turned back to me, eyes expectant. I could really get used to this, and I couldn't quite resist. Good, I said, when what I really wanted to say was, good boy. A flush rose in Heath's cheeks as he bit back a smile. Go ahead and sprinkle some flour on the island, I instructed. We're mostly going to focus on the construction of the pie today. The actual dough making comes later. Too advanced? Heath asked. He sidled up next to me and opened the cabinet above me, stretching again onto his tiptoes so his lean body became one elegant line. He was so close to the shelf, but still a little too short to reach it. His fingers scrabbled at the edge of the flour bag. Without thinking, I set my hand at his lower back to steady him. Heath inhaled a little sharply and then glanced at me as he chewed on his lower lip, still reaching. I got it, I said low. He lowered back onto his heels. My hand was still at his lower back. I grabbed the flour and set it on the countertop. Thanks, Heath said, sounding a little dazed. He reacted so naturally to my commands, and so viscerally to my assistance. Did he even realize it? He was so intuitively submissive, and God, I wanted to see how far I could push him. And as inexperienced as he was, he'd need someone to guide him, show him the ropes, so to speak. And even if I wanted to do it, which fuck, I did, I knew it'd bite me in the ass. There was just too much at stake here for Liberty Crew, for me to go losing my head over some pretty boy. We had to keep things professional. Actually, scratch that. I had to keep things professional and safe. I was setting the tone here, and I had to be responsible for Heath's and my sanity both. Knock, knock, trilled a familiar voice from the doorway.
Without waiting for a response, True stuck his head in the doorway and blinked owlishly.
"Mind if I come in?"
"Sure. Join us," Heath said with a smile, brandishing his arm toward the kitchen. Thanks for letting me invite him," I said. "He's been a pain in the ass recently. Definitely nosy and more than a little jealous that I get to hang out with Hell's Anchor and he doesn't."
"Lies,"
True said with a smirk.
"I just need a break from getting my ass kicked by Star. Her enforcement training is going like scary well."
True had a warm, welcoming energy about him that made even Heath smile back at him openly, which I wasn't resentful about at all. True was a little shorter than me, built lithe like a dancer, and he wore his long, dark brown hair in a neat bun at the top of his head. He was striking to look at, with elegant almond-shaped eyes and a slight upturn to the tip of his nose, high cheekbones, a pointed chin. He was wearing a simple white tank top and jeans, his club leather shrugged off to his elbow, showing off the defined muscle of his shoulders. True always liked to be looked at, admired, and I couldn't blame him. I would too if I looked like him. True flashed a charming grin at Heath and extended his hand. "So you're the kid."
"And you're True, I assume," Heath said.
"Whatever Dare said, don't trust it."
"Dare?"
Heath asked, glancing at me curiously.
"Is that your tag?"
I rolled my eyes. Truth and Dare. I know it's cute. True swung his arm around my shoulder and squeezed. "Mal gave us those tags way back in the day, and we never could seem to get rid of them." "Similar to how I never seemed to get rid of you," I said, and then wrestled True into a headlock. True squawked and squirmed out of my hold before I had a chance to screw up his carefully tied-up hair.
All right,
True said as he smoothed out his hair and clothes. "That's enough of that. What do you two need help setting up?" "Put this on," I said, tossing one of the aprons I'd brought from the bakery to True. He shrugged off his leathers before putting it on, leaving him in the thin tank. "You couldn't even wear a real shirt?" "I'm trying to make a good impression on the Hell's Anchor guys," True said haughtily. "What do you think, Heath?" Heath bit back a smile.
"I think the aprons are a nice touch."
I handed one to Heath, resisting the urge to slide it over his neck and tie the back straps myself. But I wasn't going to do that, at least not while True was watching with a keenly interested look on his face.
"Oh, nice. Are we getting this show on the road?"
Siren asked as she ambled in through the front door. She grinned, her narrow eyes flashing as she tossed her club leather on the couch and strode into the kitchen. "Think so," I said. "Who else is coming?" "Me," Coop said as he barged in behind her. "Gunner, get down here," he hollered up the stairs.
"Blade said that he'd stop by too," Siren said, "but also not to wait for him."
"He's got important presidential things to do?" Heath asked. "Always," Coop said with a shrug. "What?" Gunner asked as he descended the stairs with Raven on his heels. "What are you yelling about now?" I chuckled to myself. I like this about Hell's Anchor. Whenever they were all together, things rapidly descended into a cheerful, affectionate sort of chaos. And I liked to watch Heath warm up around them. Even if he wasn't as noisy as the rest of them, his smiles and laughter came quicker, easier when his club was around. True cleared his throat. I moved to introduce him, but Heath beat me to the punch.
"Oh," he said. "Sorry, this is True. He's from Liberty Crew as well."
"He will not be assisting," I said. "He's just here to get in the way." True shoved my shoulder and then did a flashy little bow as his introduction. "Thanks for letting me crash this party. I'm the Liberty Sergeant-at-Arms, but today I'm here as a student." Chaotic introductions ensued, with everyone greeting True and cracking jokes at each other's expense. True clearly loved it, the attention, and the restless teasing, even chiming in when he saw an opening. Finally, though, the noise settled down and everyone turned their attention to me. "All right." I brandished my arm at the enormous bowl of chopped apples in the middle of the kitchen island. "We're doing apple pie today." "Oh, hell yeah," Coop muttered. "We're covering the basics here," I said. "Prep, assembly, handling dough, what to look for in a proper bake. We're really starting from scratch. Excuse the pun." True booed. I threw a towel at him, Siren cackled, and Heath hid a laugh behind his hand. The lesson went about as well as I expected. It was like wrangling kittens. Flour everywhere, shouting, apples flung across the room, dough stuck to foreheads. Siren got so fed up rolling out her dough she gave up and made Coop do it. Coop was surprisingly good. Raven spent most of the time bending over his, making a detailed lattice pattern, while Gunner ate bits of apple from the bowl. Blade and Logan showed up just as the pies were coming out of the oven. "Good timing," I said. "You can be the judges of these creations." "Oh, no," Coop said morosely. "I didn't know they'd be judged." "Oh, come help me." I gestured for Heath, and he hurried over at my instruction, which sent, as it always did, a little thrill through me. Together we pulled 4 pies out of the oven, one with an elegant lattice pattern that held together surprisingly well, Raven, one that split open because it was overfilled, Coop, one that was unevenly baked because the dough was rolled out hastily, Siren, one that was boring-looking but acceptable, True, and one that looked almost perfect, Heath's. It was clear he'd followed my instructions to a T. Gunner hadn't made one at all. He'd simply eaten the raw apples and chucked the dough in the freezer. "Wow, it smells good in here," Logan said with a dreamy sigh. "That's a hell of a lot of pies," Blade said. "Who's going to eat all those?" "Have you seen the people in this club?" Coop asked incredulously. "We'll take them to Ballast tonight, and they'll be gone in under 10 minutes, I swear." Heath barked a laugh. It was so bright and unexpected. He was brilliant like this, open and laughing. He caught me watching him, and his cheeks flushed pink as he ducked his chin. But then he looked back up, a smile curling his lips. The rest of the room seemed to fade into static for a moment, and that sweet smile was all I could see. True knocked his shoulder against mine. "Earth to Dante. Time to slice open one of these bad boys and see how he did." "You should do it," I said, without taking my eyes off Heath. "I'm sure they all came out all right." As soon as the words were out of my mouth, Heath leaped into action with a chef's knife and the best-looking pie. As I watched him work carefully on the task I'd told him to do, affection flared warm in my chest, and that feeling was distinctly, dangerously, not friendship. Chapter 13. Heath. The sudden quiet in the kitchen, once everyone cleared out, loaded up with pies to carry over to Ballast, was a relief, leaving behind a cozy, peaceful stillness. Dante hummed to himself as he wiped down the kitchen island. His idle humming was a calming sound behind me as I began to rinse the immense pile of dishes to load into the dishwasher. Dante was a natural leader. He'd been so kind with everyone and patient, yet able to keep the class on track despite the incessant chattering and jokes of the Hell's Anchor members. Even with his best friend trying to distract him, Dante had easily kept everyone under control and on track. But even before the class, it had been so easy to just listen to him, follow his instructions and advice. It was so easy to relax around him, knowing he'd make sure everything went well. I only had to do what he said, and it would all work out. The feeling of security was not unlike the security I'd felt when he covered my body with his against my bedroom door. And I couldn't help but wonder, would he be like this in bed too? I moved the sponge distractedly around the oversized bowl that had once been filled with chopped apples. Would he maneuver me gently like he had earlier, with his hand on my lower back, or both hands wrapped around my hips? Murmur in that low voice right in my ear, telling me exactly how he wanted me? Would he call me good again? I turned the bowl, and the water from the faucet caught the outside rim and sprayed up into my face. The sudden sensation brought me back into reality, thankfully. I shoved all thoughts of Dante and his body and his words away as I dried off and tried to ignore the low heat burning in my gut.
Dante had already said we should be friends, and nothing more. Any thoughts, or worse, desires, I had would just make this harder. Would just make the entire process hurt more. I scrubbed the bowl a little harder.
I always kind of liked this part,
Dante said.
The aftermath. At least I enjoy it when I'm in a home kitchen, instead of being stuck cleaning up Stella's myself.
I huffed a laugh. Conversation. I could do this. It was easier than letting my fantasies take me for a ride, at least. That was for sure. You're not sick of it?
Oh, not at all,
Dante said with a grin. He slipped behind me, running his hand along my back again as he dropped a few utensils into the dishwasher. The touch made me shiver. But I must have done a good job covering it up with a look of surprise at Dante's answer, because he laughed.
I know I'd thought I'd be at least a little tired of it by now, but doing things like this is why I started to bake in the first place, you know? It's a way to connect with people.
I never thought about it like that, I said. But he was right, wasn't he? Everyone in Hell's Anchor was interested in learning to bake, sure, but really we were more interested in just spending time together, especially now that the dark cloud of the Viper's Nest had passed.
I grew up in the Liberty Crew,
Dante said as he continued to fill the dishwasher.
Dad was already in the crew when I was born, and Mom ran out when I was little, so he and my grandmother and the club all kind of raised me together. I basically learned to ride a bike before I learned to drive a car.
He grinned fondly at the memory.
But I had to work up to the vice presidency, same as any other member would. I think Dad made it harder on me, honestly, so I wouldn't get accused of favoritism. I was an enforcer forever.
How is it working with your dad? I asked. I couldn't imagine having a relationship with my father like theirs, honestly. I was a little jealous of their closeness, but mostly I was curious.
Well, not gonna lie, it can be frustrating at times.
He leaned against the counter and toweled his hands dry.
But we have a good relationship. He listens to me. I listen to him, most of the time anyway. It's easier now that I'm older, too.
I nodded. Seems nice being so close.
Oh, it's good for the club, Dante said. Proof of our longevity, you know. And it's important for me to uphold that.
So, what about you? How'd you end up in Hell's Anchor? Dante was looking at me a little expectantly, and I suddenly felt like I was about to swallow my tongue. How was I supposed to follow that charming narrative with my own story? It wasn't that I was ashamed, it was just, well, it was a fucking downer. And I didn't want Dante to look at me with any more pity than he already did. His expression fell a little into something like resignation.
Oh, sorry, I'm not trying to pry.
Well, you're not prying, I said hurriedly. It's just, not as nice a story. Dante grimaced.
Oh, I really didn't mean...
No, it's fine, really. I waved my hand like I could wave his concern away. I only joined Hell's Anchor a few years ago. I had to cut ties with my family, my brothers, really. My dad was a boxer, but he died in the ring when I was a teenager.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Dante murmured. Oh, don't be, I said. He was an asshole.
Older or younger brothers?
Dante asked carefully. Older, I said. Twins.
But you had to cut ties.
Dante stepped a little closer, leaning against the counter as he watched me. Something about having those dark eyes focused on me was grounding, in a way I'd never quite experienced before. Knowing he was listening, really listening to me. He was interested in me. Not the me that could kiss, or be useful, or help him build relations with Hell's Anchor. No. He was interested in the me that could be shy and doubtful, the one who had a shitty childhood. And that made me want to open up to him in a way I never did with other people. Well, they weren't exactly the caretaking type, I said. They were always bullies, ever since I was a kid. But when Dad died, it really escalated, you know. They were boxers like him, and I took after Mom, but she ran out, too, when I was 10, so it was just me and my brothers. Dante's hand fell to my shoulder. a gentle, stable touch. It was only then that I realized I'd been breathing a little fast and a little shallow. I took a deep breath, and Dante's hand squeezed in approval. And that felt good. Grounding. Calming. I guess I was a disappointment to them, or an embarrassment, or just someone to be angry at instead of Mom, and then Dad, I said. They tried to bully me into being a real man, big and strong and violent, and it never took, as I'm sure you can tell. Dante said nothing, but he mirrored my wry little smile. Anyway, we were barely a family, and certainly not a nice one. So when I got into my business program, I just left. Didn't look back. There was a flyer for a part-time position at Custom Onks posted on campus my first week at school, and I applied. Thank God they hired me. I wondered sometimes where I'd be if I hadn't fallen in with the club. Honestly, the thought scared me. Striking out on my own had been hard, even with the support of the club. I shrugged, trying to stay away from maudlin thoughts. Fell in love with bikes and the club and started prospecting, and here I am.
Easy as that, huh?
Dante asked. His hand slid from my shoulder to my nape. It was a gentle, comfortable touch that encouraged me to tilt my face up to meet his eyes. Just a little. Guess so, I said softly. How were we standing here talking about this? I hated talking about my past. Digging up those old memories usually put me in a bad mood for the rest of the day, unwilling to get too close to anyone or let them pull me out of it. But telling Dante about it, even just scratching the surface, felt like letting go of a weight, like maybe he could help me carry it. His fingers tightened just a little on my nape, just enough to change it from a caress to a grip. He stepped a little closer, and his sharp eyes tracked curiously, almost hungrily, over my face. God, I wanted him to take whatever it was he seemed to want, to just hold me tighter, lean down, and kiss me the way he had in my bedroom, devouring. In the doorway, someone cleared their throat meaningfully. Dante dropped his hand from my neck and took a sharp step back. Jazz glanced between us, eyebrows raised, and ambled casually into the kitchen to grab a beer from the fridge. I swallowed and turned away from Dante, hurrying to find a bullshit task to occupy my hands while I wrestled the desire roaring in my chest into something more manageable. Even after Jazz wandered back upstairs with his beer, shooting us a few suspicious glances on his way, the moment between us was broken. I was relieved, really. If he'd kissed me, if I'd let him, it'd just complicate things further. But I couldn't help but be a little disappointed, too. Logically, I knew that I'd just be playing with fire by pursuing this, setting myself up for a fall in so many ways. But God, I wanted it. It was like when Dante got close to me, put his hands on me like that, my brain just powered down. Even now, I could feel Dante's gaze on me. Heavy, like a physical touch. Friends. We had to be friends. Because if we started with stolen moments when no one was looking, I'd surely start to want more. I glanced over my shoulder. As expected, Dante was watching me. I swallowed. Friends. Who knew that after 20 years of not entirely by choice virginity, there'd be such a fucking challenge now?
Chapter 14. Dante. After that almost kiss in the kitchen, I was afraid Heath would back off again, become cagey and anxious or embarrassed or distant. To my shock, though, he seemed to be opening up even more, like I'd sanded away a barrier without either of us realizing I'd done it. He was more comfortable with me by the day, friendly and laughing, flashing that pretty smile that rounded his cheeks and shrank his eyes to lovely crescents. He kept his physical distance, at least. In sparring practice, he never worked with me. During baking lessons, he kept the kitchen island between us. It wasn't unfriendly or awkward or rude, but it was calculated. And honestly, I couldn't blame him. I was drawn to him like a magnet. And if he was within reach, my hands were inevitably drifting toward him. Like I couldn't control it. Throughout the week, I'd grown a little addicted to his company. He was sweet and funny and had a natural warmth that filled the room. And he was always so ready to help out, jumping at any opportunity to do so, looking up at me for instruction with those brown eyes so wide and curious and eager. It drove me fucking crazy, yet I couldn't stop doing it. I poured myself a cup of coffee from the Liberty Clubhouse kitchen and ambled to the tiny courtyard in the back. The clubhouse was an old converted motel, perfect for a club of our size. It had about 10 rooms upstairs and a big, open downstairs, which Dad and I had slowly remodeled over the past few years. It was cozy, with a functional kitchen and way too many overstuffed couches. The courtyard was a little less well taken care of. Weeds peeked out from the brick walkway and the grass was overdue for a cut, but it was still nice to have a little bit of outdoor space tucked within the U-shape of the club itself. I dropped into one of the ancient old rocking chairs on the narrow deck. It creaked threateningly under my weight and dialed Heath's number on my cell. After a few rings, the line connected, rustling on the other end, and then Heath said, "Hello?" His voice adorably scratchy in my ear. "Hey," I said. "Did I wake you?" It wasn't that early in the morning, close to 10 actually, but the way Heath sounded made it seem much earlier. I imagined him curled in his bed, shirtless, all that smooth skin pale against his navy sheets, his eyes heavy with sleep. Or maybe he'd stretch out long and languid, drawing his narrow body into an elegant line. No, Heath said, more rustling, probably throwing the covers off and standing up. Of course not. What's up? Is today still a good day for you to drop by the bakery? We discussed it in passing after our last baking lesson. Heath had clearly been surprised when I brought up his earlier offer to help me with my chaotic books, but he'd lit up when I insisted I was serious. I needed the assistance, and a guy with a business degree, well, almost a business degree, was an offer too good to pass up, and if I was being honest, I was eager to spend some time alone with Heath. In the Hell's Anchor clubhouse we were always surrounded by his brothers-in-arms, doubly so after Jazz had interrupted us in the kitchen. Oh, definitely, Heath said. No class today, so... It's my day off too, I said, even though I was pretty sure Heath knew that. Just an excuse to keep him on the phone. Well, you know, a day off in the business owner sense. So just a day to catch up on stuff you haven't had time to do? Heath asked teasingly. I groaned. Exactly. It never ends. Well, it'll be a lot easier once we get your books sorted out. That a promise? I teased back. If it's not, I guess you'll have to hire me on as a consultant. Heath's voice was a little more awake now, light and playful in my ear. Well, I'm sure I've spent my money on worse things. Now that was an idea. I imagined Heath in my office, maybe in a slightly oversized Oxford shirt, a pair of glasses sliding down his nose as he worked through my terrible files, at least until I came in to distract him. God, it was like anything he said, any time we interacted, my brain could find some fun new fantasy to distract me with. Oh, really? Care to share? Definitely not. Don't want to ruin your upstanding image of me. Upstanding? Don't get too cocky. There was a trace of his lilting laugh in his voice. Oh? If not upstanding, then what? I wandered back inside, leaving my empty coffee cup in the sink, then climbed the stairs back toward my room. Heath clicked his tongue. Smart? Funny? Big teddy bear? Teddy bear? I repeated indignantly, though really it warmed me. Did he think of me that way? A comforting presence? Fine. Big, scary grizzly, Heath said, laughing. Listen, what time do you want me to come over?
I've got a few things to take care of at Custom, but it won't take long.
I closed the door to my bedroom behind me and hummed thoughtfully. I'll be there for most of the afternoon doing some prep work. How about 2?
Sure, Heath said. I'll be there.
Great. And don't be late, I added, a little teasingly.
Yes, sir,
Heath said. The unexpected words hit me like a punch to the gut. His tone was playful, but not that playful. I swallowed hard and leaned back against the door of my bedroom, reeling a bit from the force of how much I liked the sound of those words in his mouth. Heat rushed through me, straight to my cock. I stared at the bed, center of the room, king-size, soft white sheets. I wanted to spread him out on that mattress and make him say those words again. Make him mumble them around my fingers in his mouth. Or even better, my cock. I sucked in a quick, ragged breath. I thought I heard Heath's breath catch a little on the other end of the line, but maybe I imagined it. Perfect, I said, and my voice was low, even to my own ears, because I meant it when I said it, and I wasn't referring to our afternoon plans. See you then. Heath murmured a goodbye, also sounding a little dazed, like he'd felt that moment too, and hung up. I tossed my phone carelessly onto the bed and palmed my cock roughly through my jeans. God, my cock was hardening just from the sound of his voice in my ear. The effect Heath had on me was insane. It only took a few rough passes of my palm over my cock to bring myself to full hardness, and the pressure of my zipper against my cock was tight enough to be a little painful. I popped the button and shoved my hand into my shorts with no hesitation, gripping the base of my cock hard and squeezing like I could stave off the rush of desire coursing through me. Because there was no reason for me to be so riled up from a single phone call. But, God. I tipped my head back against the door and took a steadying breath. I dragged my hand slowly up my cock, twisting my wrist at the top to coat my palm with enough pre-cum to ease the slide. And even though I knew that this way lies madness, I imagined it wasn't my hand, but Heath's. Small and soft and maybe a little hesitant. I'd fold my hand over his and show him the way I liked it. Slow, hard, tightly gripping. I'd keep my other hand on his waist, keeping him close, reassuring him. And he'd suck his lower lip in between his teeth like he did when he was really focusing, chin tipped down, watching our hands move over my cock like it was something he could study. Fuck. I picked up the pace a little as heat spread through me, from my groin up my spine, loosening my muscles deliciously. Maybe once Heath seemed a little more confident, I'd take my hand off Heath's and let him jack me off himself. Those small hands. He'd probably need to put both on me to do it properly. The thought was so shockingly hot. I knocked my head hard against the door as a bolt of arousal shot down my spine. I'd tell him to lick his own palms first. Fuck. And then grip me hard, jerking me off hard and slow. If he was as inexperienced as he said he was, he'd probably never touched another man's cock before. My own cock spasmed in my hand at the thought. I swallowed hard. The heat of my gut was building, sweat beading on my forehead as I jerked myself faster, harder. It felt so good, so much better than the perfunctory jerk-off sessions I usually had. I imagined Heath jerking me off like that. 2 hands, serious expression, until I got close like I was now. Then I'd tip his chin up so I could see those big brown eyes of his, and how swollen his lower lip was from where he'd set his teeth into it. Try it with your mouth, I'd say. I imagined his eyes widening, how his knees would hit the floor like an air raid drill. Then I'd glide one hand into that soft blonde hair and tilt his head back. He'd open his mouth, so sweet and obedient, and flatten his tongue. To start, I'd just rest my cock there, the head of it on the flat of his tongue, let him get used to the weight of it. He'd steady himself with his hands on my thighs, and then
At my instruction, he'd seal his lips, and I'd slowly push my cock into the wet heat of his mouth. How far could he take it at first? I groaned at the thought. Maybe only halfway. Maybe not even that. But he'd try, really do his best, breathing hard through his nose as tears pricked at the corners of his eyes. Good boy, I'd tell him, and he'd only redouble his efforts, trying so hard to be good. And I thought of how my heart would swell with pride. I jerked myself faster, slumping heavily against the door. I was close, so close. I imagined withdrawing my cock from Heath's mouth. He'd whine a little at the loss, but then he'd realize what I was doing and open his mouth again, tongue out, waiting. Fuck! That gorgeous image burned in my mind as my orgasm hit me like a gut punch. I came hard into my own hand, imagining my cum striping Heath's pretty, patient face across his tongue and cheeks. I blinked my eyes open, reeling from the intensity of the fantasy as the aftershocks of my orgasm left me loose-limbed and a little dizzy against the door. I swiped the back of my hand, the clean one, across my forehead, wiping away the sweat. I hadn't had an orgasm like that from just a fantasy in a long time. Not since I broke up with my ex, at least. But it was so vivid, almost like something we'd done before, and doubly enticing because it felt within reach, like if I played my cards right with Heath, I could make it a reality. Which I absolutely should not do, even if he seemed like he was craving it too, even if he wasn't sure exactly what he was craving but wanted to follow his instincts to learn, and God, I wanted to show him. But that was off the table, at least until I finished setting things right with Hell's Anchor. Maybe it would stay off the table even after, depending on whether I decided to listen to my rational brain that told me I'd been down this frustrating road before, but it only led to heartbreak. Or my heart and cock, which couldn't deny the chemistry pulling us together. But none of that was going to help me when Heath showed up at the office later. I shook myself a little to clear my head and then jumped in the shower to wash away the evidence before I started my workday. Cleaned up and dressed, I left my bedroom in a substantially better mood. When I descended the stairs, whistling a little tune to myself, True glanced up from the video game he was playing on our clubhouse's immense television. He was sprawled on one of the couches, his tall body taking up the whole thing, one leg sprawled over the top of the couch. He was weirdly flexible from years of training Muay Thai, and was always finding new and stupid-looking ways to lounge on furniture. "You're in a good mood," he chirped. "You get laid last night? Finally made it happen with that cute little Hell's Anchor guy?" "Oh, fuck off," I said warmly as I wandered back into the kitchen for my second cup of coffee, lukewarm now. Of course, True hadn't made a fresh pot. "I can't just be in a good mood?" "Sure you can," True said. He paused the game and shifted on the couch, folding his arms over the back of it to peer at me. "But you've been distracted most of the past week, or just gazing longingly into middle distance." "I have not," I said, though honestly I probably had been. "So is that a yes?" True sighed happily. "Good for you. He's cute. You deserve it. It's about time you got over Eddie." "We didn't sleep together," I said. "And we're not going to. Are you crazy? Doing that while I'm actively trying to repair the relationship between our clubs?" "What? You can't multitask?" "You're a menace." I sipped the tepid coffee. Any coffee was better than none, and leaned against the back of the couch next to True. "You know it's a bad idea." True propped his chin on his folded forearms. "It probably is, but you're always making good choices and shit. You should do something you want to do for once in your life." "I do things I want to do," I said. "What are you talking about?" "I mean something selfish," True said. "Something that's not for the club or Stella's. Something just for you." I sighed and scrubbed my hand over my head.
As nice as that would be, I can't risk fucking things up with Hell's Anchor. Especially not while our numbers are so low. We really, really need to stay in their good graces.
I don't mean like jump him or pressure him or anything, True said. Have you even talked to him about this?
I nodded. Yeah, I said we should be friends.
Oh, so you just told him what the deal was and he had no choice but to agree with you or feel stupid, True said. You didn't really talk to him.
I grimaced. That was sort of correct.
Just ask him what he wants, True said. I'm sure you're overthinking things. You're really good at that. And Heath doesn't seem anything like Eddie, honestly, if that's what you're worried about. Eddie's problem isn't that he was young. It's that he was an asshole.
I blinked in surprise. What? You never said that when we were dating. True shrugged.
Well, I tried to like him when you two were together, but he always seemed sort of disinterested in anyone who wasn't you, you know? Like he never really tried to get to know any of the other Liberty Crew guys. And when he was hanging around, he always seemed like he wanted to be somewhere else.
True had a point, honestly. Eddie never made much of an effort with my club, or with me, really. Sex was always his priority. It was like once I'd introduced him to submissive dynamics, that was all he cared about, chasing that high. He wasn't so interested in bringing it into the rest of our relationship, though, just the bedroom. It was like a game for him, always trying to test and push to new limits without any of the respect and emotional intimacy that should have been the foundation. When I thought back on it, why had I been so shocked when I'd caught him in bed with a different dom?
Heath seems like he's actually a good guy, True said. He's sweet, nice, and he's a club guy too, so you already know he shares your values, that he's compatible in at least that much of your lifestyle. So what, he's young. Just because Eddie was flaky and a dickhead doesn't mean every guy you meet will be.
I sighed. Seemed like common sense when True said it, but I still wasn't sure if I was ready to take that risk. If True was wrong, and Heath did end up burning me like Eddie did, I wasn't sure I could handle it. I already felt things around him I definitely never felt with Eddie. Plus, Dad was counting on me to make these reparations with Hell's Anchor work. I couldn't let him down, couldn't let the crew down, and I honestly didn't want to cause a rift with the Hell's Anchor guys unless I was pretty damn sure things would work out with Heath and me, and right now things were just too shaky. True was peering at me expectantly, so I flicked him on the forehead in order to avoid a heartfelt conversation. He gasped with offended shock and rubbed at the reddening mark.
Dare, that's what I get for giving you another round of excellent advice.
No, that's what you get for being nosy. Are you working today?
No, it's my day off, True said. Star's on rounds, her first solo. She's kicking ass.
Great, I said with a nod. Then you can come with me to Stella's and feed the starters before Heath gets there. True started to groan at the prospect of having to do work, but then the second half of my sentence registered.
He's coming to the bakery? For what?
To help balance the books, I said. He's a business student. But you don't want me there when he's there? A cat-like smirk played on True's lips. No, because you're annoying and will inevitably distract us from the actual work we'll be doing, I said, but True was clearly unconvinced.
Excellent, True said.
Love that for you.
Private business date. Very romantic.
Shut up. True hopped off the couch and stretched his arms over his head.
Just because I'm nice, I'll come feed the starters. Maybe even chop up the bacon chocolate for you.
My hero, I deadpanned. True barked a laugh. I'd definitely have to get him out of Stella's before Heath arrived. Letting them spend too much time together would be a recipe for disaster. But maybe he was right. Maybe the whole world wouldn't come crashing down if I took a few minutes to think about what I wanted, and what Heath wanted, instead of what was best for the clubs. Maybe I could balance it, find a way to give into this thing with Heath, help him build some confidence, see where things could lead, but keep it casual. Don't let so much of my heart get involved, so that I could mitigate the risks a bit. The only problem was that I always felt pretty grounded when I was on my own. But when Heath was around, my common sense always seemed to fly out the window the second I laid eyes on him. Chapter 15. Heath.
"Hey," I said, as I hurried down the stairs, pulling my jacket onto my shoulders. "I was just about to text you. I'm heading into Junee. Need anything?" I'd been distracted away from my text by my email. Another one of those weird spam emails had popped up. This time, it simply read, "Time's up." For a second, I thought I should tell Blade about it, but then he wouldn't let me leave. And it was probably nothing anyway. Blade had enough on his plate. I didn't want to add more if I wasn't sure I needed to. Blade looked up from the kitchen island where he was working through an enormous piece of apple pie. Logan had one too, and they sat shoulder to shoulder, peering over a sprawl of documents that looked like a mix of tax records and land deeds. Jazz was sitting nearby too, with Siren, reviewing a map of the territory and discussing the new enforcement patrols. Whatever they were working on, I wasn't envious.
"Junee?"
Blade raised his eyebrows.
"What are you doing out there?"
All 4 pairs of eyes drilled into me, and they all looked a little amused. Dante asked me to stop by the bakery." I shifted from foot to foot a little, a bit hesitant under their probing gazes. Apparently he's fucked up his books."
"Apparently," Logan echoed, grinning knowingly.
"And now he knows a business major," Siren said, nodding. "Very convenient."
"Convenient indeed,"
Jazz agreed in a teasing tone.
"I'm just going to look at him and see if there's anything I can help with," I said.
My cheeks burned, and I wasn't quite sure why.
"I thought it was a nice thing to do, but if you think I should cancel—"
No, Blade said, waving his hand dismissively. "More contact between the clubs is a good thing, even if it's not part of our agreed-upon reparations."
Logan nodded in agreement, and my eyes narrowed in suspicion. Were they planning something? What was I missing? I wanted to linger and ask questions, but Dante had told me not to be late.
"All right, well, I won't be out there long,"
I said, edging toward the door.
"Don't rush on our account,"
Siren said with a little smirk. I said my goodbyes and hurried outside to where my bike was parked.
"Kid,"
Jazz called from the porch.
"Wait a second."
I glanced at the time on my phone. There were no more emails, and I still had plenty of time. I'd definitely be early, but I couldn't stop thinking about Dante telling me not to be late. I didn't want to disappoint him.
"What's up?"
Jazz jogged across the lot to catch up with me.
"Listen, I just wanted to check in with you. Everything okay between you and Dante?"
I cringed internally a little. I really didn't want to talk about it, especially when things were sort of nebulous between Dante and me. But I couldn't blow off Jazz either, not when his amber eyes were a little crinkled at the corners with concern.
"Yeah,"
I rubbed the back of my neck. "Everything's fine."
"Really?"
Jazz asked.
"I just want to make sure he's not making you uncomfortable or anything, pressuring you."
I blinked at Jazz. I hadn't considered what it might have looked like that day in the kitchen when Jazz had caught us almost kissing, Dante's hand heavy on my neck. And I'd leaped away so quickly when Jazz had made his appearance, it wasn't a surprise that maybe Jazz thought I had been uncomfortable.
"You can turn him down, you know,"
Jazz continued.
"if you're not comfortable helping out at Stella's, or we can send an enforcer with you."
Something in my chest warmed at Jazz's display of protectiveness, even though, or maybe especially because, it was so unnecessary. "It's fine," I said. "Really." Jazz crossed his arms over his chest, looking exceedingly unconvinced. It didn't seem like he was inclined to dismiss me any time soon, but now I really did need to get on the road. I like it," I admitted, grimacing at my feet in embarrassment. I like him, too, so it's fine. And he already said nothing's going to happen, because of the reparations and all that. We're just friends, nothing to worry about." Jazz swung his arm around my shoulder and tugged me into a half hug.
"Well, I still might worry a little. Just be careful, all right? I know you can take care of yourself, but, he's older,
more experienced and all that. I know, I said. Seriously, it's fine. I'm really just helping him with his books.
Oh, is that what the kids are calling it these days?
Jazz said, as if Dante wasn't older than he was.
Well, text me if you need me to ride down there and whoop his ass.
I rolled my eyes, and Jazz grinned, and finally headed back into the clubhouse. I couldn't deny the little flare of gratitude in my chest, though. It hit me like that sometimes, how lucky I was to finally have a family. I hopped on my bike and rode the short distance to Junee, relishing the familiar rush of the wind and the hum of my engine beneath me. By the time I parked my bike outside Stella's, I was thrumming with anticipation, excited to see Dante outside of the clubhouse and outside of my duties as chaperone. The front door of the bakery was dark, but the open kitchen was well lit behind it. Through the front door, I could see Dante moving around the bench, engrossed in work. I rapped my knuckles on the door, and he started, like the noise surprised him. That handsome grin I'd grown so fond of lit up his features when he saw me, and he waved his arm in an exaggerated come-in motion. When I tugged the door, I found it was unlocked.
Hey,
Dante called from the kitchen, his booming voice ricocheting around the open space.
Thanks for coming.
He glanced at the big clock on the kitchen wall, and then gave me a satisfied little nod as his smile became something a bit more sultry when he saw that I was 3 minutes early. I pressed my lips together and tried not to blush.
Oh, thank God.
True appeared from inside the walk-in fridge.
I thought I was going to be stuck here doing boring paperwork, too.
He pulled his apron off and threw it, alley-oop style, into the laundry basket by the sink. For a moment, I'd felt some sinking disappointment when I saw True. He was funny and sweet and as easy on the eyes as Dante, if in a completely different way. But he also had a tendency to make himself the center of attention. And, selfishly, I wanted Dante's attention on me today. But it looked like True had just been waiting on my arrival to leave. I tried to ignore the hope fluttering in my belly, nerves and anticipation both. What did it mean that True was leaving now that I was here? Did Dante also want us to be alone? Nothing was going to happen, but being the center of his attention would be satisfying enough that hopefully I could keep my hands to myself for the next couple weeks.
All right, starters are all fed, and I mixed the croissant for tomorrow,
True said, brandishing his hand at the walk-in. But it's late, so shape 'em last so it has enough time to rise, okay?
Yes, I know how much time the croissant needs to rise,
Dante said good-naturedly.
I know you know, True scoffed. Just reminding. Hi, kid.
He flashed a grin at me as he grabbed his jacket from the back and shrugged it on.
Bye, kid.
Bye, True, I said through a laugh. He was such a whirlwind.
Good to see you. Thanks for helping with the books,
True said over his shoulder as he flounced toward the door.
They are seriously fucked up.
True left and locked the front door behind him. Once he was gone, Stella's was much quieter, but it was a warm, comfortable silence. I turned back to Dante, waiting for direction. Dante was so handsome. I almost wanted to sigh just looking at him. His black T-shirt was tight across his chest, and he was wearing his long white apron folded into a half-apron low on his hips. He'd just been doing some minor prep tasks for tomorrow, it appeared, mixing dry ingredients and chopping fruit. He looked so comfortable, relaxed, and competent. I was reminded of that day in the kitchen at the clubhouse when he taught us all to make pie, and what had almost happened afterward.
Follow me,
he said warmly.
I'll show you the office.
Dante pulled his apron off and alley-ooped it the same way True had. I bit back a smile. They looked so different, but their shared mannerisms spoke to years and years of friendship. Honestly, it was cute. I followed Dante to the back of the bakery by the dish pit.
That one leads to the dumpsters,
Dante said, motioning to the leftmost door.
And this one leads to my office.
Fitting, huh? He shouldered the right-hand door and waved me inside. And, boy, he wasn't kidding. Did your filing cabinets explode? I asked.
What filing cabinets?
The office was small, more like a closet than an office, really, with terrible dim lighting and an enormous desk. The furniture was clearly second-hand, from the beat-up desk to the tattered chair to the mismatched shelves stacked with manila folders. I wouldn't want to spend any time in here either. It didn't exactly have the same inviting energy that the rest of Stella's did. When I'd offered to help with the books, I hadn't expected it to be this bad. But honestly, I liked a challenge. And since there was no apparent system in place, I'd be able to implement a system that worked from the ground up. It'd take more time than I expected, but spending more time with Dante was not exactly a hardship. "All right," I said. "Give me the tour."
"What's there to show?"
Dante asked.
"Old stuff in the folders, new stuff stacked on the desk."
"What's stuff?" I asked. "Orders? Invoices? Tax documents? Have you filed your taxes for the year yet? Do you have an accountant?" Dante groaned miserably and closed the door to the office behind us. He pushed the old chair aside and motioned me to come closer to the desk. We stood like that, leaning over the desk, shoulder to shoulder, while Dante picked through his stack of recent documents, and I began sorting them into categories. It was hard to focus, though, with Dante's muscular arm pressing against mine, and his low voice close to my ear as he explained how exactly he'd managed to misorder flour 3 times in a row because it was definitely his rep's fault, not his own, for forgetting he'd done it the week before because he lost the receipt. After about half an hour of sorting, I was already getting a headache from the dim lighting. "I need a headlamp to read all this stuff," I groaned. Dante laughed.
"You do. Imagine how I feel."
"Well, you're the one who could fix it," I said. "Just bring a lamp in here. Problem solved."
"Ugh."
Dante pinched the bridge of his nose.
"Then I'd have to spend more time in here."
"No, you won't. Not once we get all this sorted out," I said. "Have you considered spreadsheets?"
Have I considered—"
Dante sputtered. Then he noticed I was smirking. He laughed again, a rich sound, and then rolled his eyes.
"Tell me all about your spreadsheets, then. I'm dying to learn."
"If you saw how elegant my spreadsheets are, you wouldn't be making that joke," I said with my arms crossed over my chest. I was trying to look stern, but I couldn't help smiling a little bit. It was just so easy to tease Dante like this, especially when he was clearly so flustered by the sheer amount of paperwork ahead of us. It wasn't that bad, really. It'd just be laborious to convert it all to digital, but once it was done, maintenance would be a piece of cake. Tugging my lips back down into a frown, I continued. "But I won't share them unless you're nice."
"Nice?"
Dante asked through a laugh.
"I'll show you nice."
It was one of those sentences that should have sent a little flare of anxiety through me. When my brothers had said something like that, it meant I was about to get my ass beat. But then Dante said it, with that big smile and musical laugh on the edge of his voice. It made anticipation flare in me. I wanted to push his buttons, see a reaction, see how far I could test until something happened. What? I wasn't really sure. What I was not expecting, though, was for Dante's hand to shoot out quickly and pinch my side. To my embarrassment, I squealed. I was so ticklish. The sensation went through me like an unexpected little shock, making me tense from head to toe in a delicious, horrendous way. Dante's eyes widened in surprise and something a little darker. And he did it again, going for my other side. I swatted at his arms. "Stop," I said, laughing, without a real heat behind it. "I'm ticklish."
"I can tell."
Then both of Dante's hands were at my side, the gentle pressure of his fingers digging into my ribs, making me laugh and wriggle, trying, but not really trying, to get away. I pushed his hands away, still laughing, and then Dante caught both my wrists in his big hands. He held them firmly, his strong fingers easily encircling my wrists, keeping my arms slightly away from my body. Suddenly the laughter slipped away. Something else filled the space it left in my chest. Something tense. Tense like the slow ascension of a roller coaster. Tense like I wanted to see where it went. Dante kept his hands wrapped around my waist and stepped a little closer. I was backed up against the desk, and the edge dug into my lower back. Dante watched me intensely, and his expression shifted from open and playful into something a little heavier. Curious, but serious. Focused. I loved having that focus on me. His hands on my wrists felt so right. Slowly, almost experimentally, he guided my hands down to the desk. Then his hand slid over mine as he curled my hands around the edge of the desk.
"Keep them there,"
he said, in a voice so low it was somewhere between a whisper and a growl. I nodded a little frantically. My brain was slowing down somehow, like I was settling into a warm, comfortable bath. It felt so good to listen to him. I didn't know what it was or why, but for some reason, my body knew to trust him. Like something deep inside me was ready to let go, give up control to him, even when logically I knew it was a bad idea. And right now, the logical part was well on its way to being offline. How could I push Dante away now, when it felt so fucking good already? And when he was looking at me with a gaze full of desire, but also full of care. He leaned a little closer, surrounding me. His hands fell to my hips. He didn't grip hard, but the touch felt heavy anyway. He tilted his head down, close enough that his warm breath ghosted over my lips.
"Is this okay?"
he asked. God, it was more than okay. It was all I wanted. But for some reason, it was hard to make sentences. The only way I could think to express how completely okay it was to close the distance between us myself. I pressed my lips against his with surety, but not with any control. I just parted my mouth a little and hoped Dante would get the message. I wanted him to guide it. His breath hitched a little as his hands tightened on my hips, and he did exactly what I hoped he would. He kissed me hard and filthy, fucking his tongue into my mouth like he'd been waiting to do that since the moment I arrived. The thought that maybe he'd been wanting this as badly as I did sent a rush of heat through me. He let go of my hip, and I missed the contact until I got something even better. He raked his fingers through my hair and set his hand firmly at the back of my head, guiding the kiss the way he wanted it, yet still so careful, so intentional, even in his passion. His touch made me feel safe, like I could just sink into the sensation, forget everything else. When Dante broke the kiss, I couldn't help but chase his lips a little, arching toward him, hungry for more. Dante's gaze was dark, heated, and his lips were slightly swollen from the kiss. His hand slipped from the back of my head to my nape.
"How far have you gone?"
Dante asked, even though we both already knew the answer.
"With anyone?"
It took a minute for the question to process. I blinked out of the half-daze I was in and grimaced once I realized what he'd asked. This far?" Dante hummed thoughtfully. He ran his hand gently back and forth across my nape, a careful, soothing touch.
Is this all you want to do?"
I shook my head so rapidly it made a small smile quirk Dante's lip. Of course this wasn't all I wanted to do. I was desperate for more. I wanted his hands on me, his mouth, his cock. I wanted it in any way he wanted to give it to me.
"I can show you some things,"
Dante said.
"as friends, if you want."
I nodded, just as frantic. It was too hard to make sentences. I felt almost drunk from the closeness.
"Gotta use your words."
Dante dropped his hands to my hips. "Yes," I managed to get out and exhale. "Yes, please." Dante made a low, pleasing sound. Then he slid his hands from my hips to my ass and squeezed once before lifting me up onto the desk. I couldn't hold back the surprised squeak that escaped me. Being manhandled like that by Dante felt so shockingly good. A little overwhelming, but safe. It was so easy to trust him, dangerously easy. He kissed me again, languidly. I longed to touch him, but I kept my hands on the edge of the desk like he'd instructed. I didn't want to break whatever spell this was, because if this was the only chance I got to be with Dante, I was going to savor it, draw it out, and make it last. Dante placed one hand back at my nape, and with the other he palmed my cock firmly in my jeans. Oh my God, I felt like I could explode. I was already hard, and the pressure was a delicious pleasure pain that had me arching into his hand. I gasped into the kiss, and Dante took the opportunity to fuck his tongue into my mouth a little harder, and fuck, that was dizzying. Then he popped the button on my jeans and slid the zipper down slowly, teasingly. I'd never had anyone's hand on my cock except my own. Just the anticipation made my cock jerk and leak pre-cum into my shorts. Dante noticed and smiled into the kiss. I really, really hoped this wouldn't be over embarrassingly fast. Then he slipped his hand into my briefs. His hand was so big it covered my entire cock, pressing it hard against my belly and rubbing gently. I gasped and tried to arch even closer. My hands tightened on the edge of the desk, and I hooked my heels around the back of his legs so he couldn't dare move away.
"Stop that,"
Dante said. He grabbed one ankle and pulled it away. "Oh, sorry," I murmured, releasing him as instructed. I wanted to listen, wanted to be good. Then Dante pulled his hand out of my shorts. I bit back a whine at the loss. But then Dante did something I wasn't expecting. He dropped to his knees. "Oh, fuck," I whispered.
"Yeah?"
Dante asked. He sat back on his heels and tilted his chin up, a measured, evaluating expression on his face. I'd always thought having a guy on his knees for me would make me feel in control, but even from this position, Dante was wielding the power, easy as anything. And the unfamiliarity of this dynamic made it even more delicious.
"You want my mouth?"
Yes, I said. "Please, Dante."
"Say that again,"
Dante instructed. He pulled my briefs down just enough to get my cock out, not even pulling them down my ass. "Please," I said immediately. "Please."
"Pretty boy,"
Dante said softly, almost to himself. Then he slid one hand up my chest, rucking my shirt up and bunching it up under my armpits.
"Keep that there. I want to see you."
I squeezed my arms to my sides enough to hold my shirt in place. I felt my cheeks heat from the sensation of being exposed and a little debauched, half-dressed on his desk while Dante hadn't removed a lick of clothing. Then Dante leaned forward and dragged the flat of his tongue across the underside of my cock. And, oh, it was unlike anything I'd ever felt. Wet and hot and slow, like he was savoring it. My cock jerked again, pre-cum beating at the tip, and Dante simply took that as a cue to suck the tip into his mouth. Fuck. It was so good. The pleasure was so overwhelming. I had to tip my head back and close my eyes because if I looked down at Dante, I knew I'd come immediately. Then Dante began to suck for real. Gentle suction and his skillful tongue licking along my shaft as he bobbed up and down. His hands dug into my thighs, pressing them a little wider on the desk. Oh, there was no way I was going to last. My orgasm was building, raging hot in my gut, pleasure churning from my hips to my chest, and my breath came in short, staccato gasps as I tried to stave it off. I didn't want it to be over so soon. I didn't want to embarrass myself by coming so quickly, but apparently Dante could read my body language too well. He slid off my cock and stroked it with his hand slowly.
"Just let go," he said. "You can come. I want you to feel good."
Then he ducked his head back down and swallowed my cock again. And with that instruction, I couldn't hold back. I sighed into it, letting the sensation of his mouth on me, hot, wet, powerful, intoxicating, take over. "Close," I choked out. I expected Dante to pull off and jerk me off through it, but instead he just redoubled his efforts, sucking faster and harder. I chanced to glance down. He was watching me, brow furrowed in concentration, and he gave a little nod. And that was all it took. Knowing he wanted that from me was enough. My orgasm nearly bowled me over, and my hands flew from the edge of the desk to Dante's broad shoulders. I clung to him, steadying myself as I leaned forward. I cried out. My toes curled. I came so hard I saw fireworks behind my eyelids. And Dante just worked me through it, humming around my cock and fucking swallowing like it was nothing. He didn't pull off until I pushed a little desperately at his shoulders. So oversensitive it was almost painful, but in the most wonderful way.
Good.
Dante's voice was low and sex-roughened. He stood up, stood between my spread legs, gathering me into his arms and carting his hand through my hair. Pressed against his chest, it was easy to match my breaths to his as I shivered through the aftershocks.
How was that?
Amazing, I sighed. What about you? I can...
Can what?
What did I want to do? I wanted so much. Wanted to jerk him off, blow him, let him bend me over and fuck me on his desk. But with Dante's arm around me, I was comfortably trapped and couldn't reach for him.
Don't worry about me,
Dante said warmly. Part of me wanted to argue, but it was hard to find the words with Dante's heartbeat beating steady and comforting in my ear. It was just so comfortable. I felt safe, cared for, and it embarrassed me to even think it. Cherished. I was sunk. I'd never felt like this before. So settled in my own skin. I wanted to feel this way again, or always.
This was about you,
Dante continued.
Get you some experience.
Oh, right. Reality settled over me like a sudden summer rainstorm. This wasn't supposed to mean anything. It was just a little favor between friends. And I was okay with that. I had to be okay with that. If Dante thought I was too attached, he'd surely say we couldn't do this again. And I really, really wanted to do it again. So, I tried to wrangle the warm feelings inside me into something more manageable. But if I was going to do that, I couldn't sit here and let Dante hold me like this. With some effort, I pushed out of his grasp. Thank you, I said quietly, as I tugged down my shirt and tucked my cock back into my jeans. Some brief, unreadable emotion flickered across Dante's face, a slight downturn to his lips, a furrow in his brow. But as soon as it appeared, it was gone.
Right,
he said.
I think that's enough work for today.
I huffed a laugh. He was right about that. No way I could think about numbers with my brain still halfway offline from the blowjob. We moved in an easy, albeit slightly uncomfortable silence, as I packed up his recent documents to take with me back to Elkin Lake. Friends. Friends with benefits, even. I should be happy with that. But it weighed heavily on me. It had felt so good, so right, and now I'd always know how it felt. Things could never really go back to normal. Not anymore.
Chapter 16. Heath.
I swung my bag over my shoulder and waved a goodbye to a couple of classmates as I left the lecture hall. Graduation was looming closer and closer. Only 5 months to go. I was beyond ready to be finished, so I could finally devote my full attention to custom monks. Even though I was fully patched in, I knew I wouldn't feel like a full member until I finally had my degree. I liked being useful. I liked having concrete skills to offer. That was why I'd leaped at the chance to help Dante with his books. And that really had been the only reason. I sighed and started to make my way toward the student union to grab a snack before I headed back to Elkin Lake. I certainly hadn't expected things to go in the direction they had. Dante had made it very clear that we could only be friends, that we should focus on our club duties, that that's what was most important. So what had changed? Maybe in his mind, nothing had changed. Friends, he'd said. Well, in my experience, friends didn't generally give each other blowjobs like that. Or at all. But according to Dante, that's all it was. Since it happened 3 days ago, I'd been swinging back and forth about how I felt. One moment I'd be lost in the memory of it, thrilled and reeling from the knowledge that Dante wanted me enough to give me that. Or I'd feel a little drunk, remembering how I'd floated, totally lost to his control. And then I'd swing violently into frustration. What if he just pitied me? What if he knew I wanted experience and was just doing me a favor? The truth of the matter, though, is that I wanted Dante so badly. I'd take whatever he was willing to give. If he wanted to be friends with benefits, I could make that work. Even if it made something in my heart twist painfully, making me feel like that wasn't quite enough. I just had to adjust my expectations, open my mind a little bit. He wanted me, obviously, that was good. That was what I wanted too. A relationship like this was better than no relationship at all, and at least we knew about each other, cared about each other even. I had to let go of the thought that if I was different, somehow better, more experienced, more what he wanted, whatever it was, he'd want more than just friends. This was more than friends, even if it wasn't the romance I'd hoped for. No point in wishing. No matter how hard I wished, it wasn't going to change anything. So I'd learn to be satisfied with what we had, and I wouldn't make anything a bigger deal than it was. We had a training session scheduled at the clubhouse tonight. Hopefully it wouldn't be awkward. I was determined to ensure it wasn't. As I turned the corner to the Union, I stopped short, all thoughts of Dante set aside. Leaning against the low brick wall outside the cafe next door to the Union were 3 familiar faces. The guys from the Liberty crew. None of them were wearing club leather since they'd been kicked out, but they still had the air of dirty club guys. Baxter was smoking while Ryder laughed at something he said and Tripp leered at passing college girls. What the fuck were those guys doing here? Anger flared in my chest, burning hotter than the anxiety that roiled my gut, too. They were banned from the territory. Now, not only were they in my club's territory, they were on my campus. It felt doubly violating. This was my space. How dare those traitors show up here and start acting like they owned the place? I should have ducked back behind the corner. I should have gotten out of sight so I could call Blade or Gunner or at least Jazz and get some fucking backup. But I just stood there, furious and disbelieving. So, of course, Baxter saw me. He nudged Ryder, and they both looked in my direction. Even from across the brick courtyard, I could see the mean smile that curled Ryder's lips. He grabbed Tripp by the sleeve of his jacket, pulling him away from a college girl he was preparing to catcall, and strode towards me. Fear shot through me. But I was a member of Hell's Anchor. I represented my club now, and I wasn't going to turn and run from these assholes. "Well, hey there," Ryder drawled with a sneer. I was near a classroom building near a side door, tucked away just enough from most of the roving eyes of the passing students hurrying to their next class. "Just the kid I was hoping to see." They were here for me? My adrenaline spiked even higher, but I steeled my expression and didn't let it show. The emails. They'd been the ones sending them. Fuck. I should have trusted my gut. I should have said something. I'd spent so much of my life doubting myself, my own perceptions, and now that doubt was about to get me killed. "What the fuck are you doing on campus?" I asked sharply. "You're banned from the territory." Baxter laughed, surprised at my tone. Ryder made a face that was almost impressed. Right, banned. The Hell's Anchor territory's pretty big, though. Where the hell are we supposed to go?" You should have thought of that before you betrayed your club, I said. Tripp joined Baxter in laughing. Ryder glanced around and, seeing no one was watching, grabbed me by the front of my shirt and shoved me further away from the open space into the shadowed alley next to the building. Yeah? And what are you going to do about it? Gonna show me some club justice, huh? He shoved me up against the brick wall, and the sudden impact of the brick against my back made my self-control break. Ryder's scowling, cruel face was so close to mine, his cigarette-scented breath washing over me. Fear made my blood run cold as I cringed away. I pushed ineffectively at his hand on my shirt. "Fuck off," I said in a wavering voice. "Get the fuck out of my face. Blade's gonna know about this." "Oh, you gotta run to your daddy Blade for protection, huh?" Ryder snapped. "You pathetic narc. Can't even stand up for your club yourself, huh?" Even though I knew it wasn't true, even though I'd proven it wasn't true, more than once, Ryder's words still cut through me like a knife. Suddenly I was a scrawny, helpless teenager again, cowering away from my brother's threats, helpless, outnumbered. Better to just hold my breath and bear the abuse in hopes that it'd end a little sooner. But I didn't have to be that scared, lonely kid anymore. I'd grown past that. Hell's Anchor had given me the strength and the skills to prove to them and to myself that I was more than that. So I gripped both his forearms in my hands, intentionally meek, so he wouldn't suspect anything. Then, when his grip tightened, I dug my nails hard into the flesh between the tendons as I simultaneously hooked my foot around his ankle and kicked hard to the side. Ryder barked in shock and pain, releasing my shirt as his feet flew out from under him. He went down hard, sideways, slamming his hip and shoulder onto the pavement. Baxter only laughed harder at Ryder's expense. Tripp rolled his eyes like he was over the whole affair. He charged forward, and with Ryder still lying prone between us, punched me hard across the face. Only a long history of getting punched in the face saved me from snapping my head back onto the brick wall behind me. My ears rang from the shock of it, and the taste of copper bloomed on my tongue. I'd bitten it. The guys were saying something, but I couldn't quite hear. It was as if my brain was suddenly full of static. Dizzy. A low throb that I knew would soon be a familiar pain.
"Hey," a man's voice called. "What the fuck's going on? Did you just punch him?"
Ryder scrambled to his feet, suddenly pale.
"I'm calling the cops."
The man was halfway outside the door. He was a young professor scrambling to get his phone out of his pocket. "This isn't over, kid," Ryder hissed. "I saw you in Junie with the dear old VP yesterday. I'm gonna fucking come for you. Seems pretty efficient to take out the Hell's Anchor golden boy and Dante's little pet all at once, so both clubs will know they can't fuck with me and get away with it." Baxter spit at my feet. "Come on, guys!" They bolted around the back of the building. Once they were gone, the professor ran to my side. "Are you okay?" I shook him off. "Yeah, I'm fine," I said. "Don't call the cops." "What? Why not? That guy assaulted you." "It's under control," I said. "Thanks for stepping in." He tried to get me to stay, but I just waved off his help and wandered, a little bit dazed, back toward where my bike was parked. No way I could ride it, though, not after getting my bell rung like that. With a sigh, I opened my phone to call Blade to let him know what had happened, and to get a ride back to Elkin Lake.
Chapter 17. Dante. I parked my bike outside the Hell's Anchor clubhouse, like usual. But for the first time since I'd started the training and lessons with the Hell's Anchor guys, Heath wasn't on the porch waiting for me. My heart sank, and I couldn't ignore my own disappointment. Did he regret what happened? Had I pushed him too far, too fast with the blowjob, even though he said he wanted it, than he was ready for? It hadn't seemed that way. I'd intended to just give him a handjob, quick and easy, nothing too intimate. This was just supposed to be a little action between friends. But once I'd felt the velvet hardness of his slim cock against my palm, I hadn't been able to resist. My mouth just started watering. And he'd been so good. I'd had to bite back most of the praise I'd wanted to rattle off endlessly. Didn't want to weird him out. But he'd been so beautifully responsive, doing just what I asked him without question, even seeming to revel in it. And it was all so clearly unfamiliar to him. I'd been glad that I decided to keep the distance of friendship between us. As it was, opening him up to this new experience had been beyond sexy, incredibly intense. And I knew that if I didn't keep that distance between us emotionally, romantically, I'd fall deeper than I could climb back up from when it ended. What I needed to do was stop getting roped in by cute, young, inexperienced guys, and find a sub who knew what he was doing. A sub who wouldn't drop me as soon as he realized he wanted a younger, hotter, rougher dom. A sub who wasn't a key part in keeping Liberty Crew on the map, and in the good graces of the club that held our territory. But I liked Heath. Really liked him. And I wanted this friendship to work, not just for my sanity, but for the sake of our clubs. The last thing the Liberty Crew needed was for me to have a messy breakup with a Hell's Anchor guy. So, even though I didn't necessarily want to keep things casual, I knew it would be better that way. Except, if he wasn't out here waiting for me, maybe Heath didn't actually agree. I sighed and tossed my keys up in the air and then caught them idly. I guessed I'd be knocking on the door this time, waiting to be invited in like a regular visitor. Before I could even approach the porch, though, Jazz and Tex exploded out of the front door, like the place was on fire behind them. "Hey!" Jazz barked with a blaze of anger in his eyes that made me step back. "Fucking explain yourself!" What the hell? I had been ready for things to be awkward between Heath and me, but I wasn't prepared for this. "Excuse me?" I said, a little venomously. What did they think had happened? Could he not come out and talk to me himself? Heath can fight his own fucking battles. "The fuck you say?" Tex stormed off the porch and twisted his hand in the front of my shirt. "You knew about this?" About what? This wasn't any of their fucking business. I shoved Tex off me, and that only made him angrier. For a second, I was sure he was about to take a swing at me, and only Jazz's hand on his shoulder kept him from doing so. Behind him, Blade, Gunner, and Siren stepped onto the porch, all looking tense and ready to intervene. "I think Heath handled himself just fucking fine," Jazz said. "It's your asshole ex-members that are the problem." I stopped. Ex-members? Wait, what are you talking about? What are we talking about? Tex spat. What are you talking about? I'm not talking about anything. I threw my hands up. What the fuck do you mean, my ex-members? They showed up? Did you know about this? Gunner asked from the porch, with his arms crossed over his chest. He looked down his nose at me suspiciously. Then what were you so mad about? You got an issue with Heath, Dante? Blade asked dangerously. No, I don't have an issue with Heath. Look, I'll explain, but will someone tell me what the fuck is going on? I nearly shouted. Blade stared me down. He must have found what he was looking for because he sighed and said, All right, boys, back off. Tex and Jazz shared a dark look, but listened to their president. Come on, Blade said. He motioned for the rest of the club to head back into the clubhouse, and I followed behind them. My heart felt like it might pound right out of my chest. Something had clearly happened to Heath, something that involved Baxter, Ryder, and Tripp. And whatever it was all my fucking fault. And Hell's Anchor obviously agreed I'd been so focused on this thing with Heath that I hadn't kept a close enough eye on the patrols. I should have known something like this was coming. I'd had a suspicion weeks ago that Baxter and Ryder and Tripp would be back, that they'd try to retaliate. But I thought it'd be targeted at me or Mal or even Star, not any of Hell's Anchor. This didn't make any sense. Inside, Heath was sitting at the end of the couch with a bag of frozen peas resting across his face. Television was on mute. The priest was sitting next to him with the remote in one hand and a beer in the other. Heath furrowed his eyebrows at me, at least the one I could see, when I walked in, and then grimaced like making that expression hurt. He removed the frozen bag of peas. Instantly I felt nauseous.
Some possessive, protective part of me roared to life when I saw the shiner marring his pretty face. My focus narrowed to Heath and Heath only. In that moment, I didn't give a single fuck about club relations or the way the enforcers had gotten in my face. I rushed over and leaned over Heath to gently cradle his face in my hands. Heath's good eye widened, but he didn't pull away from my touch. I turned his face to the side slightly to get a better look at the shiner. It was gruesome. Mottled purple, green at the edges, creeping down his pale face. Bad enough to swell up around his eye. Around me, the room was oddly silent. "What happened?" I asked softly. Even though I already had a pretty good idea of the events, I wanted to hear it directly so I could be sure, so I knew exactly what kind of hell to bring down on the guys who did this. Heath drew his lower lip in between his teeth, and then pushed my hands away from his face. He stood up, slipped by me, and hurried into the kitchen where he busied himself swapping out the bag of frozen peas for a different, colder one from the freezer. I straightened up. Even from this distance, he carried himself like he was hurt. His shoulders a little tense, his steps a little short. I thought I might vibrate out of my skin trying to hold myself back. Every part of me wanted to step closer, wrap him in my arms the same way I had in my office, soothe the knots from his shoulders.
"He had a run-in on campus with your ex-members."
Priest sat up a little straighter on the couch and pinned me with a serious look.
"The ones who are supposedly banned from the territory."
"A run-in?" I asked, tearing my gaze away from Heath's back to meet Priest's eyes.
3-on-1, Priest said darkly. "Sounds like they were trying to prove a point."
"I'll prove a fucking point to them," I said. I was furious. But it wasn't a sharp, explosive anger. It was slow-burning, running through me like poison. It was a fury that was here to stay. I was going to take those fucking guys apart for what they did. "No, you won't," Blade said. I whirled to face him. Blade had his arms crossed over his chest, and he looked nearly as angry as I felt. "Hell's Ankhor will deal with them. You had your chance." The fact that Blade would verbalize his opinion that I dealt with them incompetently only stoked the anger and guilt burning in me. "They're my responsibility. They're not abiding by the terms of their excommunication. The crew will make 'em pay." "They're after one of ours now," Blade argued. "That makes it Hell's Ankhor's business now. It was a specifically targeted attack. I'm not going to risk 'em slipping through your fingers again." That stopped me short. Targeted? Heath cleared his throat pointedly. He leaned against the kitchen counter, a cold beer hanging loosely from his fingers. He looked so fucking exhausted, and listening to me and Blade arguing surely wasn't making it any better. Guilt shot through my anger, deflating me a little bit. "That's what they said," Heath told me. He met my eyes steadily with a determined expression that surprised me. "That's why they were on campus. They said they saw us working together at Stella's and saw an easy way to get payback on both our clubs in one shot, and—" He gestured at himself with a self-effacing laugh. "I'm an easier target than you. I've also been getting these emails." "Emails?" Blade and I asked simultaneously. Heath grimaced. "Oh, not a lot of them, just weird messages from these burner accounts. Stuff like, 'Watch out,' or 'Eyes are everywhere.' I thought it was spam." From his shifty eyes, though, it was clear he'd known it was more than spam, at least on some level. Why had he kept that from us? Frustration clawed at me, but now wasn't the time to ask that question. The thought of Heath being watched, followed, in danger, made my stomach sour. The protective urge I'd been pushing down leaped to the forefront of my mind like a tiger bursting from a cage. Well, at least there was an easy solution to that, until we could track down those three. "Then you can't be going anywhere alone," I said sharply. "Not until these guys are taken care of. You need a detail. The crew can provide one. Fucking hell, I'll do it myself." Heath turned away. "That's ridiculous.
That'd be an insane inconvenience to everyone, and I can protect myself.
Can you?
I snapped, gesturing at his face.
Heath's expression fell suddenly to disbelief, and then something like betrayal, and he said nothing. I scrubbed my hand over my face. Fuck. I wasn't trying to make a comment about his capabilities. There are 3 of them, I said more gently, and 1 of you.
And apparently you don't think I can handle myself, Heath said in a small but firm voice.
That's not what I'm saying.
I just wanted to make sure he was safe.
Heath scoffed and turned away.
Well, it doesn't matter, because it's not your decision to make.
It's not a decision,
I snapped.
It's common sense.
Heath stubbornly said nothing. Why did he seem so fucking unfazed by this? Around us, his club members were watching with some interest. Blade's gaze flicked between us, like he was trying to decide if he was going to let this play out or not.
I'm just trying to help,
I said. You can help by butting out, Heath said. I've got it under control. Why was he suddenly so resistant? He'd never given me any pushback like this before, and I didn't understand why he was now. Was he trying to prove something? This wasn't a fucking game. And yeah, he only had a black eye this time, but it should never have gotten that far.
That's obviously not true,
I nearly shouted.
Looking at your face.
Without even bothering to respond, Heath turned on his heel and stormed up the stairs. The room was still, quiet. From behind me, Jazz whistled low. That pissed me off all over again, and I wasn't about to push my luck with the Hell's Anchor guys more than I already had.
I'll be his security detail,
I said to Blade, hoping he'd see reason and take this as another gesture of good faith from Liberty Crew.
Personally.
Blade raised his eyebrows.
I don't think that's up to me.
Then he nodded toward the stairs. Implicit permission. I didn't exactly understand how Blade ran his club, but if he wanted me to work things out with Heath myself, I wasn't going to throw that back in his face. I nodded shortly, and then climbed the stairs, with my heart in my throat. Chapter 18. Heath. Frustration prickled at the corners of my eyes. It was all too fucking much. The pain, the exhaustion. And then Dante had to storm into the clubhouse and touch me with so much tenderness that I'd almost kissed him right there, just for the comfort of it. But we didn't have that kind of relationship. Sure, I understood his anger. His members breaking the rules was no joke, but it seemed like he was even angrier that I'd been the one to get hurt. Like, if it had happened to Jazz or Siren, it wouldn't have sparked nearly as strong a reaction, which was incredibly confusing, because that type of reaction seemed more like the type of reaction someone would have about a lover than a friends with benefits hookup. And it had given me a little bit of hope that maybe, despite everything, he did feel something more for me. Why had it manifested like that, though? He and Blade had talked about my security detail like I wasn't even fucking there, like I was a child that needed to be babysat. When Blade had asked me to be Dante's chaperone, I thought that was proof that he saw me as just as capable as everyone else in the club. But apparently I was just a weakling who needed constant protection as soon as I got roughed up. They wouldn't have treated Gunner or Jazz like this if they'd been the one jumped. All the hard work I'd done to prove to the club and to myself that I was worthy of the Hell's Anchor patch was apparently just a fantasy. Dante wasn't even a Hell's Anchor member, and even he got a say in how the club should respond, and nobody listened to me. And it was beyond frustrating and demoralizing. But at the same time, maybe it was right. There were 3 of them and 1 of me. Still, I wanted Dante to want to protect me, not to feel like he needed to. I wasn't helpless, and I wasn't going to accept a security detail offered out of pity for the sad, weak kid, or because Dante felt like he'd slipped in his responsibilities. I kicked the door to my room closed behind me and chucked the frozen peas onto my bed with a little more force than was necessary. I wasn't his fucking project. Just because I was younger and smaller didn't mean that I didn't know what I was signing up for when I patched into Hell's Anchor. I didn't need someone to fucking hold my hand. The door opened without even a knock.
"Heath, we need to talk about this."
I started, jerking away from the sound. Dante stepped into my room and closed the door behind him, crossing his muscular arms over his chest. My frustration bubbled up in me again. Hadn't I made it clear I didn't want to talk about this, what with the walking away? What's there to talk about? I'm fine.
"Fine?"
Dante asked, shocked and scoffing.
"Like hell you're fine. I'm your security now, 24/7. I'm not going to risk those guys finding you again without anyone there as backup."
I whirled around to glare at him. Dante winced like the side of my face hurt him. Well, too bad. It hurt me a lot worse. "I can take care of myself. And if I needed help, if I wanted help, I'd have got my club behind me. I don't need you to babysit me."
"Don't care if you think it's babysitting,"
Dante shot back.
"It was Liberty Crew's fuck-up, my fuck-up, that caused this, and we're going to be the ones to settle the score. You don't have to like it, but this is how it's going to be."
Oh, of fucking course. He was just another big guy not listening to a single word I was saying. My brothers had been like this, barging into my space, ignoring any boundaries I set, bulldozing me at every turn. I was always in the way, or causing trouble, or simply not good enough. Someone to be ordered around and humiliated and not given an ounce of free choice. Dante had acted like he respected me until the minute I didn't want to go along with his plans. Once I had a mind of my own, boom, all the respect went out the window. I was fucking tired of being treated like that, and I wasn't gonna fucking do it again. I crossed my arms over my chest. "How come you get to decide how it's gonna be, when I'm the one that just got punched in the face?" Dante's blue eyes blazed.
"They used to be my guys, and they're trying to get back at me, which makes it my responsibility. If they're coming for you, I need to be here to stop them. End of story. Got it?"
I threw my hands up at the very end of my rope. "How about you fucking listen to me for a second?" Dante snapped his mouth closed like he was surprised by my outburst, and then tilted his head like he was almost curious. That pissed me off even more. I didn't want him to look at me like I was some sort of hissing kitten, cute in its anger. They were in our territory, and they came after a patched-in member, I said, my voice steelier than I can ever remember it being. They're not a part of your club anymore, and you have no claim over me. It's not your call."
"I can't just let this slide."
"Jesus Christ!" I shouted. I was so fucking frustrated. I was worried it might spill over into tears for real. I just wanted Dante out of my room, out of my space. I needed to get my head on straight. I didn't need another guy in my life trampling over my boundaries and willfully misconstruing every word I said. This is supposed to be a working relationship, right? You're here to fix the relationship between our clubs, and our friendship is secondary to that. That's what you said, I grimaced. If you want things to stay on track, you need to fucking listen to me. And to Blade, too. Not everything is on your shoulders, Dante. And this, it's Hell's Anchor business. And I'll figure it out with my club. Before this happened, you were all about getting things friendly and professional and casual, and now you're in my face, demanding you're going to be with me 24/7. I can't keep up with you. Dante took a step back, giving me more space. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, and then took a deep breath and cast his gaze at the ceiling. I braced myself for whatever was about to come out of his mouth, amping myself up to keep fighting back.
"You're right,"
he said.
"I'm being a dick."
I swallowed, then blinked hard, all the wind taken out of my sails. The tears were really pricking at the corners of my eyes now, but didn't fall. "Yeah, you really are."
"Fuck. I'm sorry."
Dante scrubbed his hand roughly over his face and then sighed. He stepped a little closer, and I stepped back, bumping into the foot of my bed. But not because I actually wanted the distance, more because I was afraid of what I might do if he closed the distance entirely.
I've just been trying to take things slow and keep things professional. As professional as I can."
He laughed darkly.
"At least until the reparations are over."
"What does that have to do with you being a dick?" I asked.
"I'm not thinking straight," he admitted. My emotions got the better of me."
"I don't understand." My heart flipped in my chest. I wasn't sure where this was going, but some of the anger bled out of me as I watched him struggle to find the words.
"I've made mistakes in the past," Dante said, "in relationships. So I thought friendship would be easier for us, at least while you were working as my chaperone, and while I was still responsible for getting Liberty Crew back in Hell's Anchor's good graces. But seeing you like this," he gestured at my black eye, "I can't fucking stand it."
He chewed on his lip. We were on the brink of something. I could feel it. I just needed to push a little farther. "What do your past relationships have to do with this?" Dante sighed, sounding almost defeated.
"I moved too fast, with the wrong people. I want too much. I want you too much."
For a moment, I couldn't breathe. It didn't feel real. I swallowed before asking, "What's wrong with that?"
"I don't want to screw things up between our clubs," he said, but his gaze cut to the floor. "I don't have the luxury of getting careless or making mistakes, and you can see how well that's going."
I blinked hard. "It's more than that, isn't it? It's something else." Dante sucked his teeth.
"I guess so."
"You can tell me," I said, gentle, where I'd been all prickly anger. I'm just trying to understand." Finally, Dante met my eyes, and his were a little worried, almost scared.
"My last relationship ended. Badly. Messily. He was young." He pointedly didn't look at me. "And I thought he was ready to commit. He definitely wasn't."
He laughed darkly.
"He, cheated on me. Didn't know what he wanted, and it really fucked with my head. Took me a long time to get myself straightened out, back into the leader I need to be."
He was afraid, I realized suddenly. Afraid that I wasn't ready, or serious, or willing to commit. Afraid that I didn't know what I wanted. "I know what I want," I said softly. I stepped forward and hooked my thumbs into his belt loops. Dante's eyes widened.
"Yeah?"
Dante set his hands at my hips almost tentatively.
"What's that?"
Anxiety bubbled in my chest, but I wasn't going to let my fear stop me. Not anymore. "You," I said. "Just you." Dante tugged me in a little closer, his fingers digging softly into my sides. He cupped one big hand around my jaw and tilted my face slowly up to his. Then he kissed me. It was slow and soft, different from the kisses we'd shared before. He took my lower lip in between his, but didn't deepen the kiss. Just let it linger. When he pulled away, his gaze was just as gentle.
"Sorry for bursting in here like that, and for not listening to what you had to say."
I huffed a laugh, still a little miffed about that. "Yeah. Next time you should knock."
Dante cringed. "I know. I really am sorry for acting like such an asshole. I was just so wrapped up in wanting to protect you and to make up for my part in your getting hurt. But you're right. It's not my decision to make."
"I want you to protect me," I admitted, because I did. I felt so safe in his arms now that he was actually talking with me and listening to me. "I just don't want you to bulldoze me." Dante looked down at me hopefully.
"Really?" So you're okay with me helping with the security detail?
Now I am, I said. Then, summoning up all of my courage, I continued. But is that all this is? Security detail between friends?
I hope not, Dante said, low and a little nervous. That's not all I want. It's not what I ever really wanted.
I bit back a smile. The anxiety in my chest loosened a little more, into something that felt dangerously like hope. Good. Me neither. Dante didn't hold his smile back, and it lit up his whole face. His hand tightened at my hip.
Okay,
he said.
But we'll still take things slow, yeah? Because until we catch those guys, your safety is my priority. I don't want to let myself get too distracted again.
The crazy thing was, I couldn't remember ever feeling safer than I did at that moment. Even knowing that Ryder and his buddies were in the territory looking for me, I knew Dante wouldn't let them lay a hand on me again. I knew that he'd trust me to take care of myself if it came down to it, but that it wouldn't come down to it, with Dante in control. It was scary, driving into the unknown like this. But for Dante, I was ready to take the leap.
Chapter 19. Dante. I took a long drink from my beer and tried to gather my thoughts. I was the one who had called the church meeting this evening, and Dad, True, Nix, Eli, and Star were all looking at me expectantly from where they were seated around our big communal table in the clubhouse common room. I was too antsy to sit, though, and instead I was pacing along my typical pacing path, a back and forth behind the table, just to get some energy out. Nix blinked owlishly at me. "They're gonna tell us what this is all about, or not?" Eli elbowed Nix. "Let the man have a drink, damn." True and Star shared a wordless conversation expressed mostly with their eyebrows. We had a small but cohesive enforcement team now. Promoting Star had improved the dynamics of the group massively. She was level-headed, smart, and a little more serious than Nix and Eli. As road captain, Nix was an excellent leader and always kept morale up, but he could be a little hot-headed, and Star didn't hesitate to question his decision when she needed to. Eli was a more recent addition to the enforcement team as well, and he was still learning the ropes, with Sergeant-at-Arms True training everyone, though. It'd only be a few months before the enforcement team was a well-oiled machine. I really wished we had a little more time for that, but we had to deal with the problem at hand now. We had to take care of the bastards that had once called themselves crew members before they came for Heath again, because I was not going to let that happen. Not on my fucking turf. Baxter, Ryder, and Tripp were on the community college campus, I said. What? True slapped both hands on the table and stood up in shock. When? A few hours ago, I said. They were looking for the kid. Why? Nix asked. I caught Dad's eye. He sat back in his chair, scowling, clearly deeply disturbed by this update. Good. He should be. I needed them all to be as angry as I was. They knew the kid was working with us. He was an easy target, a way to get back at both of us and hell's Ankhor at once. True nodded and exhaled an angry huff. He was reading between the lines, and he knew I was taking this as a personal attack, because it was. The strength of my own anger had shocked me when I'd seen what they'd done to Heath. But when I'd gone to him, all riled up and guns blazing, ready to argue my way into being his security detail, he'd pushed me back. Hard. It had surprised me, and honestly, he'd been gorgeous, all lit up with passion as he spoke his mind. Seeing that side of him made me feel dangerously hopeful about our relationship. He wasn't afraid to make his needs known. And he finally had. Not just about the security detail, but about our relationship. We both wanted more. I wasn't exactly sure what that meant yet, but I was excited to find out as soon as I'd dealt with the bastards that had hurt him.
Those fucking assholes, Star snarled. They've got a lot of balls to pull something like that when they've already been banished from the territory.
Exactly, I said. And they didn't just break the terms of their excommunication. They attacked one of our allies. And they've apparently been harassing him for a couple of weeks now, too. Where are you going with this, Dante? Dad asked. You have a punishment in mind? He didn't look doubtful, though. He looked interested. Club justice, I said. Silence fell over the church meeting. Even True widened his eyes a little bit. Dad sat back in his chair. You think it's time for that? I nodded seriously. I do. We excommunicated them. They attacked an ally to prove a point. I don't believe they deserve another chance. From the looks on the enforcement team's faces, it was clear this wasn't what they were expecting to hear, and I couldn't blame them. If this were a normal situation, I wouldn't jump straight to club justice. I'd say we put the fear of God in them a little bit, maybe rough them up and give them one more chance to disappear for good. As such a small club, we honestly had little need for club justice, and even the need for intimidation wasn't something we were used to. But I wasn't going to put Heath's safety at risk. Those three hadn't just betrayed the club. They'd come back for revenge. All they'd had to do to start a new life was leave. And by refusing to do that, they forfeited their right to mercy. Dad chewed on the inside of his cheeks thoughtfully. What do you think, True? True sucked his teeth and then glanced between Dad and me.
I'll back it, he said. We've given them a lot of chances, and they fucking shot us the bird at every turn. We've been beyond merciful. And if they're going for Hell's Anchor members, that's going to threaten our relationship with their club. And honestly, we really can't afford that. Not with our numbers the way they are.
Dad's expression darkened. I knew we were all thinking the same thing. If Blade wanted to, he could order us expelled from the territory, and none of us wanted to leave our home behind. If that happened, I wasn't sure the club would survive. We needed to do everything we could to fix this. Anyone else? Thoughts? Dad asked.
I think it's a little fucked up, Eli said. But I don't see another option. Agreed, Star said. What other option do we have?
Nix nodded, his lips pressed together. Good, I said. I know we don't have the manpower to run full patrols right now, but True, set up some more routes. I want everyone to keep their eyes open and alert for any word or sign of those three. And if they show their faces, you know what to do. Murmurs of agreement around the table. After a short, serious discussion about the logistics of the next few weeks, Dad dismissed the rest of the enforcement team, but he motioned for me to stay behind. I followed him into the open kitchen. Dad pulled the fifth of scotch out of the liquor cabinet, the stuff that only got broken out for special occasions. He poured us each a finger into a highball glass and slid one across the kitchen counter to me. So, he said. So, I swirled the liquor in the glass. You didn't push back as much as I thought you would at that plan. Dad sighed. I can't say I love it, he admitted. You know, I don't like to enact club justice when it can be avoided. But I think you're right. If we don't, we're just opening ourselves up to more violence. We'll ruin our chance at staying on Blade's good side. I nodded. But, he said. There it was. I cringed inwardly. I had a feeling he knew what this was really about. I think you should bring the kid around for dinner, Dad said. Oh, I really don't think that's necessary, I argued weakly. But I already knew this was a losing battle. You don't get that look in your eye for just anyone, Dad insisted. What's going on between you two? Well, nothing's going on. I sipped the scotch, focusing on the warm burn of it down my throat as I avoided Dad's eyes. Dante, Dad pinned me with a serious look. I'm asking you this not only as your father, but as your president. This affects the club, too. And he was right. That's half the reason I'd been holding back so much with Heath all this time. But now I was asking my enforcers to deal with Baxter, Ryder, and Tripp permanently. That wasn't a request to make lightly. Dad deserved to know what was going on. I was trying to keep things casual, I admitted. Not in a disrespectful way, just Prioritizing our friendship and our working relationship first. Try not to get too attached. But when I saw him after those three had attacked him... You realize you already are attached, Dad said with a nod. I sighed and rubbed my hand across the back of my neck. Yeah, I guess you're right. I just can't fucking stand the thought of anyone laying a hand on him again. Not when it'd be so easy for me to protect him. And how does he feel about it? Dad asked. Well, I mean, he's interested, I said. He wants to try things out, take things slowly. Dad furrowed his brow over his glass. Why do you sound so miserable about that? I leaned heavily against the counter. You remember Eddie, right? Dad grimaced. How could I forget? That guy was a piece of work. True had about the same reaction, I admitted with a grim laugh. I just don't want a repeat of that, where I invest so much and get it thrown in my face, and then it takes me so long to pick up the pieces. I'm VP now, and I have so much going on with Stella's and supporting the crew. I can't afford that kind of heartbreak. And what if I asked Heath to be with me in the same kind of relationship I truly wanted, and he said no? I wanted our dynamic to go beyond the bedroom. I wanted to be his dom in every sense of the word, his protector, his caretaker, and he would be my sub. And what if that was asking too much? What if that scared him away? He liked being told what to do in the bedroom, that was undeniable. And he seemed so subconsciously responsive to my instructions no matter where we were. But that didn't mean he realized what was going on, or that he'd want it outside of the bedroom. A lot of guys just wanted to dip their toes in, spice up their sex lives without giving a shit about the lifestyle. I'd learned that the hard way, with Eddie, and the thought of going through that again was almost physically painful. What makes you think it'd be a repeat? Dad asked. I knew what he was doing. He wasn't going to give me advice. He was just going to ask probing questions until I figured out what I needed to do. It was always fucking annoying, and yet it always seemed to work on me. He's just young, I said. Inexperienced. I'd be his first for a lot of things. Most things. There's bound to be some conflict. And once he gains more experience, he might change his mind. Isn't that what dating is about? Dad watched me, concerned, like he was just now realizing how much my breakup had affected me. Getting to know each other, to see if you're compatible. Are you really that afraid to take that risk? I'm not afraid, I said, even though I was. I'm still weighing the pros and cons. A breakup would come at a high cost. It'd be a high cost to me, emotionally. And it might cause friction within the clubs, which only doubled the pressure. So what would happen if it went well? Dad asked. What would that look like? And honestly, I hadn't considered it. I'd been so wrapped up in what would happen if things went wrong that I hadn't even considered what it might look like for things to go right. What if he did want it? What if he really was looking for a man like me to give him stability and guidance, to be his foundation, to be his provider and protector, but always his equal? In Hell's Anchor, he'd clearly learned to hold his own. Blade and his enforcers were protective of Heath, and I understood why. But Heath had a solid courage that straightened him up at the most important moments. If he did want to be with me, it wouldn't cause friction between our clubs, and I knew I wouldn't be the one to convince Blade. Heath would be. And that kind of boldness and interclub relationship wouldn't be bad for the Liberty crew either. Dad grinned at me like he could read my damn mind. I steeled my face into a neutral expression again, and that just made Dad bark out a laugh. Bring him home for dinner. Just me and you and the kid. Let your dear old dad scare him up a little bit. I stuck my finger in his face. You better not. I've put a lot of work in making him not scared. Dad laughed again. You know I'm just kidding. Seriously, I just want to get to know this guy who's got my son all wrapped up in knots. And he really did, didn't he? I hadn't felt this way about someone, maybe ever. I couldn't remember ever feeling this way about Eddie. It was different, and that scared me. Getting what I craved meant potentially losing it. But maybe Dad was right, and true, too. Maybe it was time for me to truly trust my heart and take a risk. I'd already taken the first, hardest step. And now I had to commit to the fall. If anyone was worth it, it was Heath.
Chapter 20. Heath. "You really think this is a good idea?" I asked, as Jonah drew the eyeliner pencil along my lower waterline. I was sitting on the edge of the bed while Jonah leaned over me, working carefully, as Logan picked through my closet thoughtfully. "Yeah," Jonah said. "Obviously. It's a date. And you have pretty eyes. This'll just bring 'em out a little more."
"Trust him," Logan said over his shoulder. "He knows what he's doing."
Jonah leaned back and checked his work. I wasn't wearing much makeup, just the eyeliner, a little bit of tinted lip balm, and some concealer that covered the worst of my healing shiner. Still, more makeup than I'd ever worn before. But Jonah nodded seriously like he'd given me a full makeover. "Looks good. What do you think, Logan?"
Logan glanced over his shoulder and Wolf whistled.
"You look hot. Dante's going to fall all over himself.
More than he already does whenever he's within 10 feet of you, I mean."
I blushed. "You really think this counts as a date?"
"Well, what else would it be?" Jonah asked. "He asked you to dinner, to meet his dad. That's pretty clearly a dating thing to me."
"Trust me, I've been there. At least he told you you're meeting his dad before you showed up on his doorstep." Anxiety bubbled in my chest. This was serious, wasn't it? "Don't freak out," Logan said, his green eyes flashing like he could see the nervousness rising. "They both live in the clubhouse. There's no avoiding it. It's not that serious."
"Well, it's a little serious," Jonah said.
Logan threw a T-shirt at Jonah. He squawked as it smacked him in the face. Then Logan pulled a simple white Oxford from my closet. "Wear this," he said. "That?" I cringed. "It's way too big." It was just a hand-me-down from one of my roommates before I moved into the Ankhor clubhouse, back when I was really broke and wouldn't say no to any free thing offered to me. "Well, that's the idea." Logan tossed it to me, and I sighed, obliging him by pulling it on. It was definitely too big. The sleeves hung past my knuckles, and the hem landed at the top of my thighs. I went to button it fully, and Logan hurried forward and knocked my hands away from the buttons. "No! You gotta leave the top one undone." Logan fussed with my shirt. He left it unbuttoned to my sternum, then rolled the sleeves up to under my elbows. Then he instructed me to tuck the front into the waistband of my jeans, but just the front. "Now, there you go. Go look. You look hot." Jonah nodded in agreement. I slipped into the bathroom and peered at my reflection in the mirror. And maybe Logan was onto something. The shirt didn't look awkward the way I'd expected. It looked stylishly oversized, and the wide collar slid a little bit to show my collarbones. The eyeliner did bring out my eyes, as Jonah had promised, and my blonde hair looked casually tousled without being messy. I stepped back into my bedroom to see Jonah and Logan, both looking very self-satisfied. "All right," I said. "You win. I like it." Jonah and Logan crowed their victory and high-fived. I ducked my chin and grinned at my shoes. I really was so lucky to be part of this family.
"Yo!"
Raven called from downstairs.
"Your ride's here."
I thanked Jonah and Logan and hurried downstairs, where Raven and Gunnar were waiting by the front door. Gunnar widened his eyes a little at my appearance. Raven grinned at me and then immediately turned to Gunnar to see his reaction. Raven laughed and swatted him. "Don't stare." Gunnar flushed. "What? The kid looks good." "Still don't understand why you guys feel the need to drive me," I said. "I can just ride there." I knew it was a losing argument, though, with the threat of the ex-crew guys still lurking. The knowledge that they'd been sending me threats even before they jumped me seemed to make my brothers-in-arms' protective instincts that much more intense. not to mention how I'd hid the emails at first. That had done me no favors.
And show up to dinner with helmet hair? No way. Besides, Dante wouldn't want you driving on your own right now. Come on, let's go.
I followed Raven as he bounced out the front door. Gunner drove one of the cages, and Raven gave me shotgun while he leaned over the console to pick my brain about Dante and the date. It was a nice distraction, honestly, and it kept me from getting wrapped up in my own worries about how the night would go. By the time they dropped me off in front of the Liberty Crew clubhouse, I wasn't quite so nervous anymore. Raven crawled into the front seat as soon as I got out of the car. Gunner honked as he pulled out of the Liberty Crew lot, and Raven leaned out the passenger window so far I thought he might fall out.
"Have fun! Be safe!" he called.
I rolled my eyes fondly. I felt a little bit babied, sure, but sometimes that was nice. It was nice to know I could rely on my club, and that they wanted the best for me. I rapped my knuckles on the front door of the clubhouse. A little bit of my earlier anxiety came crawling back into my throat, but it was too late now. I was here. No turning back. After a few seconds that felt like an hour, Dante answered the door. His broad shoulders nearly filled the entire door frame. He was wearing slacks with a form-fitting white t-shirt tucked in, the tight short sleeves cuffed, a little casual, a little dressy. The sharp crease in his slacks made him look classic and confident, and I immediately wanted to hook my thumbs in the waistband and slot myself against his chest. Dante's sharp blue gaze lingered on mine, and then slid down my body, slow and obvious. He wasn't even trying to hide the desire on his face. The open want in his expression made my blood run hot.
"Hey,"
he said, low and private. "Hi." I tucked a stray strand of hair behind my ear and ducked my chin. Dante's eyes flashed as he smiled at me, warm but a little hungry, promising.
"Is that Heath?"
A voice boomed from inside the clubhouse.
"Quit standing there gawking and invite him in."
"Sorry," Dante said to me warmly. "That's Dad. He can be a little excitable."
"Whatever he's saying, it's not true."
Dante laughed and brought me inside with a hand at the small of my back. The touch sent a little zip of excitement through me, especially the way he did it so naturally, like his hand was meant to be there.
"Hey,"
Mal called from the kitchen as he pulled a cast-iron pot from the oven.
"It's good to see you, Heath. Come in, let me fix you a drink."
"I'll do that, Dad," Dante said through a laugh and then turned to me. "Don't let him fool you.
I did all the heavy lifting for dinner. Promise it'll be good."
Then his gaze dragged down my body with intention, like he was drinking me in. His attention was practically a physical touch that left a shiver in its wake. And I didn't know what he had planned, but he was obviously not talking about dinner. I opened my mouth to say something, probably silly or awkward, in response, but was saved by a ruckus upstairs.
"Smells good!"
True bounded down the stairs and skittered to a stop. Two other club guys loped behind him, both peering curiously towards the dinner and obviously tracking the sound of the rich smell. One guy was tall and wiry with a thick head of dark hair, and the other a little shorter and broader with square glasses at the end of his nose. My eyes widened a little in surprise. I'd been under the impression that dinner was going to be me, Dante, and Mal. Was this actually going to be a full club affair? Shit. Making a good impression on Mal was stressful enough as it was. I wasn't prepared for this.
"Come on, guys,"
Dante said, cringing and trying to corral the three of them to the back door.
"This is private." "Hey, Heath."
True hopped a little and his grinning face appeared briefly over Dante's shoulder.
"Good to see ya."
"Hi, True," I said, laughing a little helplessly. "Oh, you're Heath." The guy in glasses ducked under Dante's outstretched arm. Dante was trying to hurt him like an irritated sheepdog, and strolled up to me with an outstretched hand like this was absolutely normal. "I'm Nix. Nice to meet you." Dante cringed even harder.
"Nix, come on."
"Not fair," the tall guy said, still effectively corralled by Dante. "Heath," I said, shaking Nix's hand. "Nice to meet you." I couldn't resist throwing a little smile over Nix's shoulder at Dante, who looked tense and exasperated. Something in Dante's expression eased a little bit. While he was distracted, the tall guy got around him as well and walked toward me, hand outstretched. "I'm Eli," he said, and I shook his hand as well.
"Well?"
True prompted. He slung his arm companionably around Dante's shoulders.
"What's for dinner?"
"You're not invited," Dante said, long-sufferingly. I don't mind," I said, before I'd really planned to say anything. And to my surprise, I really didn't mind. Being around these guys should have made me nervous. They were all bigger than me, stronger, and a little in your face, and I did feel kind of silly in my makeup now. But there was an easy warmth about them, too. A playfulness that reminded me of my Hell's Anchor brothers. These men clearly loved Dante and wanted to bother him in equal measure. And they'd known who I was. Had Dante talked about me? A mix of embarrassment and pride swirled in my chest. Dante's gaze landed on me again, and despite the chaos, there was still that same heat and intensity in his eyes that he'd greeted me with. And a small, promising smile, just for me. It made my heart thump in my chest, this secret little language we had, even with all his club members around him.
"Are you sure?"
Dante asked. He ambled toward me with True hanging off him like a barnacle.
"These guys can be pretty annoying."
"Wrong," True said easily. "We're funny and nice and overall great company. You're just too uptight." Dante wrestled True off him with a fond shake of his head.
"I know plenty of people who would disagree with that assessment."
"All right. Name 3. Right now."
Me?"
Dante said through a laugh.
"You don't count."
"Actually, I count as 3. "Truth and dare at it again," Mal said fondly. "I swear you two regress back to 14 years old whenever you're together. It's a wonder this club gets anything done."
"Hey now, we know when to work and when to play. Speaking of,"
True nodded at Eli and Nix.
"y'all gonna set the table or what?"
"Oh, come on," Eli complained. "We have to do everything around here."
The 4 of them quickly set the table without further complaint and moved the dishes to the center of the table, family style. Dante sidled up to me and wrapped his arm around my shoulders. He tugged me close to his body and tipped his nose briefly into the crown of my head. I leaned against him, a little tentatively. We'd never done anything like this before. Never touched each other like this in front of other people. I kinda loved it.
"Sorry about this,"
he said quietly as the others were distracted with setting up dinner.
"You sure it's okay if they crash? I can make them leave. They won't be offended. Well, at least not by you."
The care he took to check in with me warmed me, like he wanted to make sure I wasn't just trying to be accommodating. He really wanted me to feel comfortable, and that made me even more sure, and a little giddy. "Yeah," I said. "I want to get to know them better, too." Dinner was a chaotic, ridiculous affair, loud with laughter. Even though they all knew each other so well, I never felt left out or awkward. There was a lot of reminiscing, mostly for my benefit. Mal cackled over an after-dinner finger of scotch. His big hand slapped the table.
"I'd forgotten about that."
"How could you forget?"
Nix asked incredulously.
"First of all, they were way too old for this to happen. Like, why would Dante agree to it at all?"
"He can't resist a dare,"
Mal said.
"Hence the tag."
Under the table, Dante's hand wrapped around my knee and squeezed affectionately. He shot me a little half-smile, and then his hand crept up my thigh, his fingers tracing the inseam of my jeans. I swallowed and shifted a little in my seat.
"And he really got stuck on the roof?"
I asked.
"No,"
Dante said pointedly, all casual like his hand wasn't nearly in my crotch.
"A certain somebody stranded me on the roof."
True grinned.
"You're the one who fell for it."
"He pulled the ladder down after Dante climbed up there to get the volleyball,"
Nick said to me. True cackled.
"I couldn't believe it was so easy."
"I'd had like 4 beers. I can be convinced to do anything at that point,"
Dante groused.
"You remember what he did to pass the time until someone came and got him down?"
True asked Nix.
"He fucking took a nap."
Nix shouted in laughter, leaning back in the chair.
"Oh my God, the sunburn,"
Eli said, eyes widening in horror as he remembered.
"It was so bad. The peeling. He was like a lizard."
"Oh, gross," I said, laughing at the image. Dante laughed too, rolling his eyes warmly at the memory, and he squeezed my leg just a little. I liked seeing him like this, open and relaxed, visibly enjoying the good-natured teasing from his brothers in arms. As dinner wound down, Dante and I both tried to start helping with the dishes, but Mal just shooed us away with a shake of his head. Eli and Nix tried to sneak away, but True caught them and pointed them to the sink.
"We've got plenty of hands to clean up," Mal said. "Show Heath around. He's never been to the clubhouse."
Dante poured himself another finger of whiskey and topped off my glass of red wine.
"If you insist,"
he said. He caught my eye, handed me the wine glass, and then guided me toward the stairs with his hand at my lower back. I bit my lower lip. His touch was a little possessive and a lot promising. I wasn't sure where this was going to go, but with Dante's hand at my back, I didn't feel any fear, just hunger, anticipation. Wherever he wanted to lead, I was more than ready to follow.
Chapter 21. Dante.
"This is a cute picture," he said, as he leaned over my desk to get a closer look. The picture was on a high shelf above my dresser, which meant Heath had to rise up onto his tiptoes and lean forward to peer at it, which happened to make his ass look exceedingly grabbable. For now, I resisted. I meant it when I said I wanted to take things slow. Heath deserved all the time and care and patience in the world, but having Heath in my bedroom was seriously affecting me. I hadn't realized that seeing him poke curiously around my things would reawaken that roaring, protective, possessive part of me. But it was like seeing a recently adopted kitten get used to its new home. I liked watching him explore my space, running his small hands over my white bedspread, examining my narrow bookshelf stacked with John le Carre and bread-baking tomes, and now leaning over my dresser to see an ancient photo of me, Dad, and True. The room was more like a big studio apartment. We'd knocked down the wall between two motel rooms years ago, so I had a living room area and a full kitchen to run my baking experiments, so I'd stopped holding the communal kitchen hostage. It was my private getaway. But I'd always thought it was a little big, just for me. There was room for someone else here, but I tried not to think about that too hard. My mind was always jumping too far ahead. Right now, I simply wanted Heath to be as comfortable here in my space as he was in his room at the Hell's Anchor clubhouse. "Well, that's from when I first became an enforcer," I said, gesturing to the picture. "I was 20. Dad didn't even let me have a beer to celebrate."
"Sounds like Blade," Heath laughed ruefully, and then he threw a grin over his shoulder. "You were cute."
"Still am," I joked.
"No, now you're handsome," Heath said easily,
truthfully. And there was no way I could resist now. I sauntered up behind him and set my hand on his hips, pressing my body flush to his. He sighed at the contact like he'd been waiting for it, and leaned back into me willingly. God, he was so pretty. And he'd beyond impressed me tonight, the way he'd fit in so well with my Liberty family. He was a little quiet, sure, but not out of fear or shyness. He was just observant, watching the way we interacted, and then sneaking in some riotously funny jabs when I least expected it. And throughout the dinner, he'd leaned into my hand on his knee, even resting his own hand on my forearm as he looked to me for cues. He was cautious, but not afraid. Not anymore. There was no denying the spark between us, but I also didn't want to leap into this on intuition alone. We had to talk about this, about what I wanted, and what I hoped he might want too, even if I was still a little afraid that the reality of my desires would make him bolt. Better to have him break things off now than for me to get even more attached only to lose him unexpectedly. That would suck for me, and wouldn't be fair to Heath at all. I squeezed his hips. Heath leaned back against me with a sigh, and I kissed his temple. "We should talk about this." He stiffened a little, and then he took an intentional breath, and the tension bled from his shoulders. "Yeah, we should."
I led him to the small love seat in my living room area, my hand wrapped easily around his wrist. He followed me dutifully, even letting me gently guide him to sit down on the plush cushions. I sat next to him, angled toward him so our knees locked together. Heath already looked a little nervous. He folded his hands in his lap and ducked his chin so a strand of blonde hair fell into his eyes. "Hey." I brushed the hair from his eyes and then gently touched his chin. "Look at me." Heath responded immediately, blinking as his gaze met mine. God, it was so beautiful watching him respond to my directions. I'd never get used to it. His brown eyes were so open and trusting, but I could see hints of the bruise where he'd been punched. It wasn't swollen, but there were still traces of purple and green around his eye. "How's your face?" I asked, as I traced my forefinger carefully across his cheekbone. Heath smiled gently and leaned into the touch the barest amount. "It's all right. I had to put a little concealer on it for tonight." My heart clenched. I cupped his face in my palm. "Hate seeing you hurt." "I'm not hurt." He wrapped his fingers around my wrist, keeping my hand where it was. "Not anymore." "I want to keep it that way," I said, determined. "That's why I want to talk about this." Heath just kept watching me with that open expression, waiting for me to take the lead. "I know you don't have a lot of experience in bed," I said. "But what about relationships? Have you dated much?" His cheeks pinkened as he broke my gaze. He pressed his lips together and then murmured something I couldn't quite hear. "Speak up," I said gently. Heath swallowed. This is it," he admitted quietly. "I've been on a few shitty first dates, but everything beyond that, this is it." He finally looked up again. "You're it." My heart thumped hard in my chest. Knowing that I was the only man who Heath had trusted enough to be with in so many ways sent a hot, possessive thrill through me. The desire slammed into me so sudden and intense it shocked me. I wanted to be the only one to touch him like that, to know these things about him. Arousal curled low in my gut, and my cock stirred in my pants. I wanted him comfortable, protected, happy, and mine. I know that's kind of weird," he said awkwardly. It's not weird," I said immediately. "I like that about you. A lot." Something about my expression and the tone in my voice made Heath's blush darken even further. I dropped my hand to his thigh and rubbed gentle, comforting circles with my palm. "But because of that, and since we're giving this a try now, I wanted to get everything out in the open. Everything I want. And I'm going to start with a question. Have you noticed how you respond to me?" Heath laughed a little nervously. "What do you mean?" "When I give you instructions, you listen," I said carefully. "You listen really well, and it seems to make you happy. I love it, but I want to make sure you know what that means, or what that could mean, what you're doing. Do you?" "I mean," Heath sighed and leaned back into the couch. "It's like I get really anxious sometimes, and when you just give me an instruction to follow, the anxiety just goes away. I don't know why. It's like part of me has been waiting for that, waiting for someone I trust to just take away some of that uncertainty." "How does it make you feel?" I asked gently, even as my heart was jackhammering its way into my throat. God, he trusted me. Even after all of our missteps and miscommunications, I wanted to cover his small body with mine and show him I felt the same. Kiss him until he was incoherent with it. But I had to be sure, first. We had to be on the same page. I wasn't going to make any more assumptions, wasn't going to make any more choices for him. Heath chewed on his lower lip thoughtfully. Finally, his gaze slowly lifted to meet mine. "Safe?" "Yeah," I encouraged. "Tell me a little more." Heath visibly steeled himself. I've never really had any stability in my life," he admitted. "Not until Hell's Anchor. I've only ever had myself to rely on,
the only person who cared about me was me. And it's a lot of work being alone like that. It's exhausting. So when you, he swallowed, when you tell me what to do, it's like I can let go of that burden. I can stop being so careful and vigilant because I can trust that you'll keep me safe and make me feel good. He buried his face in his hands. God, this is so embarrassing to say out loud. The affection in my chest was so powerful it made me feel short of breath. It's not embarrassing, I said. It's perfect. It makes sense. Heath uncovered his face and looked up, brow furrowed. He was so fucking sweet, and so close to being mine. I just had to take that final step. Heath, I'm a dom, I said. Dominant. Always have been. Heath's expression dropped a little. Like tying people up? Hitting people? Whips and chains? No, I said immediately. Not anything like that. For me, it's more about instruction and control. Well, maybe a little spanking, but only if my partner wants that. Heath looked interested now, and I kept running my hands up and down his thigh. I had to make sure I didn't get overeager. The most important thing was that he understood and could make an informed decision about how we moved forward. Basically, I like telling my partner what to do, I said, with a casual shrug I hoped was disarming. In bed, but outside of it too. Not to control your entire life, but just little things, day-to-day things. Maybe what to wear sometimes, or what to pick up for dinner, or where we'll go on dates, things like that. But only when it's something we agreed on, that I know would make you happy too. Things that you want too. Now he looked entranced. I want to make the bulk of the decisions, I said, if that works for you. And in bed, I like being in control. I like it when my partner gives up control and just lets me please them, because that's what it's about for me, making the person I'm with feel happy and safe and content. And at the end of the day, you'd be the one to set the boundaries. I don't want to do anything you don't want to. Heath took my hand in his where it was still on his thigh. He grinned, a little shy, a little excited. I've never thought about anything like this before, but that sounds really, really good. My breath caught in my throat, and I couldn't quite be sure if I heard right. Really? Yeah, Heath said. I'm tired. He laughed a little self-effacingly and ran his free hand through his hair. Tired of making all the choices, figuring things out. I mean, I'm proud of how much I've grown, and I want to be able to stand on my own, but sometimes I just want to lean on someone else, you know? Relax. I've never been able to do that, really, and I'm always too worried about getting things right. Well, you don't have to get anything right with me, I said gently. All you have to do is listen, and just keep being yourself. Heath slumped a little, like my words bled some of the tension out of his body. Really? I nodded. And you still have a lot of control, too. You're just gifting it to me when we play. I like using the traffic light system when I'm in control, I said. Pretty simple. Green means keep going. Yellow means slow down, and red means stop. If you ever say red, I stop. No questions asked. Heath looked a little nervous, but nodded. Makes sense. It's just to make things easier in the moment, I said soothingly. Easier for me to check in with you. Sometimes I'll ask your color to make sure you're okay. And there's no right answer, just whatever you're feeling. So I know if you're having a good time or if we need to switch gears so you can have a good time. That seemed to ease his nerves. Okay. Can I show you? I took his face in both hands and tilted it up to face mine. His brown eyes were huge and curious and still a little nervous. But I knew now, once he let me take care of him, that all those nerves would melt away. And I wanted so desperately to be the one who could do that for him. Yes,
he said quietly.
Please.
I kissed him again, slowly but deeply. Heath sighed into my mouth and reached for me. I caught his wrist in one hand and guided it back to the couch. "Don't touch," I murmured into the kiss. "Not yet." Heath shivered and nodded. We kissed for a long moment, and Heath kept his hands exactly where I directed him, even though I could see his fingers flex with the difficulty of doing so. "You're so pretty." I skated my hands up his sides, rucking his shirt up as I went. Heath shivered again, his cheeks flushing under my touch. "Take this off and get on the bed." Heath inhaled a little, a quick, surprised sound. But then he nodded and slowly stood up from the couch. I leaned against the back of the couch and watched Heath strip his shirt over his head in one fluid motion. He was slim but delicately muscled, his shoulder blades shifting like bird wings. Then he sat at the foot of the bed, his hands tucked between his knees like he was trying to make himself smaller. I stood up so I could see him better and hooked my thumbs in the waistband of my jeans. "Don't do that." He bit his lip and looked up at me, his big brown eyes curious. "What?" "Make yourself smaller," I said. "I want to see you." He swallowed. "Not much to see." I raked my fingers through his hair and then gripped his hair gently. I pulled carefully, not hard, just a little tug, and he gasped as I tilted his face up to look at mine. "I think you're gorgeous," I said. His lips parted as he looked up at me. I couldn't resist leaning down to kiss him again. "Scoot back," I instructed. "Flat on your back, hands above your head." He sighed into the kiss. After I pushed encouragingly at his hips, he shifted back into the position I wanted. He stretched his arms overhead and circled one wrist with the opposite hand, and the slight stretch elongated his body into one long, slim line. "Want to tell me your color?" I skated my hand across his body from the hollow of his throat, over his small, hard nipples, across his lean abs. I rested my palm at the button of his jeans. "Green." "Good boy. You're so gorgeous," I said. Heath turned his head into the pillow, cheeks still pink. "What?" I asked. "Don't like being called that?"
"Dante,"
Heath said in a small, strained voice that made it clear that he very much did like it. "You are, though," I said. "Gorgeous."
"Am not,"
he argued weakly.
"Too skinny."
"Don't be ridiculous." I leaned down and dropped a kiss at the hollow of his throat, and then another at his clavicle, and another on his sternum. "Who told you that?"
"A lot of people,"
Heath admitted. His heart pounded under my lips. "Those people were blind," I said. I kissed him on the lips again, a deep, searching thing, and he opened easily for it. He was so sweet and pliant beneath me. I wanted him to feel exactly how beautiful he was.
"Come on,"
Heath said. He dropped a hand on my shoulder and tugged at my shirt.
"Off."
I captured his hand in mine and put it back over his head. "Just for that, I don't think I will." I punctuated it with a smile and a kiss, so that he'd know he wasn't in trouble. Heath seemed shocked, a little affronted, but he didn't argue. He just nodded like he was beginning to understand the rules of the game. I ran the palm of my hand gently down from the waistband of his jeans to his crotch, across the hard line of his cock there. The contact made Heath gasp and arch into my touch. It sent a bolt of desire down my spine, too. He was so deliciously responsive, and knowing I was the first one to touch him like this made me want to be the only one to touch him like this. But I shoved that thought away. It was way too early to be thinking like that. Plus, tonight was about showing Heath what this dynamic might look like between us. So far, we fit together perfectly, like puzzle pieces. But I didn't need to get more ahead of myself than that. I popped the button on his jeans and slid the zipper down, slowly. Heath gasped into the kiss and arched toward my hand. I grabbed his hip and pinned him hard to the mattress. "Stop squirming." Heath stilled immediately. "Good." I
I rewarded him by tugging his jeans down over his narrow hips. He blushed deeply, but didn't shy away from my hand or my gaze. Then I leaned back so I was kneeling over him, my legs bracketing his bare thighs. I took a moment and just looked at him, drinking in the flush in his cheeks, his blonde hair splayed across my bedspread, his pretty pale skin goose-bumped in the air-conditioned room. He was only wearing a tight pair of light blue briefs, a lovely contrast to the flush in his pale skin. The hard line of his cock was clearly visible against the thin fabric, staining it dark where it was steadily leaking pre-cum in anticipation. For as much as I wanted to see him squirm in desire, I was sick of waiting. I palmed the line of his cock hard. My hand was big enough to cover it entirely. "Oh," Heath gasped, and the wet spot increased as his cock jerked and drooled hot and sticky through the fabric and against my skin. "Feels good?" I asked, though I knew the answer. "Yes," he sighed in response. "Guess what?" I increased the pressure on his cock and skated my hand up and down gently. Heath's eyes flew open. His pupils were dilated and his mouth dropped open when he met my gaze. I raised my eyebrows and then squeezed the base of his cock hard, like a prompting. The muscles in his abdomen clenched. His tongue darted out from behind his teeth and wet his lower lip. "Yes, sir," Heath said in a low, tentative voice. "Feels so good, sir." His voice sent desire like a spike through me, hot and shocking from my nape to my balls. I lay down on top of him then, with one hand shoved between us to rub at his hard little cock, and my other forearm on the mattress beside his head. I kissed him again, messily, fucking my tongue deep into his mouth. "Good boy," I said into the kiss. Heath moaned and his shoulders shifted, but he kept his hands where they were. "You gonna keep being good for me?" I asked. I took my hand off his cock and slipped my fingers under the waistband of his briefs, then snapped the elastic hard against his skin. He gasped and tried to arch up beneath me, but the weight of my body kept him pinned. "Yes, sir," he said. "Good boy. Don't come until I tell you." Heath nodded. "Use your words. What's your color?" "I won't," he said. "Green." I snapped the elastic again. It left a red mark on his pale skin. God, I wanted to leave marks all over him. Wanted him to wake up tomorrow and see the evidence of my touch on his body. "I won't, sir," he amended. I slid my hand into his briefs then and wrapped my palm around his cock, skin to skin. He hissed at the contact and bucked up against me. I rolled halfway off him so I could admire him more, so I could skate my free hand up his chest and roll his hard nipple in between my fingers. The added sensation made Heath throw his head back and groan out loud. His slim cock was so hot to the touch, and weeping pre-cum steadily into my palm. It made the slide of my hand up and down his cock so easy and smooth. My own cock was rock-fucking hard in my pants, so pressed painfully against my fly. I quickly unfastened them, just enough to release some of the pressure and press the line of my cock against Heath's thigh. He gasped at the feeling. "You're big," he murmured. I laughed. "It's proportional to the rest of me." "Can I see?" His brown eyes flicked open. "Please?" I hid my groan in the crook of his neck. My cock throbbed against his thigh. The thought of Heath's eyes, hands, lips had been on my mind a lot. The fact that Heath wanted that too was almost too much to bear. But tonight wasn't about me. "Next time, baby," I said. But I pressed my cock against his thigh a little harder, teasing. "This time's about you." Heath pouted a little, but didn't argue. I kissed the pout from his lips as I began to move my hand a little faster on his cock. I swallowed every breathy moan and gasp and followed his reactions to find the way he liked it best. Tight and hard, with a little twist of my wrist over the head of his cock. Soon he was gasping beneath me, eyes closed tight, but he still kept his arms overhead. Through all of this, he'd never lowered his arms once. And this was his first time. He was so fucking beautiful. A beautiful sub. Like he was meant for me. "Please, sir," he gasped. "Please. I'm so close."
"You want to come?" I asked, my hand still moving unrelentingly over him. I pinched his nipple again, hard, and felt his cock throb and drool in my hand. "Already?"
"I can't. Please. Dante."
He was trying hard to hold it off, but he was also too close to do so much longer. I could tell, by the way he screwed up his face so hard tears formed at the corners of his eyes, and from the way his breath was coming in short, shallow gasps. "You've been so good for me," I murmured in his ear. "You can come now. Let go." Heath took one deep, gasping breath, and then held it, as his entire body went taut and still. Then he exhaled it with a cry, as he came gorgeously hard, his back arched, and thigh pressing hard into my cock. With his head tipped back, his neck was a long, pretty line that I couldn't resist kissing as I jerked him through his orgasm. Cum striped his chest almost to his sternum. I stroked him until he was shivering. My own desire crashed over me now that Heath had found his release. I shoved my own hand, slick with his pre-cum, into my boxers and jerked myself hard and fast.
"I can do it,"
Heath slurred from where he was currently melting into the mattress.
"I can get you off."
"You did beautifully." I kissed him, and then shifted a little closer, burying my teeth into the kiss as I chased my own climax. "Don't do a thing. Just stay like that." Heath nodded, opening his mouth to my kiss with a contented sigh. I didn't need much. Taking Heath apart had taken me so close to the edge that all it took was a few more fast, rough strokes before my own orgasm was rushing down my spine like a wave. I groaned into the kiss, and Heath made a sound dangerously close to a purr. I came with a grunt and broke the kiss to look down at his body as I layered his softening cock with my cum, marking him up, making him mine. Fuck. He was so pretty, so perfect. Still flushed, chest heaving, his little blue briefs ruined with his own cum and now mine too. I briefly considered a round two, maybe cleaning him up with my mouth, but Heath looked exhausted, and a little awed, and happy. I lay down next to him and gathered him into my arms. "How do you feel?"
"Floaty,"
he murmured with a smile.
"Sticky."
I grinned and kissed his temple. I'd have to get up, clean us both up, and maybe even change my sheets. But for now, I was content to hold him for just a few minutes longer. Chapter 22. Heath. I pulled my sunglasses lower on my nose as I kicked my bare heels up on the dash of Dante's truck. I glanced over at Dante, making sure that was okay. It was a hell of a nice truck, a big, comfy passenger seat for me, and a bench seat in the back for 3 others if necessary. Dante drove with one hand on the wheel and one on the stick shift, and when we were on the highway, his hand often drifted from the stick shift to my thigh. We'd been together for a couple weeks now, and hardly a day had gone by since the dinner at the Liberty Crew Clubhouse that we hadn't seen each other. Raven and Coop had taken to teasing Dante during baking lessons for the way he always had one hand on my back or hip or shoulder, and his other on the pastry. During self-defense lessons, Dante still demonstrated with Jazz or Siren, but he often practiced the drills with me, waiting until I had the moves down before he let his hands linger. More than one shift, cleaning up his books, finally coming along, devolved into a flour-dusted make-out session. It was still new, and sometimes uncomfortable, but it was also thrilling and special, and nothing I'd ever expected. Dante switched lanes and shot me a grin, letting his gaze draw up my legs, a little exposed in my swim trunks, and then back to the highway. "You look comfortable."
"Can't complain," I said, with a happy sigh. "I like riding with you."
It had been Dante's idea to drive down to Monterey for the day, and I'd been more than happy to agree. It was a date, certainly, but somehow a little more serious. A trip together, even if it was just for a day. But with Dante, even that added weight carried no extra pressure, and I let myself relax. Really relax. I could just watch the scenery roll by,
listening to Dante thumb through radio stations until he found classic rock he could hum along to. We didn't need to fill the silence with idle conversation. Just being together was enough. We spent a few lazy hours at the beach when we first got there. Dante threw the frisbee into the oncoming breeze so it flew back at him. It was like watching a dog play fetch with itself, and I couldn't help but think Coop would be delighted to learn this trick. I leaned back on my hands in the sand, content to watch Dante and sunbathe. He trotted over a while later, grinning, and flopped onto the towel next to me, grabbing the bottle of sunscreen.
"Ready for a reapplication?"
"Already?" I asked.
"Can't hurt," Dante said with a broad grin.
I rolled over onto my stomach, letting him smooth sunscreen over my shoulders and back in long, languid strokes that almost put me to sleep. I dozed easily for a little while. It was easy to relax into a nap with the knowledge that Dante was close by. When I woke up, the sun had crept toward the horizon. Dante was sitting next to me, thumbing through his phone.
"Hey."
I stretched and hummed happily. "Hi."
"You hungry?"
"I could eat." Honestly, in this moment, warm and happy and a little sleepy, I'd do whatever Dante wanted, and do it gladly.
"Great," he said. "There's a place we can walk to from here."
The restaurant was on the pier, just a short walk down the beach. We walked in the surf, the cool water lapping at my ankles. He told me more stories about growing up in the Liberty crew, and I shared some of the few good ones I had from my own childhood, like the first time I'd had my mom's lemon scones on my 8th birthday. Dante listened with a soft smile, strolling with his hand linked in mine. When we finally reached the beachfront restaurant, I tugged on my shirt and my shoes before we walked up the stairs. "How'd you find out about this place?" I asked as we sat down at the table near the end of the dock. Beneath us, the waves rumbled against the beach. The restaurant was beautiful, not too crowded, not too fancy, with string lights hung casting shadows on Dante's handsome face.
"Jazz, actually."
Dante pulled the chair out from the table for me. My cheeks heated. He was always doing little things like that, small, attentive, chivalrous things that made me feel so cherished.
"It's one of his and Tex's places."
"Well, I can see why," I said. "It's very nice."
"Food's good, too, apparently."
He glanced at my menu and then flicked his gaze up to mine.
"Do you know what you want?"
God, I hoped he was suggesting what I thought he was. "No."
"Well, let me order for you."
A small shiver ran down my spine, followed closely by a rush of relief. I closed my menu, rested my elbows on the edge of the table, and rested my chin in my palm. "Okay." Dante grinned at me, and it lit up his whole face. Dante ordered everything for us. 2 margaritas, tuna steak for him, flounder for me. As the waiter walked away, Dante hooked his foot around my ankle under the table.
"Graduation's pretty soon, isn't it?"
"Yeah," I said. "Can't come soon enough, in my opinion."
"So what are you going to do with that fancy degree?" he asked with a smile. "Besides clean up my books some more, I mean."
"Hopefully take on a bigger role at Custom," I said. "It's really growing a lot. Maverick and Jonah are a seriously impressive team. And Maverick's burning the candle at both ends, doing most of the repair work while simultaneously trying to run the business end. I want to take that off his plate." I sighed and gazed out at the waves. I know he wants to spend more time with his daughter, too. Dante hummed in acknowledgement. When I looked back over, his expression was so soft and fond it made something in my chest somersault. The canvas of his sneakers was soft on my bare ankle, moving up and down gently.
"Do I factor into those plans at all?"
he asked with a playful edge, but a serious look in his eyes. I felt my cheeks heat up. "Obviously."
"Oh," he said, with a pleased little wiggle of his eyebrows. "Obviously?"
"I mean, I know it's kind of early, but—" I was cut off as the bar back appeared with our margaritas in hand.
"Oh,"
he said as he sat the drinks down.
"Heath.
I thought that was you." I started a little. I blinked once, owlishly trying to place the barback's face. "James!" He was a classmate of mine from last semester. We weren't super close, but we'd had a few study groups together. He nodded.
"Yeah."
Good to see you. How you been? Oh, good, I said, a little surprised that he not only remembered me, but seemed so happy to see me. Graduating this year? You finished last semester, right? He shrugged and smiled awkwardly. Yeah, my family's nearby, so I'm picking up some shifts while I job hunt. Oh, cool, I said. I blinked at him again. James lingered, like he was waiting for me to say something. He glanced at Dante. Dante raised his eyebrows.
I'm Dante,
he said pointedly. James said. I know he's from school.
I gathered,
Dante said. Not unkindly, but not in a way that invited further conversation either. We should catch up sometime, James said, turning his focus back on me. He patted his pockets. Oh, hell. My phone's in the back. My email's the same, I said. You can reach me that way. Okay, James said, and he looked between Dante and me again. Okay, well, I gotta get back to work. Good to see you. You too, I said, and James scurried back to the bar. I took a sip of my margarita and turned my attention back to Dante. He raised his eyebrows, and a small smirk curled his lips. What? I asked. Dante laughed incredulously.
What do you mean, what? What was that all about?
I shrugged. I don't know. He's just an old classmate. I didn't even know him that well.
Seems like he wants to be a little more than classmates,
Dante said. I felt my face heat up. What? No, he was just being nice.
He was trying to get your number.
He was not, I insisted, but it sounded half-hearted even to my own ears. Was that really what James had been doing?
You really don't see it, do you?
Dante asked. See what? I furrowed my brow again. But then the food arrived, cutting off my train of thought in the middle. The waiter, thankfully not James, set the plates down with a flourish, and then I was too busy admiring it to ask Dante what he'd meant. Dinner was comfortable and fun. Dante let me steal bites from his plate with a smile. He listened to me ramble about school for way too long, letting me detail the frustrations with my less-than-stellar professors and preparing for exams and how ready I was to finally be done. And, as an added bonus, he kept his foot hooked around my ankle the entire time. I took a sip of my margarita. Dante smiled, and then leaned across the table and dragged his thumb gently across my lower lip. Salt, he explained, with heat in his eyes. I met his gaze. His touch left a tingle in its wake. I couldn't help but draw my lip in between my teeth, wishing it was his thumb instead.
This is what I meant,
Dante said low.
You don't realize how pretty you are. Of course that guy was flirting with you. Who wouldn't?
Under the table, his foot moved up from my ankle to my calf, and then back down, a gentle but extremely distracting touch. Pretty. From anyone else, that descriptor would have pissed me off or sent me spiraling into insecurity. But when Dante said it, it made me flush hot with desire. It didn't sound condescending or demeaning. It sounded almost awed, like he liked it. Liked that I was pretty. Before I could dive deeper, dessert arrived. Simple lime and mango sorbet. I took a small bite, savoring the icy sweetness of the lime with the deliciously tangy edge. Wish we didn't have to go back tonight, I said as it melted in my mouth.
I know, Dante said with a sigh. Hard to get away as the VP sometimes, especially with our numbers so diminished.
Oh, I didn't think about that, I admitted, thinking about how odd it would be for Priest to disappear on an overnight trip. It made me realize why Dante had been so hesitant to throw an extra complication into the mix, too. The club relies on you a lot, don't they? Dante nodded.
Yeah, they do. And I rely on them, too. It's not a burden.
He took a bite of the sorbet.
I wouldn't have it any other way, honestly.
It suits you, I said, almost without thinking. It was just true. Dante was so naturally responsible and reliable. The Liberty crew was lucky to have a man like him as a leader. And I could see how he thrived in the role. I couldn't imagine him in any role other than leader, honestly.
Yeah? Dante asked with a smile. You think so?
I nodded. You're easy to trust and to follow. Dante smiled, pleased with that. He dipped his spoon into the mango sorbet and then leaned across the table, holding it out for me. I wrapped my fingers gently around his wrist, steadying his hand as I closed my mouth around the spoon. The sorbet was shockingly cold and richly sweet, even sweeter with Dante feeding it to me like this. His icy blue eyes burned into mine. Suddenly the rest of the restaurant seemed to melt away. Nothing quite so overwhelming and magnetic as the man in front of me. I dragged my fingers across the tendons in his wrists as he withdrew his hand. He looked just as affected as I did, his gaze intent on my lips just as I licked the traces of sorbet there.
Let's get out of here, Dante said.
I'd never heard a better idea. I nodded, letting a grin spread across my face as Dante flagged the waiter.
Chapter 23. Dante. Never had I been more grateful for this big-ass truck. We'd left Fishheads in a bit of a hurry, and I'd driven us to the far end of the beach where I could drive the truck directly onto the sand. It was late, and the beach was empty except for the gulls doing their late-night picking around in the surf. I rolled the windows down a little, enough so that we still had privacy, but letting the roar of the waves and the cool air filter into the cab of the truck. Heath sighed and leaned across the console, reaching for me with his sparkling eyes wide. And how was I supposed to resist that? I met him halfway, sliding my hand across his nape to slot my mouth against his and kiss him deeply, licking the faint, sweet taste of the sorbet from his tongue. Heath tangled his fingers in the front of my shirt, tugging like he was desperate to pull me a little closer. I broke the kiss, and Heath whined in complaint. I laughed gently against his cheek. Want more, baby? God, yes. He tugged at my shirt again. Get into the back seat, I said with a nod of my head. Heath flushed, but did as I said, crawling over the console and into the bench seat in the back. I followed him, grateful again for the high roof and the wide bench in the back, but it still wasn't as easy for me as it was for Heath. And he didn't outright laugh at my struggles, but I could see him biting back a smile. Shut up, I said warmly. Didn't say anything, he said, with sweet, gentle humor in his voice. I pulled my shirt over my head in one smooth motion, which made the smile fall from Heath's face, only to be replaced with something darker and more wanting. I settled myself back onto the bench seat, leaning against the door with one leg stretched out across the seat and the other on the floor. Heath gasped as I pulled him into my lap and settled against me as close as he could, with his hands skating at my sides and his face tucked into the crook of my neck. It was a little constrained, a little awkward, but somehow that only made it hotter, knowing that neither of us wanted to wait for something more convenient. I slipped my hands under the hem of his shirt and skated them up the length of his back. He shivered and arched his back a little, pressing against me, and I settled one hand at the pretty curve of his lower back. With the other, I palmed his small, pert ass. So pretty, I murmured. I dropped a kiss on his forehead, and Heath tilted his face up in a wordless request for another. I kissed him slow and hard, drawing my tongue over the curve of his lower lip and the edge of his teeth. He moaned into it and wriggled against me, and the hot curve of his cock in his shorts pressed against my hip. You remember what you wanted last time? I asked. I captured one of his hands and squeezed his wrist. Heath nodded and drew his lower lip in between his teeth. I tugged his hand down, lower, and watched Heath's eyes widen as I placed his hand over the line of my own erection in my trunks. He inhaled, his eyes flicking to mine, and then down, lingering on the side of his own small hand wrapped around my cock. Even through the thin fabric of my trunks it was clearly visible. He wet his lower lip, and the sight made my cock throb with desire. Tell me what you wanted, I said, quietly but firmly. Wanted to see you, Heath whispered. I kept my grip on his wrist and used it to force his hand up and down over my length, slow and hard just the way I liked it, Heat was building rapidly inside me, not just from his touch, but from the easy way he obeyed, the way it seemed to make him go a little loose and loopy with desire.
"And what did I say?" I asked.
I punctuated the question with a hard squeeze to his ass. Heath swallowed at the touch, his hand flexing on my cock.
"Oh, Dante."
"Answer me."
I smacked his ass then. A gentle strike that wasn't hard enough to sting, but hard enough to make a sound that echoed through the truck's cab.
Heath keened, and a shiver racked his body. It was an enticingly visceral reaction, one that I filed away for later. For now, though, I just circled my palm soothingly where I'd just swatted him.
You said next time, Heath said.
He sounded wrecked. "That's right." I kissed his temple as a reward. "Think you can follow my instructions?"
"Yes, sir," Heath said immediately, nearly a beg. Please let me."
"Color?"
"Green."
He was so gorgeous looking at me, flushed, sweat beading at his temples and hairline from the humidity in the cab. Sweat was forming on my skin, too, and Heath dropped his head down to draw his tongue over the dip of my clavicle, where I surely tasted like salt and sunscreen. I slipped my hand under the waistband of his shorts and smoothed it over the bare skin of his ass. He shifted his hips restlessly, like he couldn't decide if he wanted to push back into my hand or toward my cock. God, his ass felt so good, firm and small and smooth. I skated his hand over that soft skin and then across his lower back. I dipped my middle finger lower over his tailbone and onto the soft, vulnerable skin of his crack. I didn't go much further, just rubbed gently there, but even that contact made Heath shudder and moan as he hit his face against my chest. God, I wanted to keep touching him, wanted to see how crazy I could drive him with just my fingers, how hot and tight he'd be inside, how slowly I could open him up until he was begging for my cock. But no way I was doing that in the cab of my truck. That deserved a bed and a lot of time, and maybe even a few soft restraints. The thought made me dizzyingly hard. I released his wrist and then tugged his shorts down so his cock sprung free. It was blood-hot and drooling. God, he was so responsive and turned on. His eagerness made me even hungrier. "Get my cock out, baby." I leaned heavily against the door and savored the sight of Heath wrestling with my shorts. He pushed them down just enough to free my cock, and then paused, his hands braced at my hips. He met my eyes shyly.
"Can I?"
"Yeah." Affection flooded my chest. He was just so good for me, asking permission like it was second nature. "Yeah, baby, you can touch it." Heath wrapped one hand almost tentatively around me.
"Oh,"
he said.
"You're so—"
"So what?" I loved his tone and his voice, low and shy and a little awed. It made my blood run hot with desire.
"Big,"
he swallowed.
"And hard."
"You did that," I said. "It's for you." Heath bit his lower lip again and smiled at me like he couldn't quite believe it. "Get closer," I said. "I want you to touch us both at once." Heath nodded and pressed closer, as I instructed, so he was tucked against my chest and the backrest of the seat. He wriggled his hips even closer and slotted his cock flush against mine. The juxtaposition made him inhale softly. It was a dramatic difference. Next to his slim, pretty cock, mine looked even thicker, the vein along the underside standing out. The sight made it twitch, and Heath swallowed. "Are you ready, baby?" I asked, waiting for his nod. "Stroke it." Heath nodded, his gaze fixed between us as he wrapped a hand around both our cocks at once. He gasped, and I shifted beneath him, pushing my hips up toward his hand. "That's right," I encouraged, as Heath skated his palm over the heads of both our cocks and gathered pre-cum to slick the motion. "Good boy." He moved his hand restlessly up and down, but his hand was so small and he was so eager and desperate that he couldn't quite find the right pace or pressure. "Oh, like that," I said, as I folded my hand over his to guide him. He seemed to settle a little bit then, some anxious tension bleeding from his shoulders as I showed him what to do. "You like it when I help you?"
"Love it,"
Heath said, his voice soft and a little slurred with desire. He tucked his face into the crook of my neck again and dropped wet, sloppy kisses onto my skin, shivering as I tightened my hand over his. With Heath's body pressed tight against mine, and his hand moving over my cock, and the heat of his length velvety smooth but hard against mine, I wasn't going to last long. I groaned in pleasure and began to move our hands a little faster, harder, and Heath gasped against my skin. I felt heavy and boneless against the seats of the truck, reduced to nothing but the pleasure buzzing in my veins. "That's right, baby," I said. "Don't hold back. Come for me whenever you want." Heath set his teeth gently against my skin, not quite a bite but not quite a kiss, and moaned in assent. He came first, shuddering hard, as he spilled onto my hand and stomach. Fuck, he was so brilliant. He went pliant against me with a sigh, but still kept his grip tight, letting me continue to stroke his oversensitive cock against mine. Something about that. How he'd do anything for me to feel good. How he wanted me to keep touching him like this, even after his orgasm, made my own climax rush over me. It hit like a wave, my abs tensing and jumping, my toes curling against the cab's floorboard as I came, in hot, pulsing waves, into our joined hands. "Fuck," I said low, slumping down a little. The motion made Heath move too, and he squeaked a little in surprise, which made me laugh. "Was it good?" Heath asked, a little shy. "Amazing," I said. "Beyond amazing." Our hands were disgusting, both sticky with cum. Heath looked up at me with half-lidded eyes, his lips bitten and kiss-swollen. The idea hit me like a physical blow, knocking all other thoughts from my head, and I was speaking before I could even think about what I was saying. "Clean me up." Heath's eyes widened. "Give me your color, baby," I said, as I lifted my hand to his mouth. He swallowed hard. He met my eyes for a long, hot moment. "Green." He leaned forward enough to drag his tongue across my palm. He was thorough, licking the cum from my palm, dipping his hot tongue into the crevice between my fingers as well. Once I was cleaned up, I lifted his own hand to his mouth, and he repeated the process, making my cock stir again with interest. Maybe another time, though. This was more than enough for tonight. "Good boy," I said. "You're such a good boy." Heath looked dazed when he was finished. A little spaced out, but he looked so content, relaxed, and happy. I wanted him to look at me like this all the time. He was so fucking gorgeous. But we couldn't stay in the cab forever. For one, the air inside was dense with humidity and reeked of sweat and sex. The sound of the waves crashing outside was alluring, so I gathered him into my arms and dropped a kiss on the top of his head. "Let's move." "No," he whined. "Comfy." "Not going far. It'll be worth it." Heath sighed dramatically, but nodded. We climbed out of the cab and into the bed of the truck. I spread out a quilt I kept in the back seat for this purpose and stretched out on it, patting the space next to me. He smiled a little shyly and then lay down next to me, scooting close to my body and resting his head on my shoulder so I could keep my arm wrapped around him. It felt so good. It felt right, holding Heath like this. The crashing waves, cool breeze, and the warmth of Heath's body was a combination that was sure to lull me to sleep if I wasn't careful. I staved it off by watching Heath doze instead, the moonlight gleaming on his blonde hair. I could get used to this. Really, really used to this. Then Heath's phone vibrated in his pocket. He grimaced. It went off again. "You need to get that?" I asked. "Oh, it's just my mail," Heath murmured, his voice low and sleepy. That James guy hitting you up already? I half-joked. Gotta say, I admire the confidence.
It better not be, Heath said, sounding a little more awake now. He wrestled his phone out of his pocket while he still stayed nestled as close to me as possible.
He opened his phone and pulled up the message. His expression shifted from wide-eyed fear to brow-furrowed annoyance to blank in the space of a breath.
What? I asked, more alert now. I had a feeling it wasn't James.
Who was it?
Nothing, Heath muttered.
It's not important.
Hey, I squeezed his shoulder a little tighter to get his attention. You can tell me. It's not a big deal. He sounded a little defeated. But, I mean, here. He turned the phone toward me.
Eyes everywhere, the email read. Still watching you.
It was from an obvious burner email, a random string of letters and numbers.
You're still getting shit like this?
It's not a big deal, Heath said, in a tone that was a little too casual to be natural. It doesn't mean anything. Especially now with you and the Hell's Anchor guys looking out for these guys. They can't do anything to me. They're just trying to get under my skin.
Anger flared in my chest. How dare those assholes keep harassing Heath?
And in such a fucking cowardly way, too. The fact that they were trying to get back at me through him burned me inside. And the fact that I couldn't stop them from doing this just fanned my anger. And why hadn't he told me? Didn't he know that I just wanted to keep him safe and protected? I couldn't do that if I didn't know what was going on. I wanted him to be able to lean on me for anything, not just sex.
Don't keep those messages from me, okay? I said.
I haven't been, he said. I told you and played both.
I know, but I want to know when you get new ones, okay? Not only for your safety, but because I don't want you to have to deal with that alone.
Heath huffed an incredulous little laugh, but he looked a little shy. It's just a few emails. It's not a big deal.
Does it scare you, though? Getting them? I asked.
Heath wrinkled his nose. A little.
Then it's a big deal to me. More than a big deal. It was like a calling to keep Heath safe, to protect him, to make sure he was happy and secure and not in danger.
Why? Heath tilted his face up toward mine. Because they're ex-Liberty?
No, but that does add insult to injury, I said.
Heath's face was so open, gazing up at me like he would take whatever I wanted to give him. And I wanted to give him everything. It's a big deal because I care about you, and I don't want you to deal with your fear alone, I said. It felt good to say that out loud, like a little bit of the tense pressure in my chest was uncurling. Heath's mouth dropped open a little bit in shock. What? I couldn't help but chuckle a little bit.
What? Is that so surprising?
Yes, he said, then seemed to think better of it, scrunching his face up in embarrassment. I mean, no. I mean, sort of. He was so fucking sweet. I leaned down and captured his lips in a slow, lingering kiss. Heath sighed into it, opening his mouth against mine, his small hand skating over my chest to rest at my ribcage. Then suddenly, like he was remembering something timely and important, he pulled away. I raised my eyebrows curiously at him. I care about you too, he said, and even in the moonlight I could see his cheeks flush. If that wasn't obvious.
I like hearing it, I said, and kissed him again. Care wasn't a strong enough word. Holding Heath in my arms, I knew the feeling I felt now. Protective, warm, and overwhelming was more than care. But even if I was nearly ready to say it, I wasn't sure if Heath was ready to hear it. All of this was so new to him, and I didn't want to put any extra pressure on his shoulders by giving him words he'd feel obligated to do something about. So I'd show him first. I'd take Ryder and his cronies out of the equation, in whatever way necessary. I just had to get to them first. Chapter 24. Heath.
On Monday, the day after we returned from Monterey, I spent the morning at Stella's, half working on the books and half distracting Dante from his job, which he pretended to grumble about, but didn't stop him from stealing kisses pressed to my cheek, jaw, lips, and neck. He rode home with me in the afternoon, and we spent the afternoon with Raven as he set up a program to try to scrape the locations of the emails I'd gotten. After another stern talking to by Raven, Jazz, and Blade about not withholding information. But none of the IP addresses turned up any usable information. Even Rebel said that none of his contacts had turned up any sightings of the ex-Liberty guys, but they were still keeping their eyes out. On Tuesday, after my class on campus, Dante took me to dinner and then pressed me against the wall of his bedroom and took me apart with his mouth. On Wednesday, we sparred during his self-defense lesson, and he wore that fucking skin-tight shirt again, driving me to distraction with a hard-on that led us to frantic hand jobs in the locker room after the rest of the club members had gone upstairs. Afterward, Blade asked Dante to stay and help decide on new enforcement patrols for the crew and Hell's Anchor to both run, to keep eyes out for Baxter, Ryder, and Tripp, and I couldn't help laughing at him from afar as he sat in his sticky shorts, trying to act like every single person there didn't know what we'd just been up to. On Thursday, Dante picked me up from the college campus, loading up my bike in the bed of his huge truck, and I stayed over at his place, after informing Blade where I was by text, of course, who was grudgingly understanding. Dante laid me out in his bed and kissed every inch of my skin, it felt like. But no matter how much I begged, he wouldn't fuck me. And then, on Friday, we rode together back into Elkin Lake for another check-in with all the enforcers about how the search was going. There wasn't any progress, but Raven had eyes on the cameras and the patrols were nearly constant. It was only a matter of time. It was hard for me to be scared, though, when all I could think about was Dante, Dante, Dante. Now, on Saturday, we just finished up another chaotic baking lesson at the Hell's Anchor clubhouse. This time, it was a fancified version of the carbonated scones I'd made for Dante, what felt like a lifetime ago. He was testing them to potentially add them to Stella's menu. After the club members had filtered out and we'd cleaned the bulk of the kitchen, Dante grabbed me by the hips and tugged me close. He had a smear of flour on his cheek. I reached out to wipe it away, and Dante's gaze softened. He turned his head and pressed his lips against my palm.
You busy tonight?
He asked it casually, but there was a heated hint of promise behind it. If I'd had plans, I would have cleared them. No, I said. Not much on my schedule tomorrow morning either, just a short shift at Custom, but that's it. Dante ducked his head so his mouth was right against the shell of my ear.
Come to my place with me again tonight.
A little flicker of heat ran down my spine. I wrapped my arms around his waist and slid both hands into his back pockets, then tipped my head up to meet his eyes. What for? Dante raised his eyebrows.
You need a reason?
Maybe I just like hearing you say it, I teased. Dante lowered his voice again and spoke right into my ear, sweet and private.
You've been so patient,
he murmured. His hand slid across my hip, lower back, and then across my ass.
I want to give you what you've been asking for.
My breath caught in my throat. You mean...
Yes,
Dante said. He kissed me. A soft but lingering kiss.
Tonight.
I hid my pleased grin in his chest. We'd done a lot in the weeks we'd been together. I'd spent many nights in his bed. He'd touched me all over, driven me crazy with his mouth and his voice and his hands. But he hadn't fucked me yet. I knew it was because he didn't want to rush me or push me past my limits, but I was more than ready. I wanted to feel him inside me, his hands, his cock, whatever he'd give me. And now I was finally going to get it. Dante rode back to Junee to take care of some club business, and the rest of my day dragged as time slowed to a crawl. By the time 8 o'clock rolled around, I was out the door like a shot, with an eagerness that made Raven cackle as he followed me out to make the ride with me. Even the ride to Junee was unusually distracting. The vibration of the saddle under me was thrilling. making me shift around, unable to sink into the meditative state I usually could when I was writing. All I could think about was Dante. His sharp eyes, his warm smile, the deep promise in his voice when he'd whispered into my ear. Raven, who'd escorted me as my protective detail, waggled his eyebrows at me as we pulled up to the clubhouse. "Don't have too much fun," he said with a smirk. I blushed and waved him off. "Don't wait up," I advised him, and Raven was still laughing as he rode away. I hurried up to the door of the Liberty Crew clubhouse and knocked immediately, the opposite of cool and collected. But Dante answered right away, like he'd been waiting on the other side of the door, wearing loose, worn sweatpants and one of those tight white t-shirts that drove me crazy. I couldn't resist. I surged forward and looped my arms around his neck, drawing him down for a deep, messy kiss. Dante smiled into the kiss and then wrapped his hand around my nape and tugged me off him.
"Eager, huh?"
"I want you," I said, tipping my head back to lean against his hand. His grip on my nape always left me boneless. I loved this, loved being so easily manhandled by someone that I could trust to keep me safe and whole. "Please."
"I can tell, baby."
He glanced over his shoulder, and once he determined the common area was empty, he leaned down and scooped me up around the waist and put me over his shoulder. It was so sudden and surprising that I couldn't suppress my squeak of shock. Dante laughed warmly and held me securely as he backed up over the threshold and kicked the door shut. "Dante!" I swatted at his back ineffectually. "What are you doing?" He smacked my butt in retribution, and I suppressed a little shiver. I never would have guessed that I'd like being spanked, but his hands always felt so good on me, especially like this, when he was just maneuvering me however he wanted me.
"Taking you upstairs,"
he said, as he carried me toward said stairs.
"What does it look like?"
"I don't know," I complained. "I can't see from back here." Dante laughed and carried me with no problems up the stairs and into his apartment. Inside, he tossed me onto the center of the bed, and I landed laughing on the mattress. Dante tugged his shirt off without my needing to ask, exposing all that gorgeous skin, all those tattoos I wanted to get my mouth on. He tossed the shirt aside and then just stood watching me with his thumbs hooked into the waistband of his sweatpants, dragging them down enough to reveal the cut definition of his abs and the enticing trail of hair under his navel.
"You gonna be a good boy for me tonight?"
he asked in a low, serious voice as his gaze dragged over my body. God, I loved the way that made me feel. The weight of his gaze made me feel confident and sexy, a feeling I hadn't been familiar with before I met him. I shimmied out of my leather jacket and tossed it aside, towed off my boots too, so I was wearing only my jeans and an oversized long-sleeved Henley. I liked how the neckline of the shirt hung loose on me and showed off my shoulders. Liked how it suggested my body beneath it, but didn't show too much. But what I really liked was the way Dante looked when he saw me wearing it. "Yeah," I said with a smile. "I can be good." Dante crawled onto the bed and over me, caging me in with his knees bracketing my hips and his elbows on the mattress beside my head.
"You sure?"
His gaze cut to the nightstand.
"Need something to help you?"
What did he have in mind? Curiosity and desire swirled in my gut. "Maybe?" Dante skated his hands under my shirt and tugged it up and over my head. He hummed with satisfaction, which always made me a little flustered, but I liked it. I liked showing off for him a little bit, arching my back and shifting my hips. Dante leaned down and pressed a kiss to my sternum.
"Roll over, baby."
I rolled onto my stomach.
"Hands behind your back."
I folded my wrists across each other at my lower back. With my cheek on the pillow, I couldn't see him, but I heard Dante reach into the nightstand and root around a drawer. Then he settled onto my thighs, just under my ass. Smooth, soft fabric wrapped around my wrists.
"Is this okay?"
Dante asked. The words wouldn't come. It was like my brain was replaced with static desire, wiping all coherent thought from my mind as he tied the fabric into a knot, Not tight enough to hurt, but tight enough when I tried to move my hands the binds wouldn't give. "Oh," I said, more into the pillow than anything else. Dante smoothed his hand up the line of my spine.
"I need to hear you," he said. "Yes or no?"
"Yes," I said. His touch drew goosebumps along my spine. "Yes, sir. It's good. Green."
"Good boy."
The praise wrapped around me like a blanket, making me sink heavy into the mattress. The restraints only added to the effect. All I had to do was relax and let Dante take care of me, and I knew he would. He leaned down and dropped a kiss onto my nape.
"You gonna let me fuck you tonight, baby?"
he asked, in a voice so warm and comforting it didn't match the dirtiness of his words.
"Gonna let me fill you up?"
"Yes," I said again, embarrassingly close to begging. I rocked my hips against the mattress, already desperate for friction. "Please, please, Dante, I want it so bad."
"Fuck,"
Dante murmured against my skin. Then he sat back up and ran his hands down my arms and to my bound hands.
"So pretty, baby. Been dreaming of this."
Then he worked one hand beneath my hips, popped the button on my jeans, and pulled the zipper down slowly, working carefully to avoid touching my hard cock. Fuck! He was really going to take his time. I raised my hips enough for Dante to slide the jeans down to my thighs, and then all the way off. I'd worn simple white briefs, but they were a little smaller than other pairs I owned, and they stretched across my ass, making them a little transparent.
"Gorgeous," he murmured.
He carted one hand through my hair and then began to systematically work his hands down my back. He started at my nape, using his thumbs to ease the tension from my muscles, and then ran his hands over my shoulders, triceps, lats, forearms, fingers. I shivered with anticipation as his hands neared my ass, but he bypassed it completely. I huffed. His hands stilled.
"Something to say?"
I swallowed. The last thing I wanted was for Dante to stop touching me. "No, sir."
"Thought so."
He ran his hands up my thighs, squeezing just hard enough that the massage sent warm pleasure running all the way into my bones. His hands slid up, then down, then back up, until they settled just beneath the curve of my ass. Then he hooked his fingers into the waistband of my briefs and tugged them off unceremoniously. He settled his hands back on my thighs and then pushed my legs a little wider apart. I gasped into the pillow. His massage had relaxed me so much, but having him adjust my legs like that, like a promise, sent a new bolt of hot arousal into my groin, and I felt deliciously, terrifyingly exposed. Dante had pushed my legs apart because he wanted to see me, look at me, every part of me, see me, the way no one else had. My cheeks burned, but it also felt amazing to be at the center of his attention, like this. He palmed my ass cheeks hard and spread them.
"Feel good? What's your color, baby?"
I swallowed hard. It took a moment to get my brain online enough to respond. "Green, green, please, Dante, touch me." I don't know what I was expecting. Cold lube? The dry touch of his finger? Another cute comment that'd make my cheeks flush deeper? I certainly wasn't expecting to feel his mouth. He dragged the flat of his tongue over me, all the way from my balls to my tailbone. Hard, wet, warm pressure that made me gasp and jerk against the mattress. Then he followed that with slow, hard licks right over my hole as I thrashed, my bound hands jerking so hard they knocked against the crown of his head. It was good. Insanely good. Overwhelmingly good. Good like nothing I'd ever felt before. Not like touching myself or kissing or even a blowjob. It sent sparks rattling up my spine to the top of my head. It made me dizzy with desire. I couldn't believe he was doing this for me. Couldn't believe he wanted to. Dante captured my wrists in one hand and pressed them down into my lower back.
Stop moving.
With some effort, I did. Dante eased up on his effort to make it a little easier on me, running his tongue gently over me until I was gasping against the sheets. Boneless and loopy, and how good it felt. He punctuated it with a sharp little bite on my ass cheek, which he followed with a kiss.
Keep still.
Yes, sir, I murmured, and my voice was slurred even to my own ears. I felt like I was moving through molasses, like time had slowed down and all that existed was this bed and Dante's hands on me. Even my own arousal felt distant, like it didn't matter until I had Dante inside me. He dragged one finger, slick with lube, over my entrance. Please, I said.
Good boy.
Slowly, he pressed inside me. And oh, it felt new, different, and so very not enough. The stretch was good, a hint of pain, but already I wanted more. I wanted him to work me open a little roughly. I wanted to feel it tomorrow. Like he could read my mind, it wasn't much longer before he was pressing another finger against me and slipping it inside. 2 was a lot more. It made me gasp and press my hips back.
Does it hurt, baby?
Dante asked. He leaned down to drop soothing kisses on my neck and shoulders. No, sir, I murmured, even though it did, a little bit, but not nearly enough to make me want to stop. Feels good. He fucked me slowly with his fingers, a long, luxurious drag in and out, until I was stretched enough to take a third. It was good, a strange, sweet fullness. I wanted more. Oh, that's enough, I said. Please, Dante, I'm ready.
Yeah?
Dante slowly withdrew his fingers.
Ready for what?
God, my cheeks burned. For you.
Say it, baby.
Your cock, I gasped into the sheets. Please, Dante. I want you to fuck me. Dante made a low sound in his chest that was very nearly a growl. He shifted off me, and I whined at the loss.
Roll over, baby, he said. Want to see you.
It took some effort, what with my hands still bound and my brain working at half speed from his mouth and his hands, but I did so. I settled onto my back, legs spread, my cock hard against my belly and dripping pre-cum. The sheet was wet against my back where my cock had drooled all over the bedding. Dante looked wrecked. His cheeks were flushed, and sweat beaded on his temples and at the hollow of his throat. His pupils were dilated, and his lips were swollen from eating me out. His gaze skittered over my body, looking odd. Then he reached down and palmed my cock hard. Ah! I jerked up the bed, the sudden heat and pressure like a spike of pleasure through me. Ah, don't! He pulled away immediately.
Don't? He asked with concern.
I'll come, I admitted with a blush. Something anxious in Dante's face smoothed away, replaced with an expression a lot closer to hunger. He pulled off his sweatpants eagerly and rolled on a condom in a hurry, then caged me against the bed. He hitched me down to the bed, tugging me closer to him, and pressed the body of his cock against my hole. Just pressure, not going inside. He kissed me deeply, one hand skating over my body like he couldn't get enough of touching me, and his touch was like a brand on me. I shifted my hips back, pushing him against the head of his cock. Dante bared his teeth into the kiss and groaned. Ready for you, I murmured. Dante slowly pushed inside me. God, it was good. Coring me. Like I could feel it all the way into my throat, hot and slick and overwhelming. The slow drag of it sparking through me, making my blood sing. I moaned into the kiss, tugging at the restraints because I wanted to touch him so badly. Somehow, the knowledge that I couldn't made the sensation of his cock sliding into me even more overwhelming.
"Fuck," Dante choked. "You're so tight."
I moaned again, unable to form words from how pleasure had whited out my brain. Then Dante shifted his hips and hit something inside me. That place, deep inside, that sent sparks flying behind my eyelids. Oh, it was so fucking good. The heat, the pressure, his lips on mine, just taking. His body covered mine as he started to thrust faster. He moved with long, deep thrusts, pulling his cock all the way out and then sliding it back in until his hips were flush against my ass. Every stroke seemed to hit that place inside me, and I was dizzy with how good it felt. Like nothing else existed. Just this moment. Just Dante. He picked up the pace, driving into me, and then his hands fell between us and onto my cock again. He stroked me fast and hard, in time with his thrusts.
"Don't hold back, baby," he murmured. "Want to see you come."
And that was it. He snapped his hips once more, and I fell over the edge, or was dragged, paralyzed by the strength of my orgasm, every muscle in my body tensed, and then released. I came so hard, it nearly hit my chin. Thick white ropes of cum painting my chest. Dante growled, dropping his head to my chest to lick a stripe of cum there, and the sight of that made me moan and shiver beneath him.
"So good for me,"
he said into my chest. Then he groaned as he spilled into the condom. He collapsed on top of me with a groan, dropping sweet kisses on my neck and chest as we both caught our breath. I was still loopy and slow from the aftershocks, spacey, like this was all a wonderful dream. And with Dante's weight on me, it was easy for me to just match my breath to his and drift into sleep. When I woke up, it was to the sound of Dante's alarm going off well before sunrise. My wrists were untied, and I was clean and dressed in a pair of Dante's old sweatpants and a t-shirt. My heart clenched at the realization he'd taken care of everything while I was dozing off. He always took such good care of me. He groaned and shut off his alarm, and then, when he saw I was awake, he rolled over and gave me a sweet, brief kiss on the mouth.
"I gotta head into the bakery," he said. "Go back to sleep."
"Oh, okay," I murmured. "I love you." I almost said it. The words were right there, in my half-asleep state. "Thank you." Dante's expression softened.
"You did so good, sweet boy."
He carted a hand through my hair, kissed me briefly, and then climbed out of bed to start his day. A few hours later, I woke up again to the sun slanting through the windows of his apartment. I showered and dressed. God, I felt so comfortable here. Welcome, like I belonged here just as much as Dante did. It was a thought that warmed me, but it scared me a little too. Scared me how easy it was for me to feel this way about him. But I pushed the fear out of mind. I'd already gotten so much from Dante. I didn't need to start wanting more. I'd only make myself crazy, and what we had was already so much more than I could ever have hoped for. I dressed in a hurry, already close to being late for my shift. When I descended the stairs, True was awake and puttering around in the kitchen. He grinned at me like he wasn't surprised at all to see me.
"Hey, you kid."
I ducked my chin in greeting. "Morning, True."
"Fun night?"
He shot me a knowing little smirk. I was sore all over. I had bruises on my hips, hickeys on my chest, and I knew I was in for an interesting ride back to Elkin Lake with the sweet soreness between my legs. "Pretty good," I said. "I've got to get to work." "I know." True tugged his leather jacket on. "Dante asked me to escort you." "You don't need to do that," I said immediately. It was such a routine drive back to Elkin Lake, and there were so many patrols going on that I was sure I'd be fine. And True wasn't even a Hell's Anchor member. He didn't need to take time out of his day to deal with me. So far, only Dante or another Hell's Anchor member had taken on the duty. "I know," True said with a grin. "Now come on, let's go." True rode just behind me the entire drive, and managed to endear himself to Jonah and Custom Monks in approximately 2 seconds by following me into the shop and cooing over Grace. He stayed for a few minutes, peering at illustrations and talking shop with Maverick. But after True left, I felt every single one of the minutes inching by, and I was nearly crawling out of my skin. Finally, having sex with Dante hadn't relieved me like I'd thought it would. It had only made me want it more. I couldn't stop thinking about him. I was so visibly distracted that Maverick booted me out of Custom early, and I ended up at the clubhouse with nothing to do, which was even worse. "Just a short ride by myself. It'll be fine," I said, leaning over the clubhouse kitchen counter like a kid begging for a cookie. "Seriously, they haven't been seen anywhere. It's just been the emails since that day on campus."
"True," Gunner said, "but Raven hasn't been able to trace any of the emails, and they're still coming in. That makes me nervous." "Just because they haven't been seen doesn't mean they aren't out there," Coop agreed. "If Crabe taught us anything, it's that." Despite the Liberty crew and Hell's Anchor being on high alert looking for Ryder, Baxter, and Tripp, it had still been crickets. After the first week of unsuccessful hunting, even Rebel had put out a be on the lookout for them with the local police departments. With so many eyes looking, I couldn't believe we hadn't found them by now. But maybe that just meant they were content to get their rocks off sending those stupid emails, trying to intimidate me a bit after what had happened on campus. Besides, it's not like they should be able to slip through our patrols. And after weeks of constantly being escorted and followed and fussed over, if I didn't get some space to process what had happened last night, I was going to lose my mind. Last night was overwhelming and easy and incredibly sexy. I'd spent a lot of time imagining what it'd be like when I first had sex, but I'd never imagined it could be like that. It had felt beyond good. It was like, for the first time in my life, I could truly, fully relax. Just let go and live in the moment. It felt like the first time I'd ridden my motorcycle. Freeing, thrilling. Like the only thing that existed was each breath. But it was better than that. Better because I could simply let go of my need to control everything, at least for a little while. I could stop worrying about the future or ruminating in the past and let Dante keep me in the moment. The release wasn't just physical. It was like, for the first time, my mind could finally let go completely too. And this morning, he'd kissed me deeply before he'd left to take care of Liberty business, and I'd jerked off quickly in the shower, but it hadn't done much to quell the burning under my skin. It was like, now that I'd had a taste of that, I only wanted more. I just needed to blow off some steam. A ride wouldn't take care of the problem, but it'd help. "Why don't you have Coop ride with you?" Gunner asked.
"I just need some alone time," I said. "Come on, I've been babysat for a month. Just let me get some fresh air. I promise I won't tell on you to Dante if you'll let me." Coop grimaced.
"Well, I got patrols now anyway."
"See, we've got so many people on the lookout, I'll be fine. I'm not trying to go anywhere far," I argued. "I'm just going to ride and come straight back." I felt like a kid begging my parents to extend the curfew. I understood the reasoning behind the protectiveness, and I was even grateful for it. But it was really beginning to wear on me. What was the point of being in a motorcycle club if I couldn't ride my damn bike? Gunner sighed deeply and rubbed his hand across his forehead.
All right, he relented. "But keep your location turned on in your phone, okay?"
"That's fair," I said with a grin. "Totally fair deal." Gunner grimaced like he was already regretting it, but I was already heading toward the door. I wheeled my bike from the clubhouse garage and took off toward the lake with no real destination in mind. I just wanted to be on back roads, narrow, winding, and empty, so I could go fast and far, let the adrenaline of riding shake some of the restlessness from me. I rode for about an hour into the mountains and around the lake, enjoying the brush of the breeze on my face and the sun sparkling on the lake's still surface. It worked. I calmed down a little, sinking into that easy meditative headspace that riding always created, the one that was so similar to following Dante's instructions and trusting him to make everything right. Except now it was just me, the bike, and the asphalt. I was heading back toward Elkin Lake when the rumble of engines pulled me out of my reverie. Frustration chewed at me. My brothers-in-arms couldn't even let me out of their sight for an hour. I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see Gunnar and Jazz riding behind me. Except it wasn't them. The three bikes were unfamiliar, and the helmets were deeply tinted. But those beat-up jackets, the lack of patches. The biker in front gunned his bike and sped up. Fuck! How the hell had they gotten through the patrols? Could I outrun them? Could I make it back into Elkin Lake where they might get spooked and run off? The engine roared. His front wheel nudged mine and my bike wobbled. I regained my balance and pushed my engine harder. Just had to get away. I pushed down the fear bubbling my chest. As soon as I was closer to Elkin Lake, they'd leave me alone. The bike in front nudged my wheel again. Fuck! I focused on my balance and tried to get a little more speed. I could see the turnoff that led back into town. All I had to do was push a little harder, go a little faster. And one of the other bikers gunned his bike and sped up fast, so he was beside me and on my right, blocking the exit. They knew where I was going. The turnoff approached. I couldn't turn. I'd crash right into him. Then the first biker was on my wheel again, and the second rider was edging closer to my side. And there was a blind turn just up ahead. I rounded the curve, praying to anyone who would listen that there wasn't a truck rumbling down the mountain. By some stroke of luck, the highway was clear, but that didn't stop the riders from creeping closer. Closer. I tried to get away, tried to take the turn harder, put some space between us, but they seemed to know every potential maneuver, and then one more nudge. I wobbled, braked, started to lose control. I had to avoid the worst. I laid the bike down. I leaned hard into the turn and the bike went down beneath me, dragging me across the pavement and into a ditch on the side of the road. The bikers rode away, engines roaring, not even pausing to see how effective their little game of cat and mouse was. My heart pounded hard in my chest, and adrenaline shot through me like an electrocution. Like, now that the danger was gone, my body allowed itself to panic. I wormed my way out from under my bike. Thank God I rode a smaller one. I lay flat on my back in the ditch for a moment before I took stock of my condition. Luckily, I'd worn my riding leathers. They were torn to hell, but the road rash on my leg was negligible. My ankle was twisted, but it didn't look too swollen, and nothing was broken. I was bruised and battered and exhausted, but overall, okay. It wasn't anything worse than I'd had before from my brothers. But from the look of my bike, there was no way I'd be able to ride it home. Smoke poured from the engine. I sighed and fished my phone out of my pocket, only to find it was cracked. I'd landed on it when I'd laid the bike down, and now it wouldn't turn on. I flopped back into the grass. Fuck. There was no one there to hear me, so I said it again, louder. Fuck! The sound carried into the valley below and echoed back up to me. It was a gorgeous day. The sky was clear, dotted with clouds, and a cool breeze rustled the trees on the edge of the road. And it looked like I'd be hiking to Elkin Lake. With a sigh, I heaved myself up to my feet. My ankle throbbed a little as I began to walk the shoulder back to the turnoff. I could only hope I could make it back into town before dark, and that those three wouldn't show back up to finish what they started. Chapter 25. Dante. I knocked on the door of the Hell's Anchor clubhouse, looking forward to a quiet evening with Heath and some of the guys.
No one answered. But I could hear the club members behind the door talking loudly and hurriedly to each other. Not at all like the usual relaxed, teasing conversation. I couldn't quite make out what was happening, but I had a hell of a bad feeling about it. I tried the door and found it unlocked. Inside, Blade and Gunner were standing at the kitchen island, with Raven typing frantically on his laptop. The other enforcers were there as well, and everybody was talking over each other. Tensions were visibly high. "What's going on?" I asked. Blade glanced up and then waved me inside. "Dante, get over here." I hurried into the room. The bad feeling in me only worsened, heavy and cold in my gut like a stone. The one person I wanted to see wasn't in the room. "Where's Heath?" "He went on a ride," Gunner said, "and he didn't come back." My heart leaped into my throat. "What do you mean he didn't come back?" "Can't find him," Blade said through clenched teeth. "He had his location on, but Raven isn't able to access it. And his phone's dead. Goes straight to voicemail." "Where was he going?" I barked. "Nowhere," Gunner said. "Just riding. He said he'd come right back here, but that was over an hour ago." "Fucking hell!" Anger roared in me. Anger swirled with fear. An icy cold fear. Fear like I'd never felt before. I'd faced plenty of threats as the Liberty Vice President, but never before had I felt like this. What if they'd found him? What if something had happened to him? I had to put that fear out of my mind. I couldn't get sucked into the what-ifs. Not now. Finding Heath was the most important thing, but still. "What the fuck happened to his security detail?" I snapped. "Why was he alone?" "That's hell'sankhor's business," Gunner fired back. But he seemed embarrassed and guilty and worried. "Besides, we had patrols running. There's no way they should have been able to—" "It's my fucking business, too." I slapped my hand on the kitchen island, loud enough to crack through the air. "He's my—" I snapped my mouth closed, and all the eyes in the room landed on me. "You're what?" Blade prompted, eyebrows raised. Good question. What was he to me? We were supposed to be taking things slow, seeing what happened. But it had quickly grown into so much more than that for me. The more time I'd spent with him, the more connected to him I felt. It wasn't just sex, never really was, if I was being honest with myself. It was his sharp sense of humor, his smart business sense, his shyness with courage that cut through it, his kind heart, and his sweet submission. It was beginning to be impossible to imagine my life without him in it. I remembered suddenly Dad asking me what would happen if everything went well. All at once, I had a flash of Heath shrugging on his hell'sankhor jacket, and then smiling over his shoulder at me. But this time, the jacket had a small patch on the arm, a Liberty Crew patch, a property patch. Property of Dante. "My responsibility," I said lamely, overwhelmed by the image and not ready to put my desire into words in front of all of hell'sankhor, especially not before having that conversation with Heath first. Blade sucked his teeth like he knew that wasn't exactly the right word. "Why the fuck are you all still here?" I asked. "I'm going out to find him. I know the routes he likes, and waiting around to ping his location isn't going to cut it." He'd showed me most of his favorite idle rides over the last few weeks, winding narrow roads through the mountains, the pretty, scenic routes, not the straight, speed-only routes. I turned on my heel and stormed out the front door without waiting for confirmation from Blade or Gunner. Heath might be a hell'sankhor member, but he was more than that to me. And I was going to find him, with or without their help. I threw my leg over my bike and revved the engine. Behind me, Jazz, Tex, and Maverick mounted their bikes as well. "Coming with?" I asked. "We'll find him," Jazz said. "Lead the way." We didn't have too far to go. I had a feeling that if Heath was riding just to ride, he was riding toward the lake. I rode in the front of the group, fast enough to cover ground, but slow enough that I could scan the road and the shoulders for any sign of him. We were barely 10 miles north of the clubhouse when I rounded the corner and saw him. Even from a distance, I knew it was Heath from the slope of his shoulders and the way his blonde hair glowed in the late afternoon sunlight. He was trudging along the highway shoulder,
his leather jacket slung over his shoulder in the heat, his bike helmet dangling loosely from his fingers, and he was slightly uneven on his feet, like one foot was bothering him. At the sound of bike engines, he flinched, but then the tension in his posture bled away as he looked up and recognized us. I slammed the brakes and parked my bike on the shoulder, hopping off so fast the bike nearly toppled over. I couldn't care less, though. I heard the Hell's Anchor guys' voices behind me, calling to me, and to Heath, but whatever they were saying couldn't break through the sound of the blood rushing in my ears.
Heath!
I covered the distance between us in a blink of an eye and immediately wrapped him in my arms, pulling his narrow body against mine. Heath gasped a little, a small, soft sound, and then slumped against me. I took all his weight easily. It was only a biker's instincts that kept him from dropping his helmet. I pulled back just enough to gently cradle his face in one hand, tilting his head up to meet mine.
"What happened? Are you okay?"
He was pale, and his mouth was set in a thin, tight line.
"I'm all right,"
he said, but he sure didn't sound it.
"Ryder and his crew showed up. Ran me off the road."
"Ran you off the road?"
I echoed in disbelief.
"What the fuck? Are you hurt?"
I stepped back and gripped him steadily, but not forcefully, by the shoulders, giving him a once-over like I could see any injuries that were there. I was furious, but in a distant way. I shoved all my personal feelings aside, because all that mattered in this moment was ensuring Heath was okay. Once I knew that, then I could figure out what to do about Ryder and his assholes. "Let's head back to the clubhouse," Jazz said from behind me. I'd forgotten they were tailing me to begin with. Tex and Maverick were still waiting on their bikes, idling. Jazz had his phone in hand. I assumed he was texting Blade an update.
"The clubhouse?"
I asked. "He's coming with me." I wasn't letting Heath out of my sight. Not again. I wasn't going to say it, but I wasn't sure if I trusted Hell's Anchor to keep him safe. "He's a Hell's Anchor member." Jazz crossed his arms over his chest.
"And Logan's at the clubhouse, a medical professional. He's coming with us."
I narrowed my eyes at Jazz and was about to argue back when Heath stepped away from me. "I'm all right, Jazz." Jazz blinked and dropped his arms to his sides again. "I'm going with Dante," Heath said, quietly but firmly. "Logan can take my vitals tomorrow if he really insists, but I'm okay. Just some scrapes."
"Blade's not going to be happy about that," Jazz said.
"He'll be fine," he said. "I'll text him from Dante's phone." Jazz looked closely at Heath and then up to me. He fixed me with a narrow, discerning gaze, and I met it, unflinchingly. It wasn't that Heath was choosing me over his club. It was that he didn't only have his club to rely on now. Now he had me to lean on, too, when he wanted to. I wasn't taking him away from Hell's Anchor. I was expanding his circle of family and support. And from the way Jazz lowered his chin with a careful nod, it was clear he understood that, too. They were protective of Heath, but they didn't need to shelter him. Not anymore, and certainly not from me. "All right," Jazz said. "I'll make sure Gunner and a few of the guys head out to see if they can pick up Ryder's trail. We'll grab the truck and pick up your bike. It'll be at Anchor Works for you tomorrow." Heath's expression softened, like he hadn't even thought about the logistics of retrieving it. Considering how close he'd come to a really bad accident, he probably hadn't. "Okay, thank you." "Come on." I took Heath's wrist in hand and tugged him closer to me again. "Let's go." I swung my leg over my bike and Heath did the same, settling into the seat behind mine with ease. He pulled his helmet on over his head and then settled in close to me, wrapping his arms tight around my middle. It felt right, having his small body leaning hard against mine. "We'll be in touch," I said to the Hell's Anchor guys. None of them looked thrilled, but none of them stopped us either. So I revved my engine and took off, heading toward Uni instead of Elkin Lake. For the first time, I didn't enjoy the winding, pretty ride. All I could think about was Heath's chest pressed to my back, and his slow, steady breathing. I parked my bike outside the Liberty Clubhouse, which was thankfully quiet. The guys must have been at the bar. I climbed off and set my helmet and jacket aside. Heath pulled off his helmet and moved to dismount the bike and cringed as soon as he moved. I placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. "Are you hurting?" Heath sighed. Just stiff. "I saw you favored one foot when you were walking." "It's fine," he said. "I can walk." "I know you can," I said. "Doesn't mean you have to." Heath furrowed his brow. I held out my hand and he accepted it, using my grip to steady himself as he swung his leg over the bike. Then, before he could start walking, I knelt down and scooped him up behind the knees and arms in an easy bridle-style carry. He squawked in surprise, eyes widening, and threw his arms around my neck to steady himself. He weighed so little. It was only natural for me to carry him like this. I thought Heath might fight me on it, but he only sighed and settled into it, leaning his head on my shoulder. I nosed at the crown of his head, inhaling the faint scent of sweat, shampoo, and the foam from his helmet. I carried him inside, moving through the dark, quiet, common space to the stairs that led to my bedroom. The image of his bike on the side of the road was burned into my mind. Fuck. It could have been so much worse than it was. He could have been killed. But, to my surprise, I didn't feel anger at the thought. Not yet, at least. I only felt relief. Relief that Heath was okay and safe in my arms. The thought of anything else was enough to turn my stomach. I'd do anything, to protect him, keep him by my side for as long as he would be there. The realization hit me like a slap across the face. This wasn't about Ryder and his lackeys or Hell's Anchor or even the continued existence of the Liberty crew. This was just about me and Heath. He was quickly becoming the most important thing in my life, and I wanted him to know that. I slipped into my bedroom and headed straight to the bathroom. Heath took a slow, shuddering breath and began to quiver in my arms. "Hey." I dropped a kiss on the crown of his head. "You okay?" "God," he muttered. "That was really close. They really almost got me." But they didn't, I assured him, even as I felt the terror and truth of it settle in my gut. "I got you." He tilted his face up to look at me, and his eyes were wide and red-rimmed. "I know." "Let me take care of you," I said. If I wasn't there for him when this happened, like I promised, I could try to mitigate the pain now. He nodded, a small, barely there motion. I closed the distance between us, kissed him gently, and then set him on the edge of the bathroom counter. He sat comfortably there, knees knocking against the cabinet doors, as I started the bath. I was grateful for my huge luxury jacuzzi tub. It had seemed an indulgence when I'd bought it, but now I knew it was worth every cent. As the bath filled, I turned around and faced Heath. He looked so small and innocent looking up at me, with his big brown eyes and face pale with exhaustion. I brushed the hair off his forehead. I didn't need words, not now. I simply tugged at the hem of his t-shirt and he raised his arms obediently for me to peel it off. Then I tugged him to his feet and he did the same with his riding leathers, pulling off the damaged chaps and tossing them aside. Beneath them, his jeans were a little torn up, too, and my heart clenched at the sight. Thank God he'd been wearing the leathers. I popped the button on his jeans and peeled those off, too, kneeling to slide them off his legs and help him step out of them. While kneeling on the floor, I paused and pressed a gentle kiss to the inside of his thigh, then took a careful look at his injured leg. It wasn't bad. He had a little bit of surface-level road rash on the outside of his leg, and his ankle was slightly swollen. There was a little bit of blood and a little dirt, but it was a big, shallow scratch that'd be more an annoyance than anything else. He was still quivering, probably in shock. I pulled off his shorts, too, so he was nude in front of me, and gorgeous. But I didn't want to devour him like I did before. I wanted him to feel secure, cared for. I led him to the bath and helped him step inside. He sank into the water with a grateful sigh, and it immediately clouded as it rinsed the sweat and dirt from his injury. I stripped off my shirt too and then knelt at the edge of the tub. "Can I asked, as I grabbed a plush washcloth and soap. Heath met my eyes with something like wonder in his. "Anything." "This might sting," I said gently as I began to clean the dirt from the scrape. Heath hissed and reached for me. I took his hand with my free hand as I cleaned the wound. It didn't take long. Once I was finished, I drained the tub and refilled it with clean water while Heath waited, bundled in a plush towel. Then I guided him into the clean tub again, and this time I stripped off the rest of my clothes and got in too. "Oh," Heath said in a small, slightly dazed voice. "This okay?" I asked as I settled in behind him, tugging him close to me so his back was against my chest. I ran my hands over his shoulders, down his arms and across his chest, just petting, soothing. Heath hummed his assent and leaned heavily against me, tipping his head back against my shoulder. I turned my head to drop a kiss on his cheekbone, and a small smile curled his lips. "How do you feel now?" I asked. "Safe," he murmured. "Tired. Let me take care of you." I slid my hand lower under the warm water, skated it across his abs, tenderly. "Let me make you feel good." Heath nodded, a barely there motion, and shifted his hips up toward me, a lazy, needy motion. I didn't want to tease him, not now. I slid my hand lower and cupped his half-hard cock with my hand. Heath gasped and rocked his hips up into my touch. Feeling him harden fully against my palm was so deeply satisfying. I wrapped my arm around his waist and tugged him closer to me so I could press my own hard cock into his lower back. This wasn't about me, though. The simple pressure of his body against my cock was more than enough. "Dante," Heath gasped. He raised his arms up and wrapped them around my neck, stretching his torso out gorgeously. I kissed his cheek, his neck, his shoulder, anywhere my lips could reach. "That's it," I murmured into his ear. "Let go for me." He sighed, a low, desperate sound. I wrapped my hand around his pretty cock, jerking him slowly and firmly in the water. He planted his feet on the bottom of the tub and let his knees splay wide. So gorgeous. The praise made him flush and squirm happily. Always so good for me. "Ah," Heath said. "Dante, I'm close." "Already, baby?" I asked as I sped up the pace. "Good boy, just relax." Heath turned his head in a wordless request. I answered it with a deep kiss. He simply opened his mouth into it, letting me kiss him however I liked, and I dragged my tongue over his tongue, teeth, and lower lip. His breath was shallow and quick, and from the way his thighs tensed and abs jumped beneath my touch, I could feel his orgasm approaching. "That's right," I sighed into his mouth before I kissed him again. It only took a few more moments. I jerked his cock fast, twisting my wrist at the head, and then Heath pushed his hips back and broke the kiss to gasp my name. His lower back arched as his shoulders pressed back against my chest. He came long and hard, an orgasm that racked his body and left him lying pliant and boneless against me. Fuck, he was gorgeous. He was so brilliant when he came, so unself-conscious and expressive. And I was the one who made him look like that. My cock was so fucking hard against him, and he smiled when he felt it, wiggling a little so the cleft of his ass rubbed against me. "What do you want?" he asked, slow and lazy, sounding a little drunk on the aftershocks of his orgasm. "My mouth?" "No, baby." I kept one arm wrapped around his chest, holding him against me, and the other I shoved in between our bodies to wrap around my own cock. "You don't have to do a thing. Just stay like this." "Okay," Heath murmured, tipping his head back for a kiss. "You're so good for me." I jerked myself off fast and rough, a counterpoint to the slow, lazy kiss. My own orgasm was easy, a punch of comfortable pleasure, so different from the roiling, powerful one I'd had when we fucked. But this was good, too. More than good. I helped him out of the bath and bundled him in a big plush towel again, using the damp one to dry his hair. Then I led him back to my bed and dressed him in some of my clothes, a pair of clean shorts and a sweatshirt that hung to mid-thigh on him. "I like you in my clothes," I said as I pulled him onto the bed. "I look ridiculous," he said. "Not at all." I pulled on a pair of boxers and fell into bed with him. We lay side by side, facing each other. Heath looked better now, more color in his cheeks and less terror in his eyes. But he still looked exhausted. "You look like mine." The words spilled off my tongue. I bit my lip, but didn't retract them. Because it was true. I loved him in my clothes, in my bed, where I could protect him and pamper him and make him feel safe. Heath flushed deeply, but didn't deny it. He took my hand in his and drew it to his lips, kissing the knuckles. "Thank you." "Nothing to thank me for," I muttered. "You take good care of me," he said quietly. "Starting to wonder how I lived without it before." I tugged him close. "Me too," I said. "It feels right, taking care of you." "Yeah?" Heath hid his face in my chest. "Yeah," I said. "Get some sleep. When you wake up, I'll order some delivery for a late dinner." It was easy, then, to hold Heath as he drifted off. As I did so, I couldn't help but think that I wanted to do this for a long, long time. Chapter 26. Heath. I stretched my arms overhead and leaned back in the desk chair. It was still early, barely 7 a.m, the day after I'd gotten run off the road, and I had plenty of time to fix up the rest of Dante's books, even though he tried to insist I should give it a rest today. But I wanted to do something normal, something grounding, and I wanted to be close to Dante. He was out in the kitchen, baking away, and I was in his office with a steaming cup of coffee. A latte, actually. He'd made one on the cafe's espresso machine, and then brought it wordlessly into the office and left it at my elbow with a kiss on the crown of my head. The past 36 hours had been a fucking whirlwind, but despite the chaos, I felt shockingly stable, secure, confident, like I knew everything would be okay. Just like yesterday, when he'd found me. I wouldn't quite say he'd saved me. I saved myself, laying the bike down to avoid the potentially fatal crash that Ryder and his lackeys wanted to inflict on me. But Dante had found me, and taken me back to his apartment, and soothed me when the reality of how close the call was had hit me just as badly as the road had, and he hadn't made me feel weak or small or any of that. He'd just taken care of me. Simple as that. His care had driven the fear and the anxiety from my mind. In his arms, in his bed, I knew I was safe. He'd said it felt right. I'd wanted to say, "I love you." Or at least I thought I did. I'd never been in love, but this fluttering in my chest felt like what I'd thought it would be like. And how secure I felt in his arms, what else could it be? There was still a small worry niggling at the back of my mind that he'd get tired of teaching me, of being so patient and gentle and careful. That maybe one day he'd decide he wanted someone more experienced and exciting. But until then, I tried to take every day as it came. Try to take the risk of believing it could last, because for as long as I had it, it would be worth it. I took a long sip of my latte. It warmed me all the way down, not because of how perfectly it was made, but because Dante was the one who made it.
"Hey!"
Dante yelled suddenly from the kitchen.
"Get the hell out of here before I call in the rest of the crew."
My stomach dropped, and I stood up so fast the desk chair nearly rattled to the floor. I rushed out into the kitchen and saw Dante in the front room, gesturing at the door. Outside Stella's big glass front window, Ryder, Baxter, and Tripp were tugging at the locked front door. Tripp saw me in the doorway of the open kitchen and shouldered Ryder. Ryder looked up from where he was fighting with the door and sneered at me.
"There's that little bitch,"
he yelled, his voice muffled but audible through the window.
"Too bad he's not roadkill."
"That's it,"
Dante said, and stalked toward the door with dangerous precision.
"I'm killing these guys."
I hurried out of the kitchen and grabbed Dante by the arm before he could get to the door. "Don't," I said. "There are 3 of them."
"So fucking what?" Dante hissed. "They've been harassing you for months, and they've hurt you twice. They almost killed you. Now I'm going to give them what they deserve."
"Not if they fucking kill you first," I said low. "Call the enforcers and let's do this right." Ryder spit on the glass of the front window.
"You fucking ruined my life," he said. "Fucking disloyal club. You're the vice president. You should have had our backs. Now we got nowhere to go. No one will have us, and it's your fucking fault."
Dante glared at Ryder like he could burn a hole through him with his eyes, but didn't make a move toward the door again. I pulled my phone out. "I'm texting Gunner." Then an ear-splitting shatter rocked the room. Glass exploded into the front room. I shrieked at the sudden sound and leaped sideways toward the wall. Dante automatically turned his back to the glass, shielding me with his body. An enormous thunk followed the sound as a brick landed on the kitchen floor and skidded to a stop.
"You okay?"
Dante asked immediately. I nodded, shaken but unhurt. He turned around to survey the damage and presumably rain hell down on Ryder and his lackeys, no matter how I tried to stop him.
Now,
Ryder yelled.
"Throw it and go."
Time seemed to slow down. I saw it before Dante did. Orange flame, like a star, arced through the window. I recognized it immediately. My brothers had made these for fun and set them off in the backyard when they were teenagers. A small glass bottle, rubbing alcohol, and a rag stuffed into the neck and ignited, and I knew what would happen when it landed. The bottle sailed over the front counter and into the open kitchen. It exploded on the floor, and the flames from the wick leaped to the rubbing alcohol, across the kitchen floor, and onto the immense wooden bench table in the center of the room. Dante turned around, nearly pinning me to the wall.
"Get out of here,"
he shouted.
"I'll deal with this."
"How?" I asked desperately. The bench table was engulfed, and the flames were starting to lick across the ceiling and floor. The heat began to itch at my eyes, the smoke catching in my throat.
"The extinguisher. It's in the back,"
he said, and moved to get it. A sudden realization ran down my spine like ice. I grabbed his arm. "The flower," I said.
"What?"
"The flower." Panic coursed through me as I pulled him toward the door. "Move! Now! Come on!" Dante was still visibly confused, and resistance flickered across his face, and for a moment I thought he was going to pull away and go for the extinguisher. But something in my face must have convinced him not to, because he followed me. We bypassed the locked door and barreled straight through the busted window, scratches be damned. The fucking flour. That's why the flames were spreading so fast. It was flammable, and it was everywhere from a day of baking. It was on the floor, the bench table, hanging in the air like mist. And once the flames got to the bags of it stacked near the freezer, I dragged him across the street, as far away as I could get him to move, with him stumbling and looking back over his shoulder at the bakery. Then, an explosion. It wasn't loud, but it was horrible. Flames suddenly engulfed the building, filling the front room with an awful orange glow. Smoke poured from the shattered window, dark and thick and reeking of plastic. Sirens wailed in the distance, coming closer. But the crew arrived first, True and Mal on their bikes. I assumed the rest of the club would be arriving soon. Then, with a horrible crunch, the roof of the building caved in. It was chaos after that. True and Mal shouting as they pulled up on their bikes. Then 2 fire trucks pulling up with police and ambulances rapidly behind them. I took Dante's wrist in my hand before they could descend on us like I knew they would. "Hey," I said gently.
"Don't,"
Dante said, and tugged his wrist out of my grasp.
"Just don't."
He was watching the firefighters start to manage the fire. But it was too late. The building was clearly beyond saving. Dante's expression was closed off, shuddered to me like I'd never seen it before. True and Mal stepped in and began talking to Dante in a low voice. Something in his shoulders relaxed the barest amount. "Oh, so I wasn't the support he needed right now. That sucked. Because if I couldn't support him the way he'd supported me, when he needed support the most, what did that mean for our relationship? Was I just a project to him? Someone to teach and have fun with and romance, but not someone to build a life with, good parts and bad? I swallowed down my sudden anxiety. This wasn't about me. Of course he'd rely on his club more right now. We might have had an intense connection from the start, but it had only been a couple months since we met. I was being ridiculous, shaken up and overwhelmed by my desire to help. But really, he should get whatever help he actually needed, not what I was compelled to give him. So, when True, Mal, and Star walked Dante over toward the waiting ambulance, I followed, trailing a few paces behind, like a kicked puppy.
Chapter 27. Dante. The chaos around me seemed to be occurring somewhere else. Around someone else. Because this couldn't be happening to me. This wasn't real. There was still some way the flames would be put out. It'd just be minor damage. Just a little bit of cleaning up to do, and then I'd be back to work in that big open kitchen, at that big table with music playing over the speakers and the sun rising on the horizon as I prepared the pastries for my opening regulars. Except I knew that wasn't the case. The bakery was gone. Stella's was gone. The place where I'd learned to bake, the place I'd grown up in, learned in, made my own. The place that had helped the crew become the heart of Junee. Gone. Mal and True led me to the ambulance where a paramedic was waiting. She ushered me into the back of the ambulance and sat me down on one of the vinyl bench seats and asked me a series of questions that flew in one ear and out the other. I leaned my elbows on my knees and rested my forehead against my palms, staring down at my feet as the paramedic wrapped a blood pressure cuff around my arm. At least I was in the air conditioning. At least it was quieter in here. At least I couldn't see the flames. Though I could hear the crackling, the firefighters' voices, the rush of the hose. The paramedic took a few notes on the tablet and then disappeared from the cab of the ambulance, leaving me alone under the harsh fluorescent light. Then the side door opened and Heath stuck his head in. "Hey." "Did she check you out too?" I asked. "Yeah, I'm okay." He crept up the stairs to the cab and sat down on the bench next to me. "Are you?" I wasn't. I knew that much. I was numb, empty, like everything inside me had been burned away with the bakery, leaving behind only the ways I'd fucked up these last couple months in stark relief. I'd let Ryder and his lackeys fuck up the crew's standing with Hell's Anchor. I'd let them attack Heath twice, despite assigning myself as his security detail. And now I'd let them destroy the place most dear to me, my livelihood, the way Liberty Crew was able to stay afloat, my home. I was a failure of a leader. How could I expect to keep Heath safe and happy when it had been so easy for those three bastards to take everything away from me? Heath reached out and stroked his small hand down the line of my spine. And a small, wretched part of me thought, if he hadn't stopped me from going outside when they'd first started mouthing off, this wouldn't have happened. If I had just fought them, maybe that would have been enough, even if I was outnumbered, even if I got my ass beat or stabbed or put in the goddamn hospital, I would have recovered. How was I supposed to recover from this? "I can't do this right now," I said, and my voice was choked, half from the smoke I'd inhaled and half from the despair clawing at me. "Do what?" Heath asked, and kept running his hand up and down my spine. It felt good, sweet and soothing, and I didn't want it. I couldn't have this with him, whatever this was, when every choice I'd made thus far had just made things worse and worse, had put everyone and everything I loved at risk, and for what? So that I could be greedy and soak up more happiness than I already had? I should have kept my distance from Heath in the first place, and then he wouldn't have been made a target.
I should have excommunicated Baxter and Ryder and Tripp when they first started causing trouble months ago, before they'd gone to Crave. I should have tracked down all three of them somehow after they had attacked Heath on campus. I should have beaten their asses before they had a chance to throw the brick. Shoulda, shoulda, shoulda. And now Stella's was gone. Stella's was gone, and I was not okay. And I couldn't have Heath watch me fall to pieces. Not when he was supposed to look to me for strength. I can't do this, I said. Us. What? Heath asked in a small voice. I just can't. I couldn't explain it. I didn't have the energy. I couldn't lean on him. Not after everything I'd fucked up. Just go home, okay? Dante, Heath said, in that same pained, small voice. I didn't look at him. I knew it had hurt too bad. I knew whatever expression was on his pretty face might make me reconsider, and I wasn't going to risk it. I had too much on my shoulders right now for this sweet, magnetic distraction. And I had to focus on the crew and rebuilding Stella's to make sure we didn't go under after all the hard work I'd put in to keep us going all these years. Please, just go. He withdrew his hand. After a painful, silent moment of waiting, he stood up and left the cab without another word. For a long few moments I was alone in the ambulance, numb. Then someone banged on the side door and marched in. Yo, True said. You all right? Fine. Not hurt. I sat back on the bench. True was half inside the ambulance, half out, with one foot on the steps and the other on the asphalt. He was a little pallid, with bags under his dark eyes, hair in a sloppy bun like he'd just rolled out of bed. He probably had. You know that's not what I'm asking. Well, how the fuck do you think I am? I snapped. True wasn't fazed. Heath just left. He barely gave a statement to the fire department. Not his statement to give, anyway. So you did send him away? True said. Okay. Leave it, I said. Come on, True said. Let's get this over so we can get you home. I nodded and followed True outside, grateful that he wasn't pushing. I knew from the careful, considering look in his eye that this wasn't the end of that conversation, though. But he knew when I wasn't ready to talk. It was a little calmer than it had been when I'd first stepped into the ambulance. The fire appeared to be mostly controlled. It was more an orange glow than anything. But it was still pouring dense, choking smoke. True led me to one of the two fire trucks parked where Dad, Star, Eli, and Nix were standing with a handful of firefighters and police officers. All of them looked stressed and tired, but Dad especially so. One of the firefighters squared his broad shoulders and ducked his chin at me in greeting. His sandy blonde hair was tousled with sweat, and there was ash dusting his cheekbones, but his gray eyes were sharp and attentive. You're Dante? Yeah, that was my bakery. I'm Bo. I'm here with the fire department. I'm just going to ask you a few questions about what happened. He nodded and motioned for us to step around the back of the truck, away from the crowd and the side of the smoldering building. Bo caught the eye of a police officer and waved him over too. True stood at my side as Bo asked me a series of questions about what had happened. I explained the series of events as straightforwardly as I could. It felt almost like a bad dream, like I was narrating something that happened to someone else. It was easier with True at my side, his steadying hand on my shoulder, a grounding sensation that kept me from completely losing it. Once I'd finished giving my statement, Bo shook my hand. True's too, with a familiarity that suggested they'd been talking before True came to get me, and stepped away from the police officer, throwing over his shoulder, "We'll be in touch." Well, that part's done, True said. Means we can get out of here, at least for a few hours. I sighed and scrubbed my hand down my face. Then what? Dunno, True said with a shrug. We wait for Bo or the cops to contact us and let us know when we can get back and start trying to recover what we can, I guess. Doesn't look like there's going to be much left, I said. One step at a time. True gripped my shoulder.
We'll get through this.
I nodded, but I wasn't sure if I believed him. Even if we got through it, I'd never get Stella's back. Not the way it was. True pressed his lips together. Is Heath coming back? I don't know, I said. I just told him to go home.
Why?
True asked carefully. My stomach turned slightly. It had been the right thing to do. But now, standing behind the fire truck, with the reality of what recovering would entail slowly becoming clear, regret itched at me. Well, fuck, I don't know, I sighed. I couldn't let him see me like this. It was all just too much, and his presence made it too real. I need to apologize.
Well, don't worry about that now, True said. Just call him. I'm sure he'll understand. One thing at a time, okay?
One thing at a time. True made it sound so easy. But there was a hell of a lot of things to do. And I couldn't help but think I might have been wrong when I decided it'd be easier if Heath wasn't around. Chapter 28. Heath.
My alarm went off for the fourth and fifth time. I finally gave up on snoozing it and shut it off. This was supposed to be just a short afternoon nap, but I just couldn't seem to get the energy to crawl out of bed. It had been a week since the fire. 6 days since Dante had left me a short voicemail hours after I'd left, a brusque apology.
I just needed to take care of things here, he'd said.
His voice a low rumble through the speaker.
I'm sorry.
I'd listened to it dozens of times, if only to hear his voice again. But I still didn't understand what he meant by it. What was he sorry for? For pushing me away the morning of the fire? Or was that his way of saying goodbye? I didn't know what I'd do if that was the case. I hadn't realized just how much I'd come to rely on Dante. His presence and his strength and his stupid humor, the way he believed in me so fiercely. I needed those moments where I could just lean on him for guidance. Those little reprieves where all I had to do was follow his instructions. To have lost him so suddenly was a shock, and I craved his presence, his hands, his gaze, his warm voice. But he apparently didn't need me the same way. He'd made that clear when he sent me away. God, I wished he would have just talked to me. Was it that he didn't think I could help him? That seemed most likely. But part of me couldn't help but wonder, had he pushed me away because he didn't think he should ask for my help? In the ambulance, he looked so different from the confident, handsome man I'd become so reliant on. He'd been pale, trembling, his eyes wide and bloodshot from the smoke. I'd never seen him like that. Like he was the one who needed to be taken care of. But it didn't intimidate me or change the way I felt about him. I wanted to be there for him, the same way he'd been taking care of me. It didn't make me love him any less, because I loved him. I knew it now with a surety that went down to my bones, and I wanted to help him. I didn't want him to carry the weight alone. But if that wasn't the case, if he really did just want me out of his hair, that made a horrible sort of sense to me, too. Handling the aftermath of the fire was going to consume his life, and it was going to be fucking painful. Had he realized that being with me was going to take up too much of his time? Was I just a project that needed to be shelved so he could handle what really mattered? I hated this. Hated living in this nebulous purgatory, where I didn't know if Dante needed me closer or wanted me gone.
Heath, are you still sleeping?
Raven rapped his knuckles on my door.
Seriously?
Ugh. I pulled my bedspread up and over my head. What do you want?
We're coming in.
Who's we? I poked my head out just enough to see the door. Raven shoved the door open and flopped immediately onto the foot of my bed. Logan and Jonah were behind him. Jonah dropped into my desk chair, and Logan leaned against the door with his arms crossed over his chest.
They're setting up for church downstairs, Raven said. You're going to be late.
I won't, I said, even though I was pretty sure Raven was right. It was just hard to bring myself to care about church when Dante's absence was weighing on me like a stone in my chest. What's going on with you? Logan asked gently. You've been doing this all week. Doing what? I'm not doing anything. I really didn't want to have this conversation. But from the look in Logan's sharp green eyes, I knew it was happening whether I wanted it to or not. Exactly, Logan said. You're not doing anything. You're sleeping all day or just hiding out in your room, not even going to class, and when I do see you, you look terrible. Oh, thanks, I said sarcastically. Jonah rolled his eyes. He means we're worried about you. Come on, Raven said. Just talk to us. We can't help you if we don't know what's going on. I just hate that I'm stuck here doing nothing when I could be in Junee helping, I admitted with a sigh. Why aren't you? Jonah asked. The question hung in the air. I pulled the bedspread back over my face, but I could still feel 3 pairs of eyes drilling into me. I don't know, I said in a small voice. Dante told me to go home the day of the fire. He wouldn't let me stay or help him or do anything. I don't know what he wants me to do. Logan sighed. Oh, that dumbass. You love him, don't you? Jonah asked. I swallowed. But no point in hiding it now, right? Especially when it was probably over and there was nothing left to lose. No way to make myself look more foolish. Yeah, I said. I do. When I stuck my head out from under the cover again, all 3 of them were watching me with careful, sad expressions. Guess it doesn't matter now, though, I said. I wouldn't be so sure, Logan said. I furrowed my brow at him. Well, what do you mean? Raven shot Logan an annoyed look. He poked at my leg beneath the blanket. Listen, I have some good news at least. The cops caught the guys that burned the place down. What? I sat up in bed finally. All 3 of them? Yep, Raven said. We've been running double patrols of Liberty Crew all week, but hadn't been able to track them. I've been keeping an eye on the police database, though, and they caught up to them a few cities over last night. They've all been booked without bail. Looking like they'll all get put away for a really long time. Wow. I slumped a little as tension seeped out of my shoulders. So, no club justice, then? Not this time, Raven said. Maybe if they hadn't done something as completely idiotic as firebombing a building in a small town in broad daylight, we could have, but there's no way of keeping the cops out of this one. And they got 'em first. But you don't need to worry about them anymore, Logan said. It's over. I guess so. But it didn't feel over. It didn't feel like enough. Like all those guys got was locked up when they'd wreaked so much havoc in Dante's and my lives, in the life I'd thought we were building together. But at the same time, it was like I could finally release a breath I'd been holding. Like I could stop looking endlessly over my shoulder for them. Come on, get up, Raven said. Church time. With a sigh, I levered myself out of bed. Raven was right. I couldn't let my wallowing interfere with my club duties. Raven and Jonah stepped out of the room, but Logan lingered to ensure I was actually dressed and ready, and then he followed me down the stairs into the clubhouse common area. Blade looked up from the table with a grin as I descended the stairs. Just the man I wanted to see. I sat down at the kitchen table and glanced around at the inner circle with some trepidation. I'd only started attending church meetings recently, and rarely was I ever called on for anything besides votes. Me? Yep, Blade said. Gunner Priest and I have been doing some planning, and we need your help with next steps. I sat up a little straighter in my chair. Sure. As Blade and Priest explained their plan, something tight loosened a little in my chest. It was a good idea. A really good idea. And I was proud they'd asked me to help make it happen, even after all the ways I'd fumbled acting as Dante's chaperone. But I was excited to enact the first step. So, you're comfortable with that? Sorting your shit out with Dante? Blade asked as he finished his spiel. Yeah, I said firmly. It won't be a problem. I hope you mean you're going to fix things, Jazz said.
Between you and Dante, for real.
Nods from the other members around the table. Agreement, whether grudging or enthusiastic.
It's not just about the club, Priest said,
his attention focused solely on me.
I don't want you to set what you want aside for our sake. That's not how we run this show.
I wrapped both hands around my pint glass, letting the cool sensation of the condensation ground me. Priest was right. It'd be easy for me to go to Junie and tell Dante we could just pretend none of this ever happened, if that's what he wanted. Easy to keep backing away, so there wouldn't be any tension between the crew and Hell's Anchor because of the choices I'd made, that we'd made, and never find out what we might still be able to have. But I didn't want to do that anymore. I didn't want to take the easy, comfortable, non-confrontational way out. If my deepest fears were right, if Dante really didn't want anything more to do with me, I'd be devastated, but I'd survive. I had my club, and Dante had shown me that I was worthy of love, of being respected and cherished, despite what my brothers had beaten into me. So I wasn't going to pretend that I didn't want to be with him, just because I was afraid of being rejected. I wanted him, all of him. Even when he was hurting and withdrawn, even when I had to step up and be the one to take care of us for a while. I was sick and tired of letting fear rule my life, of thinking I couldn't do the things I wanted to do, or have the things I wanted to have. Because what if he still wanted me, too? I was ready to risk the potential pain for the possibility of being with him. Priest was still watching me carefully. I nodded at him and held his gaze. I won't. Blade adjourned church. The members dispersed with nods and a few claps on the back for me. Raven walked me outside. "Gonna talk to him now?" he asked. "Why wait? I know what I want, and I'm finally ready to ask for it." Raven grinned and then pulled me into a brief, hard hug. "I like this new kid," he said, "and I kind of have a feeling Dante will too." I could only hope he was right.
Chapter 29. Dante. I slammed my knuckles into the dough on the kitchen island, again, and then folded it over itself, and slammed it again. The repetitive motion that I usually found so soothing and meditative wasn't doing much to improve my mood, especially because the cops had gotten to Baxter, Ryder, and Tripp before I could, and now I'd never have a chance to drive my fists into their faces like I really wanted to. I'd spent the past week baking my frustrations out, and since there was no Stella's kitchen in which to work, I was filling my own little kitchen to the brim. There was bread everywhere, most of it still delicious, but a little bit tough due to the fact that I was beating the shit out of every single loaf during the kneading process. This time it was a chocolate babka, as I clung to the weak hope that maybe the sweetness would do something to mitigate the pain. Not that I was able to eat much of it, anyway. The baking was a distraction, but it wasn't making me feel any better. Emotionally, it was like I was buckled into the back seat of a runaway car, and I didn't know what horrible turn or plummeting drop it was going to take next. One moment I was racked with despair from the loss of the bakery, and then regret that I didn't beat those guys' asses when I had the chance, and then guilt. Powerful, suffocating guilt for the way I'd sent Heath away when he'd only wanted to help me. I paused, resting both hands on the kitchen island and dropping my head. Even just thinking about Heath sent a spike of pain through me, a sharp, needling pain on the top of the dull, constant grief. I'd been telling myself I'd been giving us both space. I'd needed space to handle the mountain of logistics that the aftermath of the fire required, to remain strong and solid and not fall apart in front of anyone else. And Heath probably needed space after the way I'd treated him. But a big part of me thought maybe I'd driven him away entirely. After all those weeks of carefully keeping boundaries in place, letting him know what I wanted, after all the importance I'd placed on communication,
I just fucking sent him away without any explanation. How could he fucking trust me again after that? He'd been in that burning building right next to me, and I'd acted like he didn't have the right to keep standing with me once we made it out. He had no reason to give me the time of day if I called him and asked him to come back. I didn't deserve that. Not when I was the one who was supposed to be in control, who was supposed to act as the stabilizing force for both of us, the one who he could lean on, depend on. And now, after a week of misery, it was clear that I needed him. It was clear that I loved him, even though I'd never told him. Why had I never told him? Was I afraid of losing him, of pushing him too far, or getting my heart broken again, because I'd pulled that off just fine in the end anyway, and I had no one to blame but myself. Rebuilding Stella's without Heath's sweet, quiet, grounding support felt like an insurmountable task. But I didn't know how to ask for that. I'd spent my entire adult life trying to be the man that others relied on, the lover who could lead the relationship, the VP that my club deserved. Admitting that I needed someone else to hold me up felt terrifying, and too much like failure. So I just kept putting it off, holing up in my room, and overworking all my bread dough instead of calling Heath again like I should have. And I'd overworked my bread dough again. I sighed and placed the dough into the warm oven to proof, and then surveyed the damage. My kitchen was a mess. More mess than I ever made at Stella's. There was flour all over the kitchen island, the floor, and me. I grabbed a handful of the chocolate chips from the bowl I'd set on the island to use in the babka, and popped a few into my mouth. I'd clean up later. Likely I'd just mess it up again with my next distraction project, so what was the point anyway? I stripped my shirt overhead and tossed it aside and headed to the bathroom. Maybe a shower would clear my head. But a knock on the door made me pause. Before I could answer it, it swung open. "Hey," a familiar voice said. "We need to talk." Heath stood in the doorway. My stomach swooped at the sight of him, like cresting a hill on my bike and starting the descent. Anticipation, joy, a threat of fear. He looked as gorgeous as ever, and more than a little frustrated, his cheeks flushed from the ride over and his blonde hair flattened from his helmet. But his brown eyes were determined when they fixed on me, and he shut the door behind him. His gaze lingered on me, and then traveled slowly down to my bare chest and my forearms that were still dusted with flour. Then there wasn't simply determination in his eyes. There was heat, too, focused and fiery. I had never seen him like this. It was a little bit thrilling. And God, I'd missed him. I wanted nothing more than to gather him into my arms and kiss him senseless. But there was so fucking much I needed to say to him first. Everything was jumbled in my mind, though. The pain of the loss, and the regret, and the guilt, and the love all folding over onto each other so I couldn't seem to string a sentence together. Apparently I didn't have to, though, because suddenly Heath was rushing across the room. He flung his arms around my neck and kissed me. A searing kiss. A kiss that left me breathless. My hands fell automatically to his hips, because they belonged there. I broke the kiss and tipped my forehead against his, panting. "Heath," I murmured. "We should talk." Heath rested his hands on my shoulders, pressing his fingers into the muscles there, a pressure that made me bite back a moan. "Do you want me?" he asked against my lips. "God, yes," I said, not quite sure where he was going with this. "For real?" he asked. "Not just sex? Not just a temporary, casual thing?" Guilt chewed at me again. I'd failed him. Let my fear and my pride and all these responsibilities I'd put on myself get in the way of showing him how much he meant to me. But I wasn't going to make that mistake a second time. Never again. "Yes, for real," I said.
Then the words just spilled out. "I love you."
"Oh," Heath said in a small, shocked voice. "You do?"
"Yes," I said. And now that I'd said it, I didn't want to stop. "I love you. You're so good for me, to me, and I love you." Heath laughed, sounding a little giddy, and kissed me again.
"I love you too."
I wanted to hear him say those words over and over and over. But I had so much else to say, so much to apologize for, so much to explain. So I forced myself to sober a little and said again, "We really should talk." Heath pulled away enough to narrow his eyes at me.
"Yeah?"
"Yeah."
"Okay."
He slid his hands off my shoulders and down my chest, smoothing over the muscle of my pecs.
"We can, but—"
He flicked his gaze up to mine.
"I dare you to fuck me first."
My grip tightened on his hips. Not fair. He must have remembered what True had told him, how I never backed down from a dare. And I certainly wasn't going to start now, not with Heath's eyes half-lidded and his hips pressing against mine.
"What?"
Heath teased.
"Not interested?"
He slid his hands down my chest over my waistband and down to my cock, which was already half-hard and hanging loose in my sweatpants. His touch was so shockingly confident. It sent a thrill of desire through me. It didn't take long before I was fully hard, just from his hand gripping my cock through the fabric. "What's gotten into you?" I asked through gritted teeth, aroused by this newfound confidence and boldness. His expression softened as he gazed up at me.
"Just want to show you that I want you too," he said.
"That I can ask for what I want?" I caught his mouth in a passionate kiss. "Then ask," I said. Heath broke the kiss to pull his shirt over his head in a smooth motion and tossed it aside. Then he dropped to his knees. He dragged his mouth over my abs, and then right where the waistband of my sweatpants met my skin. The sensation sent sparks of heat across my skin, and I tipped my head backward toward the ceiling. He tugged my sweatpants down far enough to free my cock, sighing at the sight of it, bobbing heavily between my legs like he'd been waiting for it. And maybe he had been. Maybe he'd missed this, missed me, just as much as I'd missed him. He gripped my cock by the base and guided it to his lips, giving the head a small, almost kittenish lick. I gasped at the contact, my hand flying to the back of his head. I didn't push or direct him, though, just tangled my fingers gently into his hair like I was hanging on for dear life, which I was. Heath sighed again, his warm breath ghosting over my skin, and then dragged his tongue along the underside from root to tip. Heat swirled inside me. I wanted so badly to fuck in between those plush lips. But Heath was running the show right now, and I was going to let him do what he wanted. Then, finally, he opened his mouth and slipped the head of my cock inside. God, it was so warm and wet, and his tongue flickered deliciously over me. He slid further down my length, taking as much as he could and wrapping his hand around what he couldn't. With his free hand, he popped the button on his own jeans and stuffed his hand inside, palming his own cock. And the sight of Heath touching himself from the sheer pleasure of sucking me off made my head spin. He was so gorgeous like this, confident and sexy, taking what he wanted. It made me want to reward him. Before I got close to the edge, though, Heath slid off my cock with an obscene wet pop. I took a moment to rake my hands through his hair, then leaned down and captured his lips in a kiss. God, you feel good. He smiled into the kiss, slid his hands over my hips and tugged. Down here, please. Pants off. Couldn't help but smirk at that. Even when he was bossy, he couldn't resist saying please. My sweet, gorgeous sub. I kicked my sweatpants off and dropped to my knees on the kitchen floor in front of him.
Thank God, despite the flour, it was clean. And Heath kissed me again. Then he pushed me backward, so I was flat on my back on the cool tile. Heath shimmied out of his pants as well. He was so pretty. And so different from that shy, cagey man he'd been when we'd first met. He stripped with confidence, and then threw me a grin before he straddled my hips. His cock was hard already, just from kissing me and sucking me off, and I couldn't resist reaching out and running my fingers over his length, gathering pre-cum with my fingers and then stroking him once. Heath shivered at my touch, leaning back and bracing his hands on my thighs. My own cock twitched hard at the site where it was pinned beneath him, between his soft sack and my belly. God, he was so gorgeous. His back arched and head thrown back, all that pretty pale skin on display. Then I slid my hands up his thighs to the crease of his hips. "What do you want, baby?" "What I want," Heath said with a sigh, "I want you to fuck me." "Yeah?" I moved my hands to cup his ass and spread his cheeks wide. "Want me inside you?" "I'm gonna ride you," Heath said. He leaned forward and planted his hands on my chest, his gaze burning when it met mine. I slid my hands further around and brushed my fingers across his hole. I didn't have any lube or anything, but he was slick. A little loose. "Heath," I said low, "what'd you do?" He huffed a shy laugh and tipped forward further so his chest was flush against mine. His cock was suddenly pressed against mine, wet and hot, and the contact made me gasp. He shifted his hips against my fingers. "Stretched myself out at home," he murmured into my throat. "Wanted to be ready for you." Fucking hell. My cock kicked hard and drooled pre-cum. Desire clouded my brain and made my blood run molten inside me. "How'd it feel?" "Good," Heath said. "Not as good as your fingers, though." I pressed 2 fingers inside him easily and thrust deep. He keened at the contact and pressed closer to me, back arched as he pushed his hips back. Despite the prep he'd already done, he was still so warm and tight around me. I thrust my fingers into him slow, as deep as I could, and crooked him a little, searching. And then Heath gasped into the skin of my throat. "There!" Sweat beaded on him, running from his nape down to the divot of his spine. He reached over to his jeans and scrabbled at his pockets until he found lube and a condom. He'd come prepared. He grabbed my wrist and pulled my hand away. And even though I wanted to keep fingering him, I was more than ready for what was coming next. Heath rolled the condom onto me, slicking me up, and then grabbed my cock by the base and slid the head back and forth over his hole. He held himself up with his other hand on my chest, head tipped forward and eyes scrunched closed. "God, you're gorgeous," I murmured. "Gonna ride me, baby?" He pushed his hips back. The head of my cock breached his hole. I gripped his hips hard enough to bruise as I fought the urge to buck up into him. He was so fucking tight, slick, wet, ready for me. Staying still took all my concentration, but it was worth it to see his mouth drop open in pleasure as he slowly lowered himself down my length until his ass was flush with my pelvis. Hot, tight, overwhelming. He braced both hands on my chest and took a few deep breaths as he adjusted to my cock inside him. Heat flared inside me. A little bit of shameful pride always rose up when I thought about how big I was in comparison to him, how he had to stretch to accommodate me. I slid one hand off his hip and to his cock, stroking him slow and tight as he adjusted. "Yes," he said. "Like that. Touch me." I kept jerking him off slowly, and he began to grind his hips slow, rolling him into slow circles on my cock. He gasped and shivered with each motion, and I knew I had to be pushing right on his prostate from the way his cock throbbed in my hand with each motion. Then he braced his knees on the floor and began to lift up a few inches, and then sink down on my cock, still moving in those grinding circles. It was slow and dirty, and I wanted more. I reached up and grabbed the nape of his neck and pulled him down again, then crushed my mouth into his. I fucked my tongue into his mouth deeply as I palmed his ass with both hands, and his cock pressed hard against my belly. It twitched and drooled pre-cum. It felt so fucking good. So right to be this deep inside him, to have him pressed against me like this, like we were meant to be like this, made for each other. Fuck, Dante, he sighed into my mouth. Come on, fuck me. I didn't need to be told twice. I planted my feet on the kitchen floor and began to buck my hips, driving my cock deep inside him, and then dragging it all the way out. Heath groaned and gripped my shoulders as I began to thrust a little faster, a little harder, driving my cock into his tight ass again and again and again. Like that, he whimpered into my neck. Yes, Dante, like that. Keep going. Keep going. You gonna come, baby? I asked as I thrust into him. My own climax was building in my gut, roiling like an oncoming storm. You gonna come untouched for me? He nodded. Yes, I'm close. I kept one hand palming his ass cheeks, but I skated the other one down his lean muscled back, through all the sweat there, and then landed a light smack on his ass. He shivered. Again. I did it again. Harder. I bit back a groan of my own, hips stuttering as I spanked him hard enough for the cracking sound to ring through the kitchen. I did it again and again, timing my spanks with each sharp thrust of my hips until Heath was writhing desperately against me. I pistoned my hips deep and fast, and then Heath's entire body went bowstring tight, and he cried out into the crook of my neck and came hard. It spilled across my skin as Heath's hold tightened deliciously around me, and then spasmed through the climax. I fell over the edge soon behind him, driving in deep, and then holding his hips in place as my orgasm crashed through me. I captured his lips in a deep, messy kiss as I came, toes curling against the cool tile, my back arching as if I could somehow get closer to him. And then I slumped back, boneless against the floor as the aftershocks rippled through me. I was suddenly aware of the hardness of the floor behind him, the flour sticking to my back, the ache in my thighs from thrusting into him. But none of that mattered. Not when I had Heath pliant against me, dropping open-mouthed kisses against my neck. Wow, I murmured. Heath hummed a wordless agreement. I pulled out, and Heath winced, but I smoothed a hand soothingly over his ass, and he wiggled in satisfaction, nuzzling closer to me. Don't fall asleep, I said. Won't? Heath murmured. Sure looks like you will. I gathered him in my arms and slowly sat up, wincing at my sore back. But it was a welcome kind of soreness, soreness I knew I'd be happy to feel tomorrow. Come on, let's at least sit on the couch. We got cleaned up, and Heath borrowed a clean pair of sweatpants. He always looked so cute in my clothes, comfortable and taken care of. And when I tugged him by the wrist to settle onto the couch with me, he followed with an easy, happy smile. Heath. Dante tugged me onto his chest where he was lying on the couch. I settled into him with a sigh, resting against him, feeling his chest expand with every breath. I was satisfied down to my bones, from both the sex and the knowledge that he loved me. He loved me. Dante wrapped his arms around my middle, and I took one of his hands in mine, idly massaging his palm. I gotta remember that dare trick, I said. It worked out even better than I expected. He laughed and dropped a kiss on the crown of my head. You found one of my weaknesses. What, dares? I asked.
That. And you?
I smiled and drew Dante's knuckles up to my mouth, kissing them. This was fun, but I think I'll let you be in charge most of the time.
You can take the reins occasionally, if that's the result,
Dante said teasingly. Well, maybe on special occasions, when you least expect it. I went back to toying with his hand and pushed down the little flare of anxiety that rose in my chest. So, Dante said, with some reluctance. You said we should talk.
I did, he said.
His muscles were a little tense against me, like he had things to say that he was dreading. I pressed my lips together. Whatever it was better to get it out in the open. I was tired of hiding what I wanted, of guessing. What did you want to talk about?
I'm sorry I told you to go home, Dante said. After the fire. I was so overwhelmed.
He paused and gathered his thoughts.
I thought I could handle the aftermath of the fire and be the man you need at the same time. I didn't want you to see me like that.
Like what? I asked softly.
Weak, Dante admitted. Hurting, scared. I thought it would be better to be alone.
I folded our hands together. Was it?
No,
he said immediately.
The entire week I wished you were here, and I was too fucking scared to ask you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too, I said.
For what?
Dante asked.
All you did was what I asked.
I stopped you, I said. I kept you from going outside to confront them. If I hadn't...
They probably would have ganged up on me, Dante cut in. And if they had the firebombs with them, I'm sure they had guns. You didn't do anything wrong, baby. That was the smart thing to do, especially after what they'd tried with you.
That's what I'd been thinking that morning, but there was no way of knowing for sure what would have happened. Maybe if I'd let him go outside, he would have scared them away and Stella's would still be standing, and we wouldn't have had a fight at all.
You saved my life,
Dante said. I started a little.
Well, that's a reach. Not stopping me from going outside, Dante clarified. You thought about the flower. I was really going to try to go for the extinguisher in the back. And if you hadn't thought about the flower catching...
I don't like to think about that, I said. My stomach turned sour. There had been far too many close calls these last couple weeks. Dante tipped his head down and kissed my neck.
Me neither. But it's true.
I just wish I could have stopped it somehow, I admitted.
Me too, Dante sighed. Stella's has been my entire life, you know? Stella's and the club, and the two are inextricably locked up in each other. That's all I've ever had, until I met you.
I kissed Dante's knuckles again. I should have come to see you earlier. I should have known you were struggling.
Heath.
My turn, I said playfully, but with an edge of sternness. Don't interrupt. Dante chuckled, but was silent. Growing up, my brothers didn't just push me around in the gym, I admitted. The words almost got stuck in my throat, but I pushed through. They always told me I wasn't enough. Too small, too girly, too weak. That I'd never amount to anything. Could never make anything better for myself. And so it was, always. It was really hard for me to trust myself. All I could focus on was surviving, you know? Getting out, going somewhere different, since I wasn't entirely sure better was an option. And once I did get out, Hell's Anchor was all I had. Sure, I had my classes and some acquaintances from campus, but the Hell's Anchor guys became my family. And it was good, really good. And even though there were other things I wanted, I guess it felt greedy to try and get them. Dante hummed his understanding and tipped his nose into the crown of my head as he listened. I guess I never thought I deserved something like this, I said. I didn't think... I didn't think anyone would really love me for real. My brothers made me think there was something wrong with me, something fundamentally broken. So I thought I was lucky that you wanted to be with me at all, even if it was just for me to get experience. And when you told me to go home, I felt like maybe everyone had been right about me, like I wasn't worth the trouble, since you couldn't... I cleared my throat, shoving down my tears. Rely on me when you really needed someone. It made sense for you to brush me off. Dante sighed and hugged me close to his body.
I'm sorry, Heath. God, I wish I could go back and do it over, keep you with me.
I tilted my head to the side and kissed his neck. But also, I didn't know how to help you after the fire. I just wanted to be what you needed.
I thought I'd failed you, Dante admitted in a small voice. I thought I'd failed everyone. I let you get hurt twice. I couldn't save the bakery. I felt like... How could I be the dom you needed? No, the man you needed, when I'd let so much shit go wrong? How could I trust myself to take care of you when I couldn't even take care of my club?
You didn't let me get hurt. They hurt me. And they burned down your bakery. You're not responsible for someone else's actions. And you shouldn't beat yourself up for not being able to predict how crazy they were. I was surprised at the steadiness in my own voice, and how much I wanted him to believe me. And I don't need you to take care of me. I want you to. It's different.
How so?
Dante's hands traced idle patterns on my forearm. You don't have to be perfectly in control all the time, I said. You're allowed to hurt, or to have moments when you're not okay. I won't think less of you. I want to be there for you, too. Dante pressed a hard kiss to my temple.
I need that. I need you.
You have me, I said. I should have told you what I wanted earlier, but it was scary, you know? It was too hard for me to believe you might actually want me.
And I was too scared to admit how badly I wanted you, Dante said. I was so afraid of getting my heart broken again and falling apart, not being who my club needed me to be.
And I was afraid you didn't want anything serious. But now you make me feel wanted in a way I've never felt before, I admitted, even as my cheeks heated. When you take care of me and tell me what to do, it makes me feel safe, secure, and valued. Like finally I know there's someone who cares about me.
I do, Dante said. I meant what I said. I want to be with you, for real.
My heart fluttered in my chest. What does that mean to you?
I want to rebuild with you, Dante said. Together in every way. As lovers, partners, dom and sub, and I need a business manager.
I sat up away from his chest, enough to meet his eyes over my shoulder. Seriously?
Yeah, Dante said with a smile. If you want to. You've helped so much just organizing my mess. But there are a lot more improvements that could be made.
Of course I want to, I said. And I turned around in his arms and kissed him deeply. But custom... Dante nodded.
I know. I don't want to pull you away from custom. I know you want to be more involved there, and you should be. You've put in a lot of work.
I promised Maverick, I said. And as much as I loved Dante, I couldn't break a promise to one of my brothers.
I was thinking I could hire you as a consultant, Dante said with a slight flush,
like he remembered my teasing from all that time ago.
Just for a month or two when we're about to reopen, to help me reset everything, and then we could go from there.
My stomach somersaulted. Consulting was perfect. A perfect way for me to dip my toes in and see what the workload was like. Maybe one day I could balance Stella's and custom. Of course I'd love to. I'm going to change so much, I said with no small amount of glee. Your books are going to be immaculate.
Sounds great. As long as you leave me completely out of it,
Dante said with a low laugh.
And
He trailed off, running his hand up and down the line of my spine.
I was thinking you could leave some things at my place, if you want to. It doesn't even have to be right away, but, there's plenty of space.
His face flushed a little.
And not only because it'll help to have you closer with the rebuilding process, but because I'm serious about this. About us.
His gaze was steady, but a little nervous, like he thought I'd turn him down. I snuggled close to him and kissed him again, as fireworks exploded in my chest. I was almost breathlessly happy in a way I'd never really felt before. "You want me to move in?" I asked between kisses.
"Do you want to?"
Dante asked.
"Eventually?"
I pictured the apartment, with its big bed and big kitchen and all the extra space in the closet, like he was waiting for someone else. And maybe that someone was me. "Yeah, definitely. One day." I kissed him again. "I love you." Dante slumped with relief and then gathered me tight in his arms.
"I love you too."
Hell's Anchor was my first foundation, the same way the crew was Dante's. And now, together, we were going to build a life not separate from the clubs, but still a life of our own. For the first time in my life, I had a true future. All my own. A future I couldn't wait to begin.
Chapter 30. Dante. "All right, guys," Bo said, casting his serious gray eyes around the wreckage of the bakery. "Let me take one more quick look around before I let you in." I nodded gratefully. True, Heath and I were standing near the entrance to the bakery, while members from both our clubs idled and chatted a few paces away. Bo, the fire chief, who'd responded to the call the morning of the attack, and had been assisting with the investigation since, had made it clear he wasn't super comfortable with having more bikers around than he had fingers. But no one was causing any trouble. Everyone had shown up to help pick through the wreckage now that the official investigation was finally over. 3 weeks had passed since the fire, and they'd simultaneously dragged and flown by. There were so many tiny little details to stay on top of, and so many big-picture things that went over my head. I'd spent days with the police, giving statements about the fire, as well as Ryder, Baxter, and Tripp's history with the crew. And then there was the insurance piece. Thank God Heath had digitized my books, or else I would have been really fucked. Heath had even digitized records of all the equipment and inventory. So with those documents, I was able to claim everything that had been destroyed by the fire, on top of the damage to the building. But it wasn't easy, seeing my life's work laid out in a spreadsheet and itemized into a number. It was so sterile. The monetary value didn't capture the time and love I'd put into Stella's. It couldn't capture the amount of time I'd spent picking out the perfect bread oven. It couldn't reflect the way the handle of my favorite bench knife had worn into the shape of my palm. It couldn't reflect the faded ink and familiar stains on the pages of my grandmother's cookbook, now lost to the ashes. But I was so fucking grateful to have Heath at my side. Just having him in my arms at night settled some of the pain inside me. And along the way I'd realized he didn't need me to take care of him. He let me do that. And I could lean on him a little too, in a way I'd never felt comfortable doing with anyone else. True was my rock in the club, but his support was all about action. He took things off my plate, handled some of the more painful conversations with the police, and cleared up some of the more confusing details with the insurance company. Heath was just there for me, with a listening ear and a gentle touch and his sweet, soothing kiss. And because of him, I was beginning to believe that I might make it through this. Bo switched his headlamp on and shined it directly in True's face. "Thanks, Bo," True chirped, squinting as he shielded his face. "I know you'll do an extra thorough job for us." Bo barely suppressed an eye roll, and he stepped through the empty frame where the front window was, flashlight in hand, to survey the remaining wreckage that hadn't yet been set aside. I tugged Heath a little closer into my side and raised my eyebrows at True. Heath wrapped his arms around my waist.
"So," he said to True, "what's up with that?"
"With what?" True said, and his eyes fixed directly on Beau's retreating back.
That?" Heath said. "Exactly what you're doing right this second?"
"What?"
True glanced over and made a face at our reactions.
"Look, we all have our coping mechanisms. Why can't mine include a little harmless admiration cum flirtation?" "He looked like he was about to smack you," I said, and I couldn't stop a small smile from curling my lips.
"I'm being nice," True said primly. "I've been giving him compliments, talking about how big his arms are, thinking about how big other things might be."
Now it was Heath's turn to roll his eyes.
"Seriously, True?"
"You get used to it," I said to Heath with a smirk. For as long as I'd known him, True had never been able to keep a lid on a crush. Once Beau's done inside, we can start pulling out the things that might be salvageable. I know it's going to be a long road, but Beau thinks the brick structure of the building is all right, so it can be gutted and rebuilt inside.
"Same as it was?" Heath asked.
"Oh, I don't think so," I said. It's something I'd given a lot of thought to, but after everything that had happened, it didn't seem right to put things back exactly as they were. Finally going to make some layout changes I'd always wanted to. Plus, we can get you a bigger office.
"With a window, please. Oh, it was so bleak in that little room."
Heath slipped his fingers under the hem of my shirt and traced comforting circles on the skin of my hip. He tipped his head up and smiled at me, an odd but comforting mix of nostalgia and anticipation in his eyes. "Love you," I murmured, punctuating it with a kiss that had Heath sighing the words right back into my mouth.
"God, can you two get a room?" True asked. "I'm literally standing right here."
"Way ahead of you," I said. True's eyes widened.
"You mean—" "I'm moving in soon, yeah," Heath said with a grin. "So you'd better get used to me."
"I'm more worried about you having to deal with Dare 24/7, True said with a smirk, but then his expression softened.
"Seriously, I'm happy for you two."
"What's the hold-up?" Coop hollered. He waved us over to the bulk of the group that was gathered a ways down the sidewalk. "Coop, please," Blade said, with an exasperated eye roll that made Logan hide a laugh behind his hand. The Hell's Anchor inner circle had come to aid the crew in the clean-out of the wreckage, to get the hardest part over as quickly as possible, but it had turned into a little bit of a block party. It was good for morale, and seeing the crew and Hell's Anchor guys get closer boosted my mood as well. Coop was hanging off Rebel while Rebel chatted with Eli. Nix was demonstrating what appeared to be a complicated mimed version of a chokehold to a somewhat confused Jazz. And Star and Siren were sitting on the curb in the middle of a serious animated discussion. At the edge of the group, Dad and Priest were catching up with Blade and Logan. Priest said something with a little half-smile that made Dad bark a laugh and clap Priest on the shoulder. They hadn't seen much of each other in the past 2 years, and it warmed me to see them reigniting the friendship that had been such a cornerstone of my childhood.
"Chill out," True called back to Coop. "Beau's making sure it's not going to fall down and kill us all."
"Well, tell him to hurry up," Coop said. "I want to get to the cookout part of this cleanup."
"Well, at least everyone's getting along," Heath said with a grin.
"Pretty decent silver lining," Truth agreed. "Especially with the crew's numbers the way they are. It's nice to know we can get some backup when we need it." Blade and Dad glanced over at True and then caught each other's eyes. Blade nodded. "All right, everyone," Blade boomed. "Listen up." The group didn't quite snap to attention, but conversations wrapped up as all eyes turned curiously to Blade. He moved to stand at the edge of the group closest to me and the former Stellas, with Dad at his side. "We've got an announcement to share with everyone," Blade said. Heath was nearly vibrating with excitement. We both knew what Blade was announcing. Blade had addressed it with Heath before Heath had burst into my room that night. I'd been wallowing in self-pity, and both Heath and Dad had addressed it with me. It wasn't just a good solution to the hardships the crew had been facing. It felt like the start of a new life, an even better life, if that was possible. "Mal," Blade said, once he had everyone's attention. Mal looked a little surprised to have the announcement handed to him, but he nodded and cleared his throat. "The Liberty crew's patching in to Hell's Anchor," he said, never one to beat around the bush. Murmurs of shock rippled through the group as members of both clubs absorbed this information. Eli and Nix knocked their shoulders together, grinning, and Star's jaw dropped. True whooped his excitement, and that seemed to set off everyone else's reactions, hoots and cheers and the stomping of feet. Blade looked as relieved as I felt at the positive reaction. "Well, this wasn't a decision that was made lightly, but it makes sense," Mal said, holding out a hand to quell the house. "The crew is technically within Hell's Anchor's territory. Our numbers are low, and Junie's not exactly a boom town for new blood. We've already been trying to improve inter-club relations, and this is more a formalization of the relationship we've been building over these past couple months."
"So what's going to change?" Star asked.
"Well, the crew will be the Junie chapter of Hell's Anchor," Mel said. "We'll freshen up our jackets for one."
"About damn time,"
Eli said. "And communication will be a lot tighter," Blade said. "We've kept our nose out of Junie out of respect for the historical boundaries, and the crew's done the same with Elkin Lake. Now we'll keep Junie in our rounds, and we'll be available for backup or support if any need arises." "And that goes both ways," Mal added. "The crew will be called in when Hell's Anchor needs assistance for any of their issues."
"And the roles?"
True asked.
"Who's Prez?"
"No change in leadership," Blade said firmly.
What?"
True blinked confusedly.
"But we're getting patched in?"
"The clubs are still autonomous," Mal said. "The crew is patching into Hell's Anchor, but your club has a long history, and Mal and I both want to respect that," Blade said. "So I want the leadership roles and the day-to-day operations of the club to remain largely the same for the Junie and Elkin Lake chapters. Technically, in the charter, Mal and I'll be co-presidents, and Dante and Priest will be co-vices." "Things might get messy with that," Gunner said, a little darkly, no doubt thinking of all the power struggles that had rotted the Viper's nest from within. "I know," Mal said. "There are guaranteed to be bumps in the road. But this isn't just a club. It's a family. And we'll handle those disagreements like family, too."
"So we'll get drunk and scream our heads off?"
True asked. "Yeah, so you won't really see much change," Blade said with a grin. With most of the questions answered, the club settled into easy, excited conversation.
"I think that went pretty well." Heath pulled me away from the group, then faced me with his fingers hooked into my belt loops. He tugged me close and tilted his face up to mine. "You think?"
I took a moment to take stock. I knew that it would be a good thing for me and Heath, since we wouldn't have to worry about the lines of club loyalty getting blurred, or hard feelings between our brothers, but I hadn't been sure how everyone else would take it. But behind us, everyone looked happy. Gunner had Raven in his arms, and Rebel was rolling his eyes fondly at Coop. Jazz had Tex in a headlock in an apparent demonstration to Star. Maverick bounced Grace in his arms, while Jonah chatted with Eli and Nix. And True was howling with laughter at something Siren said. Logan had found his way back to Blade's side, and they were back in easy conversation with Priest and Dad again. It really felt like we were one big family. "All right, guys, I've run through the last check, and you should be okay to start clearing stuff out." Bo stepped out onto the sidewalk and tucked his flashlight back into the pocket of his work pants. He narrowed his eyes at the antics. "Y'all having a party or something?" No, not till later, unfortunately," Coop said. True slunk away from Siren and sauntered toward Bo with a coy little smile on his face. "You can join me for a party if you're looking for something to do." Bo raised his eyebrows at True, his gaze lingering, but then he wrinkled his nose in comprehension. "You really are a piece of work, huh?" "What does that even mean?" True shot back. Bo just shook his head with a slight smile and held out a stack of documents for me to sign off on. True huffed a laugh. He wasn't cut down in the slightest by Bo's rejection. He never was. He simply cast Bo a pretty smile and then joined the rest of the clubs. Or club, now, as they climbed into the bakery to start picking through the wreckage. I finished signing off on the documents. Bo, a little irritated, with a hint of a flush to his cheeks, shook my hand brusquely and walked back to the fire department SUV. I watched as the club members split up and began to systematically trawl through the wreckage, looking for salvageable equipment or anything else. It was a serious process, but it wasn't devoid of laughter. I hadn't gone in yet, and I didn't know if I was ready. But seeing my family band together to help me with the hardest part made it a little easier. "You really think this is going to work?" I asked Teeth, not only talking about Stella's, but all of it. He stood close to my side and tucked his small hand into my back pocket. "Yeah, I think so. It won't always be as easy as this, but I think it'll work out." I nodded. I definitely won't miss having to navigate alliances. Easier to just be one big group. "Bigger family," Heath corrected. He bumped his head against my shoulder, and when I looked down, he was smiling up at me. "And a bigger family can never be a bad thing." I tilted my head down and kissed him, wrapping my arm around his waist to pull him a little closer. Stella's was burned, but it wasn't gone. And there wasn't anything I'd lost that couldn't be recovered, even if it wasn't the same as it had been. I knew this suddenly, truthfully, as deeply as I knew my own name. With the club's help and Heath at my side, we would rebuild, and Stella's wouldn't just be mine anymore. It'd be ours. It wasn't an ending. It was a beginning. A really fucking beautiful one at that, and one I'd almost missed out on. Heath pulled away. I brushed his blond hair from those big brown eyes that I'd fallen so hard for. "You're right," I said. "I'm glad we have a bigger family now. And I'm glad that you're the heart of it." "Don't be so corny. True will hear you," he said. But his cheeks burned, and he couldn't hide how pleased he was. I kissed him again, this time gently on his cheekbone. "Love you." "Love you too," he murmured. "Now, let's start rebuilding." Chapter 31. True. I stretched my arms overhead, feeling my spine lengthen and pop with the motion. I've been spending a lot of time in the crew gym these days, working out my frustration and energy on the heavy bag. The extra workouts were making their presence known in my sore muscles. "Come on," Star called. "You're not getting out of helping." "I'm not trying to get out of helping," I said. But I checked my nails just to watch Star roll her eyes. "I'm seeing where I'm needed." "In the dirt with the rest of us," she said, and climbed into the bakery. The rest of the crew and Hell's Anchor, well, technically, all of us were Hell's Anchor now. That'd take some getting used to. We're already inside, or as inside as one could be in a building without a roof. Dare and the kid were about to step inside too, once they were done canoodling. They were cute together, I couldn't deny that. I was happy that Dare had found someone who could give back all the love Dare had to give. And thank fuck I wouldn't have to listen to him whine about Eddie anymore. So what if maybe I was a little jealous too? I could really just use a quick lay to get some of this excess stress and energy out. The extra workouts weren't cutting it. Not much was clear. It also didn't help that somehow, every time I saw Bo, he'd gotten hotter. How was that possible? Even the first morning I'd met him, when I was dealing with the cops and firefighters and the club members and Dante in shock, part of me couldn't ignore how fucking hot he was. I loved a man who was competent and commanding and just got shit done. And, of course, there was the whole thing of him being a firefighter. Who could blame me for harboring a few firefighter fantasies? That was definitely a conquest I wanted to check off my bucket list of sex. Plus, the way he kept blowing me off only had me more curious. Not a whole lot of guys turned down everything I had to offer. So, whenever I'd interacted with Bo over these 3 weeks, and he was around a lot since he was handling the case on behalf of the fire department,
I couldn't help but try to flirt a little, see if I could get a reaction or a rise out of him. And he always responded a little, even if it seemed like he didn't want to. I could usually get his ears to turn red or his gaze to linger a little too long before he blew me off. And now Beau was lingering by his SUV, brow furrowed as he looked at his phone. Since he was distracted, I took a moment to look to my heart's content. He really was easy on the eyes, especially in this casual uniform. Dark tailored pants and a polo shirt that was so tight it looked as if it might tear at the seams if he moved too suddenly. Even the simple action of texting on his phone made the defined muscles of his forearms stand out. It seemed like Star and the rest of the club had things handled in the bakery for the moment. Honestly, I'd probably get in the way right now more than anything else. And it'd be the polite thing to do to stop by and thank Beau for his work. Definitely. I was just trying to be a responsible, upstanding citizen. Earlier, when you'd called me a piece of work, there was something besides annoyance in those gray eyes of his. I knew I had to give it one more shot, and if he still said no, I'd accept my loss gracefully. But I was also curious about what had him looking so pissy, and I wanted to push my luck a little. One of the traits that got me into scrapes a bit more often than not. So I snuck around the back of his SUV so he couldn't see me coming, and peeked over his shoulder at his phone. "You've got a +1 to the wedding," the text read. "It's a seated dinner, so please bring someone. The place settings are already made." Beau sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "That hard for you to find a date, huh?" I asked. Beau started so violently he nearly dropped his phone. I suppressed a laugh and walked around the front of the SUV so we were both near the driver's side door, where I could see his face. "That hard for you to not stick your nose in other people's business?" Beau returned smoothly. He leaned against the SUV and his gray eyes landed on my mouth and then slid lower to my chest before he seemed to remember where he was and who he was talking to, and snapped to attention like a soldier. "Did you come over here just to try and read my texts?" God, he was so handsome, and so easy to surprise, which made it all the more fun. "I'll be your date," I said, with an easy grin. "I'm great at weddings. I kill it on the dance floor and can charm the pants off pretty much anyone." I knew there was zero chance of Beau ever agreeing to such a thing, but I was getting really fond of watching him get all flustered when he didn't know what to do with me. As predicted, Beau huffed with exasperation, but the tips of his ears turned red. "Doubt you'd fit in at this wedding." I crossed my arms over my chest and looked down my nose. "Oh, what's that supposed to mean?" Beau glanced pointedly at the bikes lined up in the street and then at the soft, worn leather of my jacket. And, hey, that rubbed me the wrong way. He'd spent 3 weeks dealing with us, with me, and still thought I was just some rough biker who couldn't be trusted around normal folk. The club was a huge part of my life, and we weren't like other clubs, especially now that we were patching into Hell's Ankhor. But my irritation wasn't strong enough to overwhelm my attraction. I tapped my forefinger to my lower lip like I was thinking, but really I wanted to see Beau's expression darken as he tracked the motion. And it did exactly that. "What, you really think I'd wear this to a wedding?" I asked. "You should see me in a suit. I think you'd change your mind just to have the opportunity to show me off, since I'm out of your league and everything." Beau barked a surprised laugh, a low, warm sound that I definitely wanted to hear more of. It was the first time I'd heard him laugh in the entire 3 weeks we'd been working together. "I wouldn't put any money on that, Drew." He said that, but still his face flickered down at my body again, a little more intentionally. I wondered if he was imagining what I might look like in said suit, or what it might be like to take me out of it. "I'm heading back to the station," Beau said, gesturing for me to move away from the SUV. "You know how to reach me if you need anything." He unlocked the driver's side, then paused and threw a stern look over his shoulder.
Anything related to the case. Yeah, roger that, I said with a grin. See you around, Bo.
True, Star yelled. Seriously?
I jogged back over to finally start helping with the cleanup. But I couldn't wipe the grin off my face. From the way Bo had looked at me, I could tell he wasn't completely uninterested. And I had a feeling he'd be back for more. And that meant I might be able to convince him to take a little ride on the wild side. Oh, this was going to be fun.
This has been Dante, Hell's Anchor, Book 6. Written by Aiden Bates and Ali Lida. Narrated by David Allen Vargo. Sound editing by Douglas Whaley. Copyright 2020 by Special Fiction Books. Production copyright by Special Fiction Books.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.